The Torian Pro is supported by the Queensland Government through Tourism and Events Queensland and features on the It's Live in Queensland events calendar. There's no place like Queensland when it comes to combining Australia's headline events with the most incredible destinations. From food and wine, festivals, art, culture and music, to sporting and endurance, Queensland is home to a world-class calendar of events. The city of Brisbane setting the scene for what is going to be an amazing finish here to the Torian Pro. Welcome to Pat Rafter Arena and the Coliseum that is going to see some amazing results today. I'm Jeremy Austin alongside Pip Malone. And Pip, this crowd here this weekend has been outstanding.
Oh, Jeremy, the crowd has been amazing, and having them so close to the field of play and the athletes has really added to the electricity.
Absolutely. Team competition, it's all been CrossFit Urban Energy. They have had 3 event wins so far and really dominating, sitting on the leaderboard at 390 points. EXF, Selwyn and Awarside still in contention, but it's going to be a jostle for positions. Now, female competition has been electric, and Tia Claire Toomey, she is the girl on fire.
Tia has just been outdoing herself all weekend, 4 from 4 event wins, but the event at the end of the day yesterday, she really set herself apart, finishing it in 2 rounds, something that no other athlete did.
And in men's competition, Jay Crouch, Mr. Consistent, no event wins, but everything 3rd and above, is leading 4 points ahead of Ricky Garrard. 3rd place could be anyone's today, Bailey Martin, Royce Dunn or Baden Brown. Whatever happens today, it's going to be an exciting finish. Action here from the Pat Rafter Arena, coming to you soon for the 2022 Torian Pro. Week 1 of the CrossFit semi-finals is proudly brought to you by Noble. And welcome back once again to Pat Rafter Arena, day 3 of action live here, and we're going to be finding out who is going to be our top 3 qualifiers in the Oceania region at the end of today. My name is Jeremy Austin. Alongside me, Pip Malone. Caleb Banfield will join us on the competition floor a little bit later on. And again, Pip Malone, we have got a cooler morning here in the west of Brisbane.
We do. We have puffer jackets out again this morning. Hopefully the rain holds off, but we are in for a massive day. There are spots to the CrossFit Games up for grabs, and it is going to be a tight race.
3rd spot on that bubble. Only 3 qualifying spots here in the Oceania region. 5 spots at the other 2 qualifying events. 5 spots for them, only 3 for us. And plenty on the line for these athletes once they do hit the competition floor. Our overall standings for Noble, 4 events down, 2 to come. And Urban have been quite dominant. It hasn't felt that way, but 3 event wins for them and sitting at 390 points. EXF look comfortable, but still need to do a little bit of work. And that 3rd spot, Selwyn, with it all to do today, trying to hold off a fast finishing CrossFit Awarside, our qualifier from last year.
I've got my eye on CrossFit Selwyn today. They're here to do some work, but CrossFit Awarside, having that experience last year, we're excited to see what they can do.
Reebok CrossFit Frankston, unfortunately, in that 10th spot, have had to pull out this morning. Jane McKay sustaining an elbow injury in event number 4 yesterday. So Reebok CrossFit Frankston will not be taking the competition floor for day 3. As we welcome to the floor heat number 1. Our GoWOD lane assignments for heat 1. Wolfden, lane number 2. CrossFit Norwest in 3. Taurus Teal in 4. Urban Energy Athlete, the second of the Urban Energy Athlete teams in 5. And CrossFit Ariti, one of our newest affiliates to join the competition floor here at the Torian Pro in lane number 6. Zach here yesterday, what a great day of lifting he had. He dominated and cleared the snatch ladder floor. Event number 5 underway.
Our GoWOD Team Event 5 in male-female pairs for time 45, 30, 15 reps of synchronized deadlifts. And handstand push-ups, 225 pounds for the guys, 155 pounds for the women. They've got a 16-minute time cap. The kilos for those weights, 100 kilos and 70 kilos.
The normal Diane weights you're used to seeing, the great benchmark workout Diane, which is a 21.15.9 deadlift and handstand push-up. Team's doing a little bit more work than that.
That's right. The synchronization component of this event is going to really shake things up.
Leash Martin, so much competition experience. She'll need it. Day 3 as we kick things off for the team competition. And event number 5 is going to be grueling. Kicking things off with a synchronized deadlift, ensuring one thing in particular, the bar is at the top of the movement together.
Yes, the rep counts when they are at the top of the deadlift. At the same time, elbows locked out, hips fully extended and standing up straight.
So with an event like this one, 90 reps is a lot of work to get through at this loading. You're thinking about strategy coming into this event from the start. Considering it's early morning and it's fairly cold, what do you need to do to ensure you can maintain good pace on these deadlifts?
The athletes are going to want to break up those reps early, manage their fatigue early on, because as you said, there are a lot of reps to do, and getting no reps is going to be crucial for their fatigue levels. You don't want to be doing more work than is already there out in front of you.
This stage, some teams, including Urban Energy Athlete, going down to single reps, so that grip fatigue might be starting to burn a little early.
They do have synchronized handstand push-ups coming up after the deadlifts. So ensuring that they have enough shoulder strength and grip left in the tank for those handstand push-ups.
Once the deadlifts are done, athletes will now move to the wall, Norwest and Urban Energy Athlete, our first 2 teams to do so. Once these handstand push-ups are completed, the barbells will be rolled down the floor, give you an idea of who is in the lead. And our handstand push-ups underway with that very familiar box where they've got to put their hands.
The handstand push-up box. We've seen many athletes over the years come unstuck in events due to the standards. The size of the box for those watching along at home, 1 meter by 60 centimeters for the metric system, but 40 inches by 23.6 inches for our Imperials.
That's not a very big box.
Not at all. So this is something that the athletes at this level want to be training at home, is the standards of these events. In our affiliates at home, we generally just jump up on the kick up onto the wall at home with your hands wherever you like, but when you're competing at this level, there are standards. So all of these athletes would have been practicing these in their training and out the back in the warm-up area.
A couple of intricacies of this event. The heels must finish on the wall together at the top of the movement. The body can hit the perspex, but the body must be completely off by the time the rep is completed. Now that box you spoke about, important that the athletes don't even put a fingernail on that box or they are going to be no reps. So something they have been briefed on, and at this stage, everyone complying.
All the athletes out on the floor look to be hitting that standard really well, but what we're seeing is some great kipping going on from Wolfden CrossFit, using those hips at the bottom of the handstand to accelerate up into the handstand.
One of our first teams to the handstand push-up are our first team to the second set of deadlifts. And Urban Energy Athlete, their other team, is leading the charge at the top of the team leaderboard, currently on 390 points. And they're doing their bit. Isabella Hardman and Jaden Fakatobi-Stewart, the two team members for Urban Energy Athletes, as Taurus Teal. And talk about keeping things in the family. Leash and Regan Martin partnering up and going single reps.
Smart tactics from them early on, minimizing the forearm fatigue, coming off those handstand push-ups. The second set of handstand push-ups is where we're going to see the shoulder fatigue start to break the athletes down. So if they can minimize the damage by doing singles on the deadlift, that is going to help them.
Minimizing fatigue, maximizing output, the order of the day with 3 qualifying spots on the line. Now keep in mind, results from this heat can affect what happens later on in the following heats. Point spread really important for those top 3 spots.
Those top 3 spots in the teams really tight coming into day 3. So event standings, even for this heat, really important.
First pair underway for Urban Energy Athletes. Isabella and Jaden underway for their second set. Now keep in mind, the second pairing behind the start line, and you've got to think about, they've just warmed up and they've come onto the competition floor. What does that do for the people or the pair that are waiting?
Being cold coming into this event is not going to do wonders for the grip, but if they're playing it tactfully, they might have their stronger athletes coming in second because their fatigue levels are going to be managed better.
Ariti just waiting to get back on the wall. Urban Energy Athlete just to the right of screen there, and Taurus Teal in the center. Chipping through reps, Norwest. Kathy and Jack for Norwest. Just walking back, just giving themselves a little bit of breathing space before they do hit those handstands. Personal opinion, which one do you think is a harder movement to synchronize? The handstand push-up or the deadlift?
Definitely the handstand push-up. Time under tension, much worse when you're upside down. On the deadlift, they can quickly drop that bar at the top.
Jaden Fakatobi-Stewart and Isabella Hardman leading the charge here in heat number 1 for CrossFit Urban Energy Athletes. And they, after a reasonable start, they have really done well in the last day and a half. CrossFit Ariti. Shay Southern and Tommy Galea battling a little bit with those handstands as Jaden Fakatobi-Stewart and Isabella Hardman. Our lone pairing on the third and final set of deadlifts at 100 kilos and 70 kilos. Pound conversion, 225 and 155. Leash Martin now rolling her bar forward. They've done pretty well, Taurus Teal. Regan Martin rolling his bar. And they will get commenced on the 15 reps of the deadlift. Ariti looks like they have finished up, but that first set of handstands has taken a long time.
45 handstand push-ups is a lot of handstand push-ups to do, but to do them synchronized with that extra split second time under tension at the top of the handstand, it's really going to make your fatigue levels much worse than if you were doing them by yourself.
Tommy Galea, Shay Southern getting underway, but Bella and Jaden finishing up those 15 reps of the handstand very quick. And they want to finish fast because their next pairing gets to tag in once they get to that finish line.
That's right. We want smooth transitions. As we've seen all weekend with the teams, transitions can make you win or lose an event. It's important that the athletes follow the flow of the event.
Isabella Hartman just shaking her head and going, no. So the fatigue must be fairly intense here this morning on Pat Rafter Arena. As Norwest roll forward their bar to the third and final set for the first pairing. The team to the right, you see Laura Roberts and Cody Davidson now in the back of the screen. Our leaders for CrossFit Urban Energy athlete layering the second pairing right now as Wolfton move forward for their third and final set of deadlifts. A Taurus Teal team will leap over their bar. And the Martins getting done and allowing the second pairing to get through as Ariti, Tommy and Shea finish up. Lane number 6. Leash happy with proceedings.
She enjoyed that.
And a good steady start. However, we only have a 16-minute time cap. And at this stage, it doesn't look like many will finish in this heat.
5 minutes is not a lot of time for this second pair to come through and finish. They're going to need to be really fast on their repetitions. But when they're synchronized, you can only move so fast.
Another point we've made right across the weekend with synchronized movement with the teams. It's the body height of individuals. Now we're pairing up males and females, and generically, the males are just a little bit taller.
We see some of our smaller females having absolutely no problems with these handstand push-ups, though. Shorter range of motion for them, not as far for them to have to push their body up into the extended position at the top of the handstand.
Perfect example of it right there. Wolfton on screen. Zach Hare and Maddie McGlashan, and a bit of a height difference with those two. And Zach just having to work that a little bit harder on his handstands.
Yeah, Zach having to hold at the top of his handstand just that fraction of a second longer to wait for the judge.
Over the finish line, and we'll bring out number
Norwest. Kathy and Jack finishing up over the line. And now, Zach and Maddie. CrossFit Wolfton from Victoria are all done. 3.5 minutes remaining is not a lot of time for the second pairing for Wolfton. Urban Energy athlete, your leaders still. Laura Roberts and Cody Davidson back there, far left of screen, front of the Perspex. Taylor McDonald, John Wooden from Ariti join them on the first set. 13 down, 3 remain. And the sets of handstands becoming shorter by the minute.
These weights, absolutely no problem for any of the athletes out on the floor, but just the synchronization is adding that extra bit of grip strength to it, having to hold it a bit longer.
And body shape, important. You mentioned the loading, ankle over knee, over hip, over shoulder. A little bit of a buckle there in the midline from Laura Roberts.
Yeah, she's just sticking her ribs out a little bit at the top of the handstand, which is going to put the fatigue into her shoulders. You want to have your ankles, hips, and shoulders stacked over the top of each other.
Not proving to be an issue for her, but it could be an issue later on in the next 2 minutes. Laura, front of screen, Cody at the back. their synchronization on their deadlifts looks pretty good.
They're having absolutely no problems with these deadlifts. Chipping away at those reps.
.90 seconds remaining now. Taylor McDonald, John Wooden for Ariti are finished up, and we'll move on to the next round of deadlifts, trying to close the gap between them and CrossFit Urban Energy athletes. Now 60 seconds is all that is left, and how many reps can Urban Energy athlete chew up in the time remaining?
Loving the extension at the top of the deadlift from these Urban athletes, leaving no doubt for their judge that those reps count.
Laura taking a big breath after that last set. And position on deadlift imperative.
Position is imperative for fatigue levels. We're going to see lots of different positions. Rounded shoulders at the top is fine. We want extended at the hips at the top.
Laura Cody, CrossFit Urban Energy athlete. We've got less than 30 seconds to punch out as many handstands as we can. Cody getting ahead a little and having to hold at the top.
He's just having to wait that extra split second at the top for his partner.
And Cody Davidson, Laura Roberts, happy with progress, not getting the event completed in its entirety, but they will be the leaders heading into heat number 2 next. But as we mentioned at the top, 90 reps of those handstands and those deadlifts. The fatigue levels after a big weekend will start to catch up pretty quick.
Well, we just saw how quickly those handstand push-ups slowed down for the teams. Going from doing big chunks of reps down to 2s and 3s. Shoulder fatigue is off the charts in this event.
Tommy Galea got to be happy, the podiatrist from Northwest Sydney. As we look at our Rogue replay,
the teams all moving through those deadlifts, no problem at all. First set of handstand push-ups while the fatigue levels are low, nice and quick, but we saw very quickly into the second round, the handstand push-up, the synchronization component at the top, just making that time under tension that bit longer. But CrossFit Urban, so smooth on their deadlifts, great quality of movement. Not enough to finish the event, but getting a lot of work done.
Laura Roberts happy with the result with her partner Cody Davidson from CrossFit Urban Energy athletes. Trying to get a little bit of inspiration from their other team that is leading the competition right now. And a big support crew from CrossFit Urban just down the road, about 50 minutes on the Gold Coast. Athletes hitting the floor. Heat number 2. And some familiar faces from yesterday who did some great lifting, including Tess Herring. Our Go Wide lane assignments for Heat 2. Kirrawee Rec Gym into Ruark. Lane 3, CrossFit Victorian lane 4. CrossFit Light, lane number 6. And in lane 7, an up and down day, an up day on Saturday for Woolgoolga, up on Friday I should say, but down a little yesterday.
Now I've got my eye on lane number 4, CrossFit Torian. We saw some amazing gymnastics work from them yesterday, but our Go Wad team event 5 is in male-female pairs for time 45, 30, 15 reps, deadlifts synchronized at 225 pounds and 155 pounds. It's 100 kilos and 70 kilos. Synchronized handstand push-ups. They've got a 16-minute time cap. Our first male-female pair will move through the work, and if completed, they will tag out for the second male-female pair.
Last little bit of work for these teams for the weekend ahead of them. Fatigue going to be a factor coming into event 6. How to minimize that. And we're going to see some different strategies.
Some fast barbell cycling straight away. CrossFit Kirrawee looking very strong in the barbell. Fast, small sets. As we said in the previous heat, holding on to big sets of these deadlifts is going to hurt the handstand.
And Tess Herring, barbell in her hands is a place she's very comfortable, especially after yesterday with that great lifting performance.
The CrossFit Kirrawee athletes with some great positions on those deadlifts. Shoulders over toes, full extension at the top. And it looks like they know exactly how many reps they're doing each time.
We had an opportunity to have a chat to CrossFit Selwyn prior to coming on the air, and they were breaking down exactly how they were going to attack this, and short, smaller sets was the order of the day.
Short, smaller reps are definitely smart in this event, saving it up for the handstand push-up, because that handstand push-up is the star of this event.
Lars Christensen, Erica Palasic getting ready to attack the handstand push-ups. And a couple of points to note with our handstand push-up.
Well, CrossFit Wagulga, great body position upside down there. Nice straight body. You can see her hips, ankles and shoulders stacked over the top of each other. She's not pushing her chest out and arching her back too much, and that's going to really save her shoulders for the later reps.
White box you see around the perspex. The athletes are pushing against 1 meter by 60 centimeters, or about 40 inches, and 23.5 inches. Athletes must keep their hands inside that for the rep to count.
And that movement standard is something that these athletes would be practicing in their gyms at home, because it can make a huge difference to the fatigue and the reps. If you're used to sticking your hands out wide, it's going to be very different bringing them in a whole hand space.
Seeing a lot of different movement and trying to synchronize as best as possible. Ruark, that great hip hop has got to be good for those arms.
So fast at the bottom of that kip. Tucking those knees down nice and low, and then exploding at the hip up to the top of the handstand. Making quick work of the reps. Efficiency, amazing.
I love that word, efficiency. And that's what it's all about. Be as efficient as possible. As Ruark now move down the floor. Josh Gardner and Tyler Parkey, our two athletes in the lead, and two of our smaller statured athletes, which is going to make synchronization on our deadlifts and handstands so much easier.
If the teams have the luxury of matching up athletes that are similar in height, that makes a massive difference on their synchronicity. You can see the athletes just talking to each other. They're not panicked. They know exactly how many reps that they need to get out. It's going to minimize the fatigue in their forearms.
April Herring, Jake McMurray just ahead. Erica Palissy and Lars Christensen, CrossFit Light and CrossFit Woolgoolga. Two affiliates on the east coast of Australia battling it out there in lane 6 and 7.
CrossFit Woolgoolga could do some damage on this second set of handstand push-ups because their form on the first set looks so good. Fatigue levels really low. Bit of a height difference with the Woolgoolga athletes, but they're managing it no problem at all.
CrossFit Kirrawee Rec Gym, Tess Herring, Brandon Norton. Look like they're going okay. A bit of a hyperextension at the top from Brandon.
Probably a little unnecessary to stand up over the top of what you need to. You just want to stand up and extend nice and straight, pushing the hips forwards. It's just going to put that bit of extra fatigue on the lower back.
Josh and Tyler back on the wall once again. Shorter range of movement, easier to be able to either shift weight with the barbell on the deadlift and propel your body above your head on those hands.
Well, look how much time he's spending at the bottom. His shorter range of motion really working well for him. He doesn't even bring his knees all the way down, just a really fast, explosive pop with the hips. Head position, shoulders, hips, and ankles all in one straight line.
Josh looking like he's got that head just back a little bit, but it's not causing him any concerns at all. CrossFit Kirrawee Rec Gym, bottom of screen to the right, CrossFit Torian. And with Com Games pole vaulter Lisa Campbell in their team, you'd think these handstands would be nice and easy. The Ninja Warrior from season 5 here in Australia. Punching it out with Jack Jeffrey. And that was a quick set of handstands from Josh and Tyler.
Handstand push-ups, absolutely no problem for them at all. Moving through those reps super fast. The time under tension is absolutely minimal.
Shot of Tess Herring, and she seemed to be in that handstand position for a long time before she came down.
Just waiting for their judge to give them the good rep. The body is not allowed to be on the perspex at the top of the rep, just the ankles.
Range of movement required. Erica, a bit of an arch in that body as well, so staying stacked over your body is going to minimize the fatigue on your core, which you need to use considerably in the handstand push-up and deadlift.
That's right. If you're not using your core, then you're using your shoulders too much, and those are going to blow out really quick.
April Herring, Jake McMurray left of screen from CrossFit Light from Newcastle. Will roll their bar down. Trying to catch our leaders from CrossFit Ruark. Tyler Parkey, Josh Gardner. Back on the wall now, and look at them go.
That is some fast cycling and synchronized as well. They have practiced this, that's for sure. Their timing.
And what a great finish for Ruark. 9 minutes on the knocker, and will allow their their next two teammates to come on and get as far as they can in 7 minutes. You thought this was going to be difficult, but 9 minutes, and they moved quick. Dan Groot, Jenna Hare on the deadlifts for the second set for Ruark. Tess Brandon moving forward for their last set before they head back for the 15 reps of handstand push-up. Now the benefits for Ruark, their 4 athletes, Josh and Tyler, we just saw their stature. The same thing happening here with Dan and Jenna with their height as well, so they've been able to pair up pretty well.
They would have seen this event come out and gone, yes, this has got us, because their heights match.
Ruark, small sets on the deadlift. As Jake McMurray and April Herring finish up and allow Andrew Collins and Kate Gordon to enter the arena. Interesting where athlete placement goes in an event like this. Do you put your fastest first or fastest second?
We're going to see different tactics being used. As we saw with Ruark, their first 2 athletes really fast on the handstand push-up, giving maybe enough time for their second pair, if they're not as fast on the handstand push-up, time to finish it.
Erica and Lars finishing up. About 11-11 for Woolgoolga.
But it's that risk and reward that we've spoken about over the weekend. Do you risk putting your faster pair second and have them not finish it, or do you put them first and let them do the work quick and give the second pair time?
Jack Jeffrey, Lisa Campbell over the line for Cross Victorian. Tessa Brandon now finishing up for CrossFit Kirrawee Rec Gym. "12 minutes down now, 4 remain." David Watson, Chrissy Bell for Torian. Oh, have a look at this. Super mum again, Meg Davis.
CrossFit Ruark just showing they're having no problem with their range of motion on these handstand push-ups. Really fast from the bottom to the top, minimizing that time on attention.
Strategy, all important. Chrissy Bell, David Watts in the center of the arena, looking like they've got a very smooth rhythm, but they are holding onto that bar for a long time.
Holding onto the bar for too long in this event is going to hurt your handstand push-ups. Even though it's grip, when you're in a handstand, pressing into the ground through your shoulders, through your hands, with no grip, it hurts.
You've got to think, coming into the final couple of minutes of this event, where are you going to make up time? And possibly you'll make up more time with the deadlifts than the handstand. Roberto Petrolunga and Jess Balat from CrossFit Woolgoolga head to the wall.
And CrossFit Kirrawee Rec Gym.
As David and Chrissy keep continuing their deadlifts and have now completed the first set. Ruark. Jenna and Dan heading down now. possibility to finish, but I think time will beat all of these teams once again. But Ruark are going to give it a red-hot crack anyway.
Just moving through those deadlifts that bit quicker to try and make that time cap. Just breaking up those reps. Holding on at this point could be devastating for their handstand push-ups.
Dan Groot looking a lot more fatigued than Jenna Hare. Jenna looked great in her position.
She has great position at the bottom of that deadlift. Back's nice and flat. Pushing through her legs at the bottom.
Exactly want to see with a deadlift. Using your legs, not your back. And Jenna looking great with now 45 seconds on the clock. And now it's a battle to see if they can hang on with these last set of deadlifts and bolt down to the wall. And Dan struggling on that last deadlift. Less than 30. Dan, Jenna hitting the wall for the final time. Can they stay up and maximize repetitions? Last one would have been a no rep. Dan coming off the wall too soon as time ticks over. And the end of heat number 2. And massive amounts of fatigue. But Ruark, Jenna Hare, Dan Groot, front of centre, and Tyler Parkey with a spring in a step now, coming back with Josh Gardner. And what a great result for the team from New Zealand. CrossFit Lights. They just came too late with the road replay.
CrossFit Ruark, this event was written for them. Just a great range of movement on those handstands and deadlifts. Very well matched male and female pairs in stature, making all the difference. CrossFit Bulgulga there also doing a great job on the handstands, but CrossFit Ruark, the speed on their handstands really put them out in front. Unfortunately, not quite enough to finish that last set of handstands for their second male-female pair, but they gave it a red-hot crack, doing the best job on the handstands that we've seen of any of the teams so far.
Heat 2 done and dusted for the third and final day of the Torian Pro. And crowd coming in nice and early. And if it's anything like the last 2 days, it's going to be electric here. The go wide lane assignments for heat number 3. And talk about sheep stations on the line here. Top 3 qualifying spots up for grabs. Urban look like they've just about cemented a spot. Still a bit of work to do. EXF on the chase. Selwyn, you mentioned earlier, they're going to move today and they're going to move strong. And our side, probably our top 4 teams with a chance for those top 3 qualifying spots.
I'm excited to see what CrossFit Selwyn are going to do on this event. Not the day that they would have liked yesterday, so they want to come out here and do something special on the final day of competition.
Oh, it's a special day here, day 3. Day 2 moving day, day 1 everyone's feeling themselves out, but this is where it's all happening. And the Torian Pro renowned for great results.
Now go wide, team event 5 in male-female pairs for time, 45, 30, 15 reps of synchronized deadlifts at 225 pounds and 155 pounds. That's 100 kilos and 70 kilos. And synchronized handstand push-ups. The first male-female pair will complete the work, and then in the remaining time, the second male-female pair will come out and try and complete it. We are yet to see a team complete the work in the time cap.
Lauren Loving and Lucas O'Brien, the true character that he is. I don't think anyone has a better time ever doing anything than Lucas O'Brien. So disappointing not to see them on the competition floor last year. Last second withdrawal due to COVID. But great to see the team back here. Now they're not too far out of that bubble for our top three. And we know Lauren and Sam very good on their handstand. Lucas as well, very good on his handstands. Our side to the right of screen, they are the guys under pressure to head back to the CrossFit Games this year, sitting currently in fourth.
And our trifecta recipe for success in Event 5, communication with those synchronized movements. Knowing what each team member is going to be doing, smooth transitions between movements, and manage that handstand fatigue, because the handstand is where it is at in Event 5. The deadlifts, absolutely no problem for any of these athletes. But the synchronized handstand push-up, that is where we're seeing the fatigue hit.
90 deadlifts doesn't sound like fun, especially at this loading. 225, 155 pound, or 170 kilos. Kendall Peterson, Peter Hansen left of screen are moving pretty consistently through their first set of their deadlifts. EXF, they've had a very good start to competition. Can they hold on and possibly nab one of those top three spots?
EXF as a newer team out there, not new to competition as individuals, but as a team have been very impressive. We just saw Urban copying a couple of no reps. These athletes have to extend at the top of the deadlift, stand all the way up, open their hips.
We mentioned at the top of the call that Selwyn were going to do something special. Well, they're on the charge already, and they've got about a 10 to 12 second lead over overnight leaders CrossFit Urban. But Laura Clifton, look at her go on the left of screen, partnering up with probably one of our taller athletes. He's about 6'3", and that's Tremaine Jensen. Tremaine, part of the team going last year. Laura going as an individual. So both with games experience.
Laura Clifton having that shorter range of motion, being a shorter athlete, but she has some strong shoulders on her, so she can make that handstand push-up as short as possible. She's going to tick through them quickly.
Watching the athlete's eyes on where they're focused on. Lauren Loving, second athlete in, looking towards her partner, Marnie Sykes, behind her. Big wide-eyed deer in the headlights. She's going, this is a lot of hard work. But Selwyn, lane 3, they are working well. Been fortunate to be able to sit next to them in the commentary position here and chat to them for most of the weekend. But Urban, they have done very well now to move into the lead.
They made quick work of their handstand push-ups after falling behind a bit with some no reps on the first set of deadlifts. Now, Adam and Caitlin are now standing up better at the top of their deadlift, ensuring those no reps don't happen again.
Keep in mind that Caitlin coming off the back of a back injury a couple of months back. I'm not sure what 90 deadlifts at this loading is going to do for that.
70 kilos, 155 pounds, not a heavy deadlift for these athletes, but there's a lot of reps there. Also, the hip movement in the bottom of a handstand push-up kip can load up the lower back.
Marnie Sykes Ben Fowler, the two tallest in the team for Selwyn, partnering up. And a good first set of deadlifts for them. Number of teams onto the second set already, including our top four. Project Bayside Black are going well. Onyx, our last team, finishing up the top of the screen. Now moving forward. Underway, moving quick, lane 2. Lauren Lovick and Lucas O'Brien as Urban continue their path to another golden ticket to the CrossFit Games.
And look at the time that they're spending at the top of the handstand. Not much time at all. They did say in their interviews yesterday that they train together as a team every single day. This is all they do is synchronized work. They do their workouts synchronized. They do all teamwork. So they know each other inside and out.
EXF moving to the right-hand side of the screen now. As 6'4" Steele, Pendle and Peter continue on. Bayside Black, Amy Tuffey and Rob Watts, two very experienced competitors, and Rob sucking in the big ones. That's a big range of movement for him.
That's a hard pairing because Rob is a tall athlete, Amy a shorter athlete. So if they lose their timing in the bottom of the kip of the handstand, whoever is up there first is going to be holding that handstand and waiting for the other athlete to reach them.
Onyx, far right, Steele, far left. Both finishing up as Urban progress to set number 3 of 15 synchronized deadlifts. And an interesting pairing for Urban. They've split up their partners, their life partners, that is.
We are used to seeing them in their married couples as partners out on the competition floor as well, but they have split it today. Adam and Caitlin working together.
Maybe they've had enough of each other and they just want to break. Whatever they're doing, it's working for them. Adam Manzi, crowd urging all teams. Selwyn have caught up a fair bit, both on the last 5 reps as Urban now start back. The last 15 handstand pusher. Caitlin pushing Adam towards the wall. That's like a prowler push. Now can Ben Marnie play some catch up and get the second pairing in? Adam coming off the wall. Can Ben and Marnie left of screen maintain position and give their second pairing a lead? Urban coming hard again, less than 5. Off the wall, Adam Manzi, the fatigue kicking in with this massive frame. Selwyn, they're done. CrossFit Selwyn said they were going to send it, and send it they are. Urban, 5 seconds behind. And now we have got a battle on our hands.
They have over half the time cap left for their second pair to complete this work.
Go on, mobilise like pro athletes. 14-day trial. Download the app now. Johan and Jaylee commencing the second set, but a big range of movement compared to Maddie Schelling and Luke Fowler, who are short in stature and repping through so much quicker.
CrossFit Selwyn, all that experience as a team really paying off.
Our side finishing up, important result for them as well.
CrossFit our Riverside are on the bubble on this final day of competition. They want a ticket back to Madison.
Kendall and Peter finishing up. With 6-4 Steele underway, finishing.
And the hand went up for CrossFit Selwyn first. They're going to get to the handstand push-up first.
You thought Ruark went fast on their handstands. Wait till little Luke Fowler gets upside down. Bayside Black finishing. Amy and Rob, good result for them. Johan and Jaylee getting back to the wall. Van Mackay, Dave Wigan finishing up for Onyx. Jake Armistead giving a lot to his partner, but Luke Fowler going strict handstands as well, because he said before it's going to be quicker.
It is going to be quicker, but it is going to fatigue those shoulders more. He doesn't care though, he just wants to get this work done quickly.
He does not look fatigued whatsoever on that left-hand side, and he's managing his fatigue based upon what Maddie Schelling's doing.
If you are strong at handstand push-ups and fatigue is not a factor, then doing them strict for efficiency is a much better option.
Coming into day 3 of the CrossFit semi-final, and that ticket to the CrossFit Games dangling in front of you. Our guaranteed rate storyline of the day, midline. And it is all about the midline in an event like this. Trying to control it on your deadlift, but also on your handstand push-up.
That's right, we're bending too much the midline on the handstand push-up. That puts all the pressure in the shoulders, which you're going to blow out really quick.
EXF are done. Now this is an important result. Currently in second, and has that damaged them? We'll have to wait and see in the next 5 minutes. Bryony Chalice and Henry Carlisle getting started, and they have got a lot of work to do. Selwyn back, second set. And coming into day 3, Selwyn needed something big to kickstart their progress and maintain a top 3 position. 100 points, he will do just that.
Just some breakdown of our midline on those handstand push-ups. Sticking that chest out helps you finish that rep, but it blows the shoulders out. Jaylee just getting her shoulders cooked on these handstand push-ups. That's really affecting their synchronicity, but they're off.
Urban behind Selwyn, but moving alongside, and the set of 30 reps commences for our overnight leaders and qualifiers from last year's Torian Pro. Selwyn looking great, looking fast. Maddie Schelling just checking with the judge how many reps to go. I like the fact that Luke Fowler comes out and goes, strict handstand push-ups are going to be easier. And finishing up their 30 deadlifts. Now they have put some space between themselves and Urban. And on this trajectory, they look like they are going to well and truly finish first.
CrossFit Selwyn have just managed their fatigue and sets on these handstands better than CrossFit Urban have.
Now with 3 minutes remaining, all Selwyn have to do is finish ahead of Urban, because at this stage, they've progressed pretty far into the event. No doubt they will get into the 15s in a sec.
Luke Fowler still going being strict on his handstand push-up, so I don't think we're slowing down anytime soon over there.
Can you imagine that? 90 strict handstand push-ups in under 8 minutes. As our side, Ollie Heine, Jake Armistead head back in front of CrossFit Urban Energy. And now fatigue levels for Urban, so very important.
They're going to need to break up these sets, make sure every rep counts.
Luke Fowler, Maddie Schelling, left of screen. Can't be too many reps left.
The height difference with Jaylee and Johan seems to be what's affecting them at the top of these handstands. They're just having to spend that split second longer at the top, putting the fatigue in the shoulders.
The height difference between Johan and every other human is a problem. It's CrossFit Selwyn coming down to their final 15, and they've got 1 minute and 15 to get this job done. Not sure if they will be able to complete the work. Do you go one set of 15? Do you break it up?
Empty the tank, do the 15.
Maddie Schelling, Luke Fowler looking great. They are going to have a break. They don't need to finish the event. They are your overall leaders of this event. Important result for Urban and our side. EXF have fallen behind and could damage their chances for a top 3 spot. Less than 30 seconds now, less than 5 reps for Urban Energy. Selwyn on the wall going fast. They won't get finished. About 10 reps to go for Selwyn. And time is up. Talk about fatigue. Wow, it got worse as the event got longer.
Not one team finished in under the time cap. That handstand push-up synchronized, just really hurting these athletes.
But what a result for CrossFit Selwyn, and 100 points for them. Exactly what they needed at the start of day 3 competition. Leaderboard going to mix up a little bit with Urban dropping back, our side coming up, and EXF possibly down to 5th or 6th. Official results coming shortly. And Steele, his magnificent hairdos, the boys from New Zealand. And the other guys from New Zealand, here they are. And weren't overly happy with their day 1 performance, but they have come storming home right through yesterday and the first event today. EXF, that's some damage for them. They're going to have to minimize that damage in the final event coming up. Luke Fowler, hats off. Nearly 90 strict handstand push-ups.
And he looked like he had more in the tank as well at the end. CrossFit Selwyn, they did tell us that day 3 was going to be their day. They want to go back to Madison.
No doubts whatsoever. It is the dream of every CrossFit athlete. Compete on the big stage. And so many Kiwi competitors out here. It is wonderful to see. And down the competition floor with Kayla Banfield, 2 of our top 3 teams.
Thanks, Jeremy. I'm standing with 50% of Urban, 50% of EXF. You guys changed your pairing for this event. What went behind the decision for this event?
So it's all got to do with the handstand push-ups. Myself and Caitlin are better in the team at moving faster with that. So we decided the time cap is very tight. So if we can get ahead and then let the other two go, even they're still great at handstands, but just a faster pairing.
Good strategy. Now, Caitlin, communication is super important for any team event. What were the kinds of things that you were saying to your teammates in this particular event?
Hurry up! No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. He's like, actually. No. Again, we've just practiced a lot. So I'm the faster, I guess, one at the handstand push-ups. We're pretty similar, but I think I'm a little bit faster. So I'll just wait to watch Adam. So that's kind of how we've been getting our synchro. No call. We've been working on no call. Yeah.
And EXF, you guys have done such a great job this weekend. How did you strategize this last event?
Honestly, it's super similar to Urban, so we'll put our stronger pair first to kind of bank some time because we need a time cap, but also be really tight, and then sort of let the second pair AMRAP it out essentially and potentially get it close to getting done. So yeah, that was the strategy for us.
Nice, and it paid off. You've come into day 3 in second place. What's the plan for the last event?
Just stay composed and bring it home. Yeah.
Great job, guys. Well done, and good luck for the last event.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kayla. Official results coming, and there will be a shake-up in the top 4 teams, no doubt. But our road replay.
CrossFit Urban were hot out of the gate. Caitlin and Adam putting their training out on the field, working on no call. They're almost working on having telepathic abilities with each other. But at CrossFit Selwyn, getting the lead on them and giving their second pairing that bit of extra time. Luke Fowler on his strict handstand push-ups. So impressive. That is a lot of fatigue to manage.
Selwyn, second pairing. Luke and Maddie, very similar stature, which made the synchronization so much easier. And they were oh so close to getting finished, but important for them to grab 100 points ahead of EXF, Urban and our side. And Johan looks absolutely busted. Event number 5 in the books for the Torian Pro for the team competition. Coming up soon, the final. It is event number 6. Day 3 of the Torian Pro, live here from Pat Rafter Arena. CrossFit Games semi-finals are proudly supported by Noble, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. Orosti, the official rapid recovery provider of CrossFit. Thorn, the official supplement partner of CrossFit. US Army, know your army. Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit. Welcome back to Pat Rafter Arena. Beautiful coastal city of Brisbane hosting the 2022 Torium Pro. My name is Jeremy Austin, alongside me Pip Malone. And on the competition floor a little bit later on will be Kayla Banfield. 5 events down for the teams, 1 to go, Pip, and now it is all on the line for those top 3 qualifying spots. Our Noble overall standings, Urban Energy dropping a few points off that one, but still in the lead at 480 points. Selwyn, the big movers after that event win, propelling them into second place. And EXF minimizing the damage and still in that 3rd spot. Our side making a big jump just then, and we are going to have a very tight race for these top 3 spots.
5 points separates our side and EXF from that 3rd ticket to the games. EXF, they've got some work to do to hold off our side in this final event.
Athletes from heat number 1 taking the floor for the final event for the competition. The first of our live semi-final events for the 2022 Noble CrossFit season. Our Thorn lane assignments. Lane 3, CrossFit Norwest. In 4, Taurus Teal. 5, CrossFit Ariti. And lane number 6, Wolfton CrossFit. Great experience for Ariti and Wolfton, 2 of our newer affiliates coming into competition here. A couple of old heads as well.
Our Thorn team event 6, 4-time 1,000 and 800 meter row, 100 double unders, 10 overhead squats at 185 pounds and 135 pounds. That's 84 kilos and 61 kilos. We're doing it relay style, female, male, male, male. 24-minute time cut to get all 4 individual team members across the finish line.
Probably exactly what you didn't want to see to finish off your day, knowing you can do all of it.
This is the first time we're going to see the athletes on the teams working as individuals out on that competition floor. So the pressure is on. Don't be that slowest team member holding everybody up in the conga line.
Underway, athletes starting with their hands behind their back and their legs straight. A great standard to ensure no one gets any advantage from sitting on the row. Leash Martin kicking things off for CrossFit Taurus Teal. And this event, 800 meters for the ladies, 1,000 for the men. We're going to be looking at somewhere in the vicinity of 3, maybe 3 and a bit minutes.
And we're going to see a lot of different rowing techniques out there in this event. But the athletes are really going to want to push through those legs, finish the pull with their arms, because they've got 100 double unders and 10 heavy overhead squats coming. So if they grip it and rip it too much for 800 meters and 1,000 meters, that is going to hurt in the later movements.
See that seat of the Concept 2 roll almost hitting Kathy Sergi's heels on the way in. That is going to mean she's going to be using a lot more quad than she will glutes and hamstrings. And you do that about 100 times in a row like this, fatigue's going to creep in pretty quick.
These ladies probably going to be wanting to keep about just around that sub 2 minute pacing on the rower, sitting at about 155, 160, 156 would be a good place to sit for this distance without gassing themselves too much.
Daisy McDonald, far side, one of our taller athletes. It looks like she's got very good technique. She's at the far right of screen. And minimising the amount of strokes you do, it's going to ensure that heart rate stays down, especially once you get to that skipping rope.
Strong, powerful pulls. And then relaxing a little bit on the way back in is what we want to see.
Taylor McDonald, 2 in, Leash Martin, Kathy Sergi. Kathy coming in as the 73rd ranked athlete. After the quarters. Taylor McDonald with a very big pull from CrossFit Ariti. Getting that handle all the way back in towards the fan. McDonald. Daisy, that is, off the rower first, lane number 6, Taylor. Not too far behind, and now all 4 girls will be onto their double unders. Now, the athletes behind are moving on to the rower. They cannot start, however, until the athletes have finished their overhead squats and finished over the line and are released by the judges. So they can get set up, they can change their damper, their foot position, all that sort of stuff. But no go until their teammate has completed the work. So as expected, just a little touch over 3 minutes for that row. So nice and steady, not too hot. It must be hard. You know full well, going back to 2014, you come into this final event, you got to go 100 miles an hour, but you got to keep that adrenaline and that excitement under wraps to a certain extent.
You do, because this event has 3 components to it. It is a little bit of a longer final than we have seen in the past. The high heart rate and heavy breathing with the overhead squat coming is going to affect that stability overhead.
Both McDonald girls finishing up. Daisy to the far right. Second in, Taylor. Kathy Sergi grabbing the bar first. Taylor missing that snatch. Kathy going for a walk with the bar as well.
Sees different strategies from each of the athletes with how they start their overhead squats. Clean and jerking, the safest option. The athletes ensuring that their hips get below their knee crease. You do not want to do extra overhead squats in this last set. The barbell sitting over their center of mass, behind the head.
Last 5 reps, Kathy Sergi, bottom of screen, CrossFit Norwest. Daisy McDonald, far right, has got less than 5. Very wide stance from Daisy McDonald. But still looks stable enough in that overhead, open shoulder position.
The wide stance can help with the shoulder stability, minimize the wobble up top, and unfortunately a no rep for her, very close to the end of her set.
Kathy, bottom left in the grey shirt, not too far away. Taylor McDonald, no rep. Looks like Norwest could possibly take the lead in heat number 1, and yes, they will. Kathy over the line will release Sarah Corrigan, who's sitting on the rower ready to roll Kathy absolutely stoked with that one.
Smart work from her, cleaning and jerking it straight away, not wasting time, risking the squat snatch.
Leash Martin just ahead of Daisy McDonald. It will be Taurus Teal next. Shortly after, CrossFit's Wolfden Ariti still waiting for Taylor McDonald to finish off quite possibly her last overhead squat, and she's just dropped the bar once again.
So early on, we're seeing that this event is being won and lost on the overhead squat. It doesn't necessarily matter how hard you go on the rower. You've got to get those 10 overhead squats done nice and quick.
You're watching what's unfolding. You're the last 3 athletes in your team ready to go. Do you now change your strategy and now row slower after seeing what you've just seen?
Well, I think those athletes waiting are seeing how heavy that barbell is feeling after the row and the double unders, so they're probably thinking they might take the foot off the pedal just a little bit on that rower.
24-minute time cap for the 6th and final event for the team competition. And we're getting into dangerous territory.
And we're seeing a much slower pace on the rower from our second female.
Sarah Corrigan was closest to screen just then, and her stroke rate looks like it's about 20 strokes a minute. It wasn't fast at all, but she's a powerful athlete, so she can chew up some meters without getting too many strokes done. Taylor McDonald, CrossFit Ariti, a narrower stance than we've seen from Daisy McDonald in the lane next door. And the anguish on Taylor's face said it all on that last rep.
She's done well to finish those, carrying a bit of an elbow injury. Overhead position is unforgiving on the elbows.
And you can see her holding that elbow as she crossed the finish line. Shay Southern now in for CrossFit Ariti. Taurus Teal, Katie Presswell second in. Maddie McGlashan. Now, Maddie McGlashan on the far right. She's one of our smaller athletes. So rowing for her is not going to be friendly.
It's not. Compared to her taller athletes next to her, they're going to have more bang for their buck on their pull, but she's putting some real power into her pull, relaxing on the way back in, ensuring that every stroke counts.
So good rowing coaches will tell you to keep that handle moving. Shay Southern, perfect example. The chain nice and straight, not doing any extra work.
That's right, the chain needs to stay nice and straight. If the chain's wobbling all over the place, that is going to affect the stroke rate and the consistency.
And being very inefficient. Sarah Corrigan, CrossFit Norwest, able to benefit from the lead that Kathy Sergi was able to give her, and starting just ahead of Katie Presswell. Now, 100 double unders, athletes of this level should be unbroken.
They should be, but they have 10 fairly heavy overhead squats coming. So they may not want to jack their heart rate up and be breathing too heavy when they have to pick that barbell up. 10 unbroken overhead squats would be ideal, because having to pick it back up again and get it over your head is costly with time. So for those watching at home that are new to CrossFit, double unders, I'm sure at some point most people have done jump rope at school before, but it's 2 rotations of the rope over at a time. Just putting that bit of extra strain on the grip. Jacks the heart rate up that little bit more than if we were doing just single skips at a leisurely rate.
A little bit more. I'll see you a little bit more and raise you a lot more. Sarah Corrigan now stepping forward to her bar from CrossFit Norwest. Presswell nearly finished. Maddie McGlashan, far right, has absolutely annihilated the 100 and pulling up alongside Sarah Corrigan, who has taken her time and very sensibly.
None of these athletes are in a rush to pick this barbell up, and that is telling about this event. Very deceiving.
And McGlashan, far right, smaller range of movement and creeping towards the halfway point. So she needs a good set to start with.
Now she smartly opted to clean and jerk it and get her grip right before she gets into the overhead position. Now, she looks like she doesn't have the most natural overhead position. She's gone very wide with her hands and her stance to get down below parallel.
Corrigan doing well, Presswell continuing on her path. McGlashan now just having a break and some great movement. Presswell cleverly putting the bar down.
Smart tactic. If overhead squats are not your thing, smarter to put it down tactfully in the middle of the set than to try and go unbroken and risk getting no reps, having to do more than what is written.
Shay Southern onto her double unders for CrossFit Ariti as Maddie McGlashan. The determination on her face. And pound for pound, super strong Maddie McGlashan. And putting Wolfton in the lead for the first time in this heat.
She grinded through those overhead squats very impressively. She also looks like she's carrying a bit of a elbow niggle. And our first male is on the rower.
Corrigan, Presswell, and now Shay Southern. Zach Hare, Wolfton. Our first male onto the row, 1,000 metres, and we talk about controlling the row and the stroke rate. He looks like he's in for a leisurely row this morning here in southeast Queensland.
He's in no hurry. He has watched his teammates go through this event. The overhead squat is where it is at in this event.
If you guys have been watching at home, the broadcast right across the weekend, wherever you are around the world, you would have seen some amazing lifting from this man. And he came up yesterday and cleared the floor. The barbell no issue for Zach Hare as Katie Presswell from Taurus Teal finishes up. Sarah Corrigan with that lead has had to manage her overhead squat sets. Smaller than she would have liked. Glenn Robertson, they call him Baz. Same deal. Him and Zach Hare. And you can see the power in the stroke as opposed to the number of strokes.
Last two female athletes out on the floor, finishing off their set of overhead squats.
Shay Southern right of screen, looking good. Just needs to maintain that midline.
Looks like she's just struggling to push upwards on the bar and stabilize those shoulders. Do you not want the bar in charge in an overhead squat? You want to be in charge of that weight overhead.
Now those following along at home, keep in mind these athletes have gone through 5 grueling events to this point. So muscle fatigue, exhaustion from the weekend. For most of these athletes, they haven't been sleeping in their own bed, so they've had to travel, get used to unusual surroundings. As Corrigan now, the crowd really getting behind her to finish off. And one to go. And she just confirms with her judge. She goes, please hurry up. I want to get this one in the books.
We are seeing a bit more tape and arm sleeves, knee sleeves around the competition floor. That's just standard for the end of a weekend like this. You push your body further than you would in competition, in training, because that's what we do for training, is to train hard, compete easy.
Zach Hare, back right of the screen, does not look like he is working hard at all on that row. He's even poking his tongue out at the crowd. Corrigan now left of screen for CrossFit Norwest. Successful with her final rep. And a grueling 10 reps comes to an end. And Corrigan happy to finish the weekend.
The relief at over the finish line of the last event.
The relieving hug that lasted a little bit longer than normal. Glenn Robertson going a little bit harder now. Donnie Henkel onto the row for Norwest. Zach Hare. Zach Hare barely moving his body. Shea Southern losing it out the back. We saw that yesterday from Woolgoolga in the snatch ladder. Roberto Petrolunga from Woolgoolga dropping it out the back, so that would have been a no rep anyway, even if it was successful. Ensuring the barbell is controlled safely to the front. Glenn Robertson casually strolling to his rope. Athletes required to provide their own rope. It's a little bit of home comfort for them there.
It is, and you can't blame the equipment if the rope breaks. See him turning over that rope with his hand, lots of hand movement. That's gonna put the pressure on the shoulders and the grip.
And grip's exactly what you need coming up to a heavy barbell. 185 pounds, 84 kilos. Watch Zach Hare right now go 10 from 10. And he's been casually just cruising on the other two movements. Oh, stop it.
No surprises here after the lifting that he did yesterday.
This is why he was rowing slow and very controlled double unders and no rep. He just gives the judge a side look and goes, okay, I'll just do another.
And a perfect example of the fatigue that these athletes are feeling. A very strong lifter just struggling to get down below parallel on the very last movement of his weekend.
So 10 3/4 overhead squats for Zach Hare. And perfect example of managing your fatigue as you come down the floor. Shea Southern now, to her relief, finishes off her 10 overhead squats for CrossFit Ariti. And Tommy Galea jumping straight on that rower. And all these girls, the empathy factor they have for each other, they know how hard it's been. Robertson looking good on the overhead squats. Wolfden, Ben Rolls. Great overhead position there from Robertson.
He's got minimal wobbling happening in his upper body. No problem, 10 reps for him, done. Probably our quickest so far.
So on to our last athletes. And now with your last athletes coming on with 3.5 minutes left of our time cap. They're not going to be cruising this row at all. They are going to be going for it because every meter is going to count. Donnie Henkel from Norwest, the only athlete left on the floor. Third athlete for every team. Regan Martin finishing off And just giving a nod to his team at the far end. I don't know if you noticed that, but they're probably going, buddy, you need to roll here. Because if you look at the two movements before the overhead squat, it is easy to get meters and double under reps as opposed to 10 overhead squats. So big reps coming as Hankel comes to the bar for his last 10.
Great lockout position overhead. He's got that bar sitting behind his head, really nice, setting his shoulders into a great stable position. If that bar is over the top of your head too much, very hard to stabilize the shoulders and get down below parallel. No movement at all up top. Wow.
That overhead position you mentioned, wow.
Makes all the difference.
And now the last four athletes with a touch over 90 seconds left. And you'll find Wolfton will probably get off the row first. So now your nice leisurely 4-minute row has just turned into a very fast 3-minute row. And having to compose yourself getting off the rower to that double under rope and trying to get possibly 1 or 2 reps of that barbell done before time cap hits. Less than 100, now none left. Ben Rolls from Wolfton CrossFit moving to the double unders.
Now he's going to probably do a bigger set of double unders than he was hoping that he had to do. But if he wants to get on the barbell, he's going to need to hold on to that rope.
Tommy Galea moving to the rope as well in the lane alongside Ben Rolls. I don't think you've got a choice at this stage. You have to do 100 double unders.
That's right. There is no time left to break these up or trip up.
Powerlifting podiatrist from Northwest Sydney, Tommy Galea. As Regan Martin now moves to his rope, and he'll only have about 20 seconds to get as many double unders as he can, and he's moving quick.
Look at the height of his jump. Chopping it down so we can try and get some reps in on the horn.
Tommy Galea rocking through that time cap. And Ben Rolls got the furthest, didn't get to the barbell. And proving the evil mind of Mike Towner, the program director here at the Torian Pro. Team captain, giving them some very tough challenges this year.
Excellent test of fitness at the end of a big weekend for these teams. They've worked together as a team of 4 and in pairs all weekend, and now individually they step out and do it for their team.
And now they can really kick back and relax and watch the following heats of the teams and the individuals unfold for the rest of the day. The token team selfie on the competition floor, Maddie McGlashan. Oh, we've got kids on the floor now as well.
Token babies.
Taurus Teal. They have done well. Leash Martin, great to see her back in competition again. And newcomers, CrossFit Ariti were great. Norwest. Jack Dicker, we saw him here on the competition floor last year in Wolfton. Another one of our newer affiliates. And Ben Rolls with his 2 youngsters.
The cheeks on the
Oh
baby.
no! Oh, give them to me, I want to grab them. Our rogue replay.
In our final event for our first heat of teams the weekend. The women getting things kicked off and proving that it's all about the overhead squat in this final event. Great work from Wolfton CrossFit all weekend. The men not being left much time in this event to finish it off. It's going to be a tough one to finish and get all 4 athletes across the finish line. Great showing from some of these rookie teams this weekend.
Our Thorn Lane assignments for heat number 2. Seen these athletes all weekend mixing up in the heats. Woolgoolga, CrossFit Lights, +6'4", CrossFit Onyx. Our local team, CrossFit Torian, Kirrawee Rec Gym have done so very well. And Urban Energy athletes just down on the Gold Coast. And the challenge ahead, 24 minutes of work or less.
Now Thorn, team event 6 for time, 1,000 metre and 800 metre row, 100 double unders, 10 overhead squats, 185 pounds for the guys, 135 pounds for the girls. That's 84 kilos and 61 kilos. We're going at female, female, male, male relay style. They've got a 24-minute time cap to get all 4 team members over that finish line and through this event. We didn't get close in the last heat.
Righto, prediction for you. CrossFit Lights from Newcastle are going to absolutely demolish this.
I think you're correct. I've got my eye on them in lane 3. Got some heavy hitters in that team. The barbell is not going to be a problem for them.
So with the benefit of that heavy barbell, you can afford to go a little bit faster on the row. Recover, if you can say recover on your double unders, and then hit the barbell 10 reps, getting those teammates in as quick as possible.
If you're confident with a bar over your head under fatigue, then you know you can go that bit harder on the row and the double unders.
Annika Roberts sitting back there, chilling out, getting ready to go. We know she's a great lifter as well. Lisa Campbell, Aussie pole vaulter, Ninja Warrior, CrossFit athlete. What can't she do? Amanda Mackay there, CrossFit Onyx with Dave Wiggin as we get underway, and a pull from Annika Roberts, getting that wheel spinning fast. And 24 minutes is all that stands in the way of these athletes and some recovery. And I think already we're seeing a faster row pace than we did in heat number 1.
We are. We have some big lifters in this heat. Abel Herring is rowing at a bit of a quicker pace than we saw in the last heat. CrossFit Light in lane 3. Very smooth technique on the rower from her. Just keeping that handle moving.
Well, April's got so much experience on the competition floor. I would hate to think of how many meters she's actually done on a Concept 2 rower.
What we're also seeing is she's keeping that handle nice and low to her belly button. She's not trying to pull it up towards her shoulders.
Now, her stroke rate's a little bit faster than I thought it would be. And as you look back, she's actually raising her knees before the handle comes past. So she's doing a little bit of extra work there on the way back in. If she can delay the knee bend on the way in, that chain will stay straighter, the fatigue will be lessened on her quads. Still very composed, April Herring. And she just keeps popping up, doesn't she?
Very impressive to see athletes stick around for a long time. We know that this sport can be very unforgiving.
Annika Roberts She was so impressive yesterday. I spoke to her earlier on and I asked her what happened with that first snatch on the ladder. She goes, she wasn't really sure, the nerves got the better of her, but once she got into the second barbell, she kept going.
Now, she was very strong on the snatches yesterday, but she did power snatch a lot of them, so I'm interested to see how her overhead squat goes under fatigue, because she did opt to not squat under a lot of her snatches.
Less than 200 meters remain. It's Isabella Hardman just here from CrossFit Urban Athletes. So 800 meters for the females, 1,000 for the males. Once the athletes finish with the row, they will progress to the double unders and then the barbell. Their second athletes cannot start until the first athlete has reached the finish line. Lots of hands in the air from the judges.
April Herring's sister, Tess Herring, on screen now, is off the rower first.
Beating her sister yesterday with the snatch ladder and now beating her off the rower as well. Change of the guard with the Herring girls.
Now we're going to see lots of different hand placings on these double unders. Ideally, we want minimal hand movement, hands down by your sides, close to your body, not letting those arms flail up in the air, minimize the fatigue in the arms and the grip. The athletes are using their own ropes.
Lisa Campbell to the right of screen, just missing that one just then. A lot of hand movement from front to back.
Yes, hand movement can mean that you're going to pull the rope into your feet accidentally. We want that rope staying in a nice line over your body.
It just adds to the inefficiency. You're doing so much extra work than you need to do. Easy to say from up here, of course. CrossFit Kirrawee Rec Gym.
Tess Herring, absolutely no problem with these overhead squats at 135 pounds. Rock solid overhead position, no problem getting her hips below parallel.
Tess Herring.
Impressive.
So good, Tess Herring. And look at the time. We are sub 6 minutes if we're splitting the time up and giving Meg Davis every opportunity.
And that's why she rode hard. She had absolutely no worries with that overhead squat.
She doesn't look tired. Annika Roberts.
Pardon me, Annika Roberts, no problem with the overhead squat. She just decided to power snatch yesterday.
Do what you gotta do, Annika Roberts, outstanding. Lisa Campbell now on the barbell. Jess Billette from Woolgoolga in lane number 2. Isabella Hardman about to get underway in lane number 7. The far right of the screen. Jess Billette done. These ladies eating up these overhead squats in heat number 2.
CrossFit Urban.
Isabella Hardman, well done to her as well. Hey, she trains with some of the best in the world.
Well, do as the best do, and hopefully some of it will rub off.
Lisa Campbell. What a great weekend she's had. Kicking things off in event number 1 on Friday. So much gas in the tank.
These ladies look way too fresh after that.
They're delirious. Kate Gordon, focus. I think she's focusing on that barbell past the rower. She wants to grab it in her hands and get the overhead squats done. Don't be surprised to see Jake McMurray be our first male athlete. Andrew Collins will probably anchor the CrossFit Light team. Strategy for some of these teams, putting fastest first.
That's right, putting your fastest first can pay off if it gives your weaker athletes at the back more time, less stress to finish the work.
Laura Roberts, front and centre. Cool, calm and collected. Oh, speaking of which, composure, the focus, like that display's going to melt with those eyes on him.
Well, we know Kate Gordon is going to have absolutely no problem with that barbell overhead, so she would be doing this for speed.
And focused on that stroke rate. What is she pulling each rep? I know some athletes don't want to look at the display and go by feel, but she is intent on staring it down. Meg Davis, right of screen, about to finish off. She's in the last 100 metres. That was signified by the judge's hand in the air. And she will move on to the double unders. Chrissy Bell, cross-Victorian to the left.
Loving Kate Gordon's technique on the rower. Nice tight elbows, no excess movement anywhere else in her body, taking away from her efficiency. She just looks so smooth.
Meg Davis, far right, CrossFit Kirrawee Rec Gym. Amanda Mackay from 6'4". Onyx not too far away from finishing, nor is Kate Gordon from CrossFit Light. Now Meg Davis, we know she's pretty proficient with a barbell as well. And just having a break, Amanda Mackay moving to the rope. Gordon finishing up now. And Gordon so composed. Look at that body movement. There's barely any of it.
Keeping those arms in one spot, minimal movement, just small jumps, helps keep the heart rate at a consistent rate. As soon as that heart rate jacks up on double unders, it's very easy to start overusing your arms.
Erica Blasty about to jump out of screen. So that's one thing you want to do as well, is maintain position on the floor, because you're just doing extra work as well and losing a little bit of midline stability. Meg all finished up, just putting that weight belt on for this overhead squat at 135. Amanda Mackay, 6'4" Onyx moving forward as well. Kate Gordon, here she comes. Can she get the jump on the other two athletes who have already started their overhead squats?
I reckon she's going to squat snatch it for the first rep. She doesn't. Power snatch, playing it safe. Bit of fatigue hitting her. We saw her snatch exceptionally yesterday.
Davis continuing on. Amanda Mackay, look at her go. Can she put Onyx in the lead? Meg Davis less than 5. Amanda Mackay, lane number 4, 6'4" Onyx. First male athlete underway for Onyx with Gordon and Davis. Meg Davis losing it out the front. And Gordon, maybe one to go.
Just showing how deceiving this event is. I think the fatigue hit her a bit harder than she anticipated, but nonetheless, making easy work of those overhead squats.
CrossFit Light, our pro golfer turned CrossFit athlete. Andrew Collins on the row. Laura Roberts, overhead position that we dream of. Now just starting to rotate in a little.
She's got her hands a little bit closer. That can cause the armpits to drop down to the ground. We want those armpits facing straight forwards.
And you mentioned before about the fatigue, and Kate Gordon, I don't think she was aware of how much fatigue that would be as well. So Laura Roberts starting out with a great position, but body deciding to do some other things in the middle of it. Let's see how this set looks now.
And that can happen in competition when you're pushing your body to the limits.
Meg Davis, a bit of frustration creeping in for her. Just need to compose, get the job done. Time cap. We still haven't hit the halfway point, so she's still okay. She just needs to take a few deep breaths and ensure quality of movement.
for Mum, Meg Davis. Only had a baby 9 months ago. She has done amazing with her team, CrossFit Kirrawee, this weekend.
Now she's just hit the 12-minute mark on the time cap, so that's exactly halfway, which gives them then exactly 6 minutes each to get this done. Laura Roberts, great result from her as well. Their men have still got time to finish. Jaden Fakatobi-Stewart getting started on the row. Chrissy Bell is on her overhead squats, as is Erica Palasti from CrossFit Woolgoolga. Erica very short of stature and looking pretty good.
She doesn't have far to move down into that squat, but overhead stability just shot at the end of a big weekend.
Chrissy Bell, CrossFit-torian, the determination on her face, and one of Queensland's finest. Chrissy Bell finishing up. Boys with a little bit of work to do now, but you've got guys like David Watts and Jack Jeffrey to follow. Anything can happen. Erica, a couple of reps to go for her in lane number 2. As Lars, the green shirt far left, waits patiently. Put me in, coach.
She's just really struggling with those elbows.
Crowd urging Erica. Possibly her final rep. Oh, you just can't lock those arms out. The fatigue level, massive.
Having tight shoulders really does hurt you in that overhead position for the overhead squat. As soon as you start getting down below parallel, all the stability comes out of the shoulders.
Carlin Peterson far right off screen, and look at the speed of those double unders. This is going to take him no time at all. Teammate Dave Wiggin back on the road, just in the background there. As Erica Palasti from CrossFit Woolgoolga, can she nail the last rep? Yes, she can. Oh, and she's hurting.
It wasn't pretty, but she got the job done for her team.
And she's exhausted. A smile for the camera, but we know you're hurting. CrossFit Lights, Andrew Collins in the center of the Torian Pro floor.
And it looks like CrossFit Light have left their strongest athlete for last in the relay.
Our guaranteed rate storyline of the day is definitely send the final event. You don't have to keep anything in reserve, you just need to go, because this is it.
That's right, no energy required for the after party.
Maybe a little, but you've got to empty your tank for your team. As Carlin Peterson finishes off very quickly, giving teammates Dave Wiggin an opportunity for a heat win. Put themselves up that leaderboard. Dave Wiggin, part of the 6'4" Army Gold team that qualified first here last year at the Torian Pro. It's Andrew Collins, the bottom right of screen. Moves into position now for his overhead squats. Jake McMurray, teammate, sitting on the rower, patiently waiting. Dave Wiggin. Composure in one picture.
Very efficient rowing technique. That chain off the handles staying nice and still, keeping his arms nice and tight to his body.
The push back away from his body important as well to keep the handle moving.
The timing with the extension of the knees, with the pull. Andrew
Collins. Heads down a little on his overhead squat, but he's all done, Andrew Collins. As Dave Watts comes to the bar. Now Jake McMurray one of the biggest, strongest athletes in the Pacific region, and rowing 1,000 should take him roughly 3 minutes. Watts looking pretty comfortable with his double unders. Brandon Norton moving to the bar now for CrossFit Kirrawee Rec Gym. As Jaden Whakatopi-Stewart starts his overhead squats. Reps. Used to think 15 reps at body weight was a good challenge. For most of these gentlemen on the floor, 185 pounds, 84 kilos is very close to that. Jaden pivoting, staying within his lane though. He doesn't want to put it down. He's now facing the crowd. He's giving everyone a show here. And having to fix his bar up before he goes over the line. Rather that than having to pick the bar up and redo the rep again. Unconventional, but we got it done. Watts about to put Jack Jeffrey into play. Lars Christensen for Woolgoolga hitting the doubles. Oh, wow, great movement.
Look at that barbell placement in a really stable position over the back of his head. Hips having no problem getting down below parallel, but the fatigue of this event is hitting the shoulders, even on an athlete who's got a superb overhead position.
Watts getting the bar after Norton, but getting over the line first. Still time for Jack Jeffrey to get over the line. Norton now finishing up. Franco Morris starting the row. We've got a smile back on Meg Davis's face, which is a good thing.
Wow, that was disgusting.
And tough going for these athletes. Dave Wigan from 6'4" Onyx. And this weight for him won't be an issue either. They'll be very happy to anchor the team as Lars Christensen in lane 2 gets set for his 10 reps.
Looking nice and relaxed on these double unders.
Oh, Wigan, the Englishman, unfazed by what's happening around him. He's just in his zone. But a momentary lapse in concentration, we know what that means. Christensen from Woolgoolga. Oh, yes, sir. Thank you for coming. He's been hanging for that all weekend.
That was great.
Lars, such a character as well down here in the Oceania region.
How did he have the energy to get that high in that somersault after those overhead squats?
No idea. Dave Wigan thought it was funny. And probably relaxed Dave as well going into these last 10 reps. I bet you Dave doesn't do a round off to backflip either.
He might just roll over the finish line.
Strong position from Wigan. McMurray now just to the left of the screen, starting his doubles as Wigan intent on bringing 6'4" Onyx home. If you look at Jake McMurray's doubles in the left of screen, as Wigan gets his reps on, they're a lot slower than a lot of other athletes we have seen. Dave Wigan, great weekend. No games ticket, but a wonderful performance from him and his team here at the Torium Pro this year.
Great camaraderie between all of our competitors on the floor, something you don't often see in many sports, but we do see it here in CrossFit.
Jake McMurray, steady as you like. One team has finished. And time now for McMurray to make that 2. That's an interesting setup.
He put his hands wide for the clean and jerk so he didn't have to back rack it, and it's paid off because it saved him quite a few seconds.
Oh, looking very easy. The size of those quads, I am not surprised.
No problem at all with
Jake.
84 kilos.
Jake McMurray. Great finish to competition for CrossFit Light as well. 2 minutes under time cap.
Our first team to finish the final event.
Onyx finishing just ahead. But Light, what a great result. Probably a little bit slow on day one, but once they got warmed up, they were great. Cody Davidson now for CrossFit Urban Energy Athletes. Another one of those teams in a position to get this done. Kirrawee the same, and Jack Jeffrey from Torian bringing their team home. Davidson done. 10 reps remaining for their weekend. And after coming onto the floor last year for the first time, they have improved dramatically. Franco Morris and Jack Jeffrey getting their doubles done. There's Roberto Petrolunga way back on the left, on the rower, trying to finish off his last 100 metres. Davidson.
Just letting that chest drop at the bottom of the squat. Fatigue in the shoulders setting in.
Davidson going to have to move. Jeffrey grabbing the bar. Morris on the bar as well. Can Davidson do his last 5 reps? No, he can't. And tough for these competitors. Roberto just giving the crowd a big bow. Appreciative. Woolgoolga. Weren't sure what to expect coming in, but they have been good, as has this lady, Kate Gordon from CrossFit Lights. CrossFit Kirrawee Rec Gym. Oh, very happy that that is over. Torian as well. Big change in the guard in Team Torian, and they are back on the competition floor with some great young athletes. Our rogue replay on our final event for the teams in heat number 2.
A faster start for heat number 2, CrossFit Light. One of the teams to watch, but Tess Herring just pipping her sister at the post. No surprises from Kate Gordon's performances this weekend for Team Light. Amanda McKay, individual last year, team this year. But plus 6'4" CrossFit Onyx, just stealing that heat win from CrossFit Light in the end.
Class. We would expect nothing less from the man from Woolgoolga and Dave Wiggin, bringing the Onyx team home. Very happy to get that one done, Dave Wiggin. And 2 heats down of competition here in the teams. We have 1 heat of the teams to come, and it is all on the line. Our Thorn lane assignments for our 3rd and final heats. This is going to come down to the wire, and keep your eyes on lanes 3 through 6, because 3 qualifying spots for the Noble CrossFit Games is on the line, and it is all or nothing.
CrossFit our side sitting in that 4th spot, but only 5 points from the 3rd position and a ticket to the games.
Now this is important. You need to keep your emotions and your adrenaline under control in Team Event 6.
Thorn, Team Event 6 for time, 1,800 meter row, 100 double unders, 10 overhead squats at 185 pounds and 135 pounds. That's 84 kilos and 61 kilos. It's relay format, female, female, male, male, and they have a 24-minute time cap to get all 4 team members across the finish line.
As you mentioned, Pip, 5 points deciding third from fourth. And that's just a little bit too close. That is almost one placing. Peter Hansen getting ready. +6 for Steele. And Urban, you'd think, have done enough. Selwyn wanting to finish day 3 with 2 wins. Lauren Lovick, what can she do for her team from CrossFit Underway?
Our trifecta recipe for success in Event 6. Controlled row, which we have seen in the previous heats. No one's really gone out too hot on the row. Recover on double unders before picking up that last movement, the overhead squat, proving to be the hard part of this event.
Third and final heat, 6th and final event of the team competition here, day 3 of the Torian Pro for 2022. We're going to find out in 24 minutes or less who are going to be our 3 qualifiers to the Noble CrossFit Games in Madison, Wisconsin in August this year. And if you're our side and you are Laura Clifton in lane number 6, you want to give your team every chance of heading back as a qualifier again this year. She knows this weight is not going to be difficult once she gets there, so expect Laura Clifton to come out hot.
But we have seen the previous heat, some big lifters get a little wobbly with that bar overhead. It's a deceiving amount of exhaustion happening before that barbell.
The battle, EXF, left there, Christy Hollard. Coming down to Laura Clifton in the white shirt. Those two are probably going to decide who goes to the CrossFit Games. CrossFit Urban just need to finish relatively high in this heat, and they are on the plane stateside. But knowing Urban, they'll want to finish with another 100 points.
CrossFit Underway over in lane 2, putting absolutely everything into that row.
Marnie Sykes looking strong. Lauren Lovick giving it absolutely everything. Underway in 5th. They're on 365 points. Great result. I knew they'd come in with something special this weekend. Great team, great young team that we're going to see plenty more of.
She is going hard on this 800-meter row. We're going to wait and see how that affects her on the barbell.
Laura Clifton and Caitlin Van Zyl, almost simultaneous, judges' hands in the air. Double unders, not an issue for either of these two athletes who have competed in Madison, Wisconsin last year. Caitlin in the team, Laura individual. Laura a little bit shorter than Caitlin. And Marnie Sykes, she wants to go as well.
We know Caitlin Van Zyl of Urban, she has an engine on her. I'll be surprised if she breaks up her 100 double unders.
Sonia Mori just to the right of screen. You can see her hand there. She moved very quick to the double unders as well, but Laura Clifton She wants to go and finish ahead of Urban, Selwyn and EXF. And a good result here, and they are qualifying for the CrossFit Games. Our first look at our side was last year, and Laura Clifton just shaking out the legs a little and getting the jump on Caitlin Van Zyl from Urban. Laura Clifton, squat snatch to start at a no rep, but it won't matter. Her pace on these is going to be quick. Caitlin coming strong. Here comes Marnie Sykes. Christy Hollard. Lane number 3 for EXF. Our top 4 on the leaderboard are our top 4 right now. Laura Clifton. Great start. The CrossFit our side, and her legs just aren't working anymore as she rolls over the line and gives our side the lead heading into the second athlete in event number 6.
CrossFit EXF, these athletes are absolutely emptying their tanks. They all want to go to the CrossFit Games.
Now important for CrossFit Selwyn, they are not out of the woods yet. They finished top 4. They could well be in the top 3 at the end of this event. Damage being done now. Peter Hansen from +6'4" steel is over the line. Marnie Sykes has got to stay composed. Barbells dropping rapidly. Fatigue levels massive. 6'4" are done. Selwyn over the line, underway. Great comeback from Lauren Lovick, starting that row very heavy. Now Selwyn, they need to minimise that damage. If they stay top 4, they should be still okay. But our side, your current leaders just ahead of CrossFit Urban.
For our viewers at home, Laura Clifton looks okay, looked like it was just a cramp or something. She's upstanding, cheering on her teammates.
Tonya Mori from Bayside Black over the line. And now, the first athletes are done. They have to wait another 18 minutes to see it all unfold in front of them. But they have given their athletes the best chance. Clifton coming into the weekend very ill and not 100%, but knowing her, she gives 100% every time.
Yeah, when we spoke to Laura Clifton on Thursday, she didn't have much of a voice.
You see the boys from our side just jumping around. Her coach and affiliate owner Laura Clifton telling her team members to get moving before they get on the rower.
Stay warm, keep the body warm. You do not want to be hitting that 1,000-meter row cold.
So minimising the leg fatigue. Tremaine Jensen, the cage tiger, ready to go in. Jaylee Manzi just ahead. Holly Heine doing all she can to stay in touch. Jaylee Manzi from Urban. Heine finishing up just behind Jaylee Manzi, and a trip from Manzi. And another one now, the leg fatigue important now.
Manzi just losing composure through her body on these double unders, starting to bend the knees. Fatigue really hitting her.
Now what does this do mentally for you as an athlete on the last event of the last day of competition and you start missing doubles?
You start swearing a lot in your head because it is damn annoying, but once the body starts to empty of that energy, it is very hard to keep your body tight on these double unders.
Bryony Challis missing as well with one of her double unders as Maddie Schelling, to the left of screen, grabs her rope and starts her 100 double unders. Now has Holly Heine done enough to catch Jaylee Manzi? No, she hasn't. She's only 2 reps behind, however. Tight race to the bar now. Both athletes taking a breather. You don't want to rush these 10 reps.
We have seen some attempts at a squat snatch for the first rep, and Heine, she squat snatches it successfully for the first rep.
Short range of movement for Holly Heine. And are we going to see our side stay ahead of Urban? Bryony Challis, we know how good she was with the barbell yesterday. She's catching Urban. EXF, they catch Urban, but it's all about our side right now. And Holly Heine, outstanding performance from her. And Clifton, excited is not the word. EXF, Bryony Challis ahead of Urban. Now, can Maddie Schelling put some pressure on Urban now? Schelling grabbing the bar. She can go unbroken here. She could be putting the Fowler boys in a great position to finish and guarantee their spot to the CrossFit Games.
She needs to make all these reps count. No reps.
Manzi finishing, and that fatigue creeping in. Now Maddie Schelling has done very well here to play catch up, and now looks as though Luke Fowler going first to Selwyn. But keep in mind, Johan Van Zyl from Urban is one big human, and rowing is his jam. Darcy Brostow from +6'4", Steele over the line.
Wow, you did so good. You did so good.
Another great performance from another one of our New Zealand teams. Kendall Peterson underway, Lucas O'Brien second in, just waiting for Sam Jones to finish her overhead squats. As we settle back into the rowing for the gentlemen, Amy Tafai unsuccessful with her lift. Thorne, create an account and get 25% off supplements from Thorne. Visit thorne.com/u/CrossFit.
Luke Fowler looking very composed on the rower. Selwyn have some work to do, but experience they are not short on.
Wind of a couple of minutes. The overhead squats from Jaylee Manzi. She's fairly tall. As Amy Tafai finishes up with Bayside Black. Holly Heine, Maddie Schelling. Smaller of stature, Bryony Challis, able to get through those reps quicker. Luke Fowler's one of those athletes with a shorter range of movement compared to Johan Van Zyl, so the reps are going to take shorter amount of time. Tyler Parkey from Ruark and Samantha Jones from Underway. The final 2 female athletes on the floor finishing their overhead squats. And you would expect Urban to finish ahead of Selwyn, but it is our side with Tremaine Jensen. As Tyler Parkey finishes for Ruark. Sam Jones just getting a little frustrated with that barbell as Tremaine Jensen starts his double unders for Team our side. And are we going to see back-to-back CrossFit Games for CrossFit our side? Jensen relaxed. Moses Trollo for EXF coming to the rope now. Important for those guys. They're sitting in third on 435 points. The more points ahead of Selwyn they get, the better, as Sam Jones from Underway finishes up.
All of our women are off the floor. It is just the men now. Johan onto his double unders.
Now, Luke Fowler has done very well to keep pace with Johan Van Ziel. He was only about 100 metres behind. Jensen now in front by about 50 double unders. Fowler coming to the bar, to the rope now. Jensen, done. 10 overhead squats will allow Jake Armistead to enter the arena, and the crowd on their feet. Jensen needs to settle the nerves and the adrenaline as EXF get the jump on our side. Two teams vying for that third position, and EXF, can they move ahead? Jensen having to control it. Both athletes walking down the floor with this bar. Moses starting to control a little. Moses over the line, giving Henry Carlisle, one of our bigger athletes, the jump on the other three teams. Bryony Chalice trying to control her emotion. We have got a crazy finish coming up, Pit Malone.
Jermaine just having some problems. Overhead stability is gone out the door. It's going to be Urban.
Urban Energy are on the plane once again as our top qualifier to the CrossFit Games in Madison, Wisconsin this year. And backing it up, and we are going to see them as one of our representatives. Who our other two are, we're going to have to wait and see. Steele are over the line. Kendall Peterson as Luke Fowler jumping ahead of our side. Our side now, we are in for a finish here at Pat Rafter Arena. Wow, Adam Manzi just then looking over at Henry Carlisle's display to see what he was rowing at. But he doesn't need to do that because Urban, with that lead they've got, they are going to be going back to the CrossFit Games. Adam Manzi so controlled now. He knows with that lead that Urban have given him that he just needs to control a little and bring the team home.
CrossFit our side, CrossFit Selwyn and CrossFit EXF. Now they're going to have to pick up the pace a bit on these double unders after the row. Our side have got some work to do to catch up.
EXF given the lead by Bryony Chalice Moses. Cholo, wow, he was so good. Lucas O'Brien on his doubles. As the top four teams are vying for 3 spots. This is going to come down to the wire. Jake Armistead's far right in the white shirt, having to make up some time. Very proficient rower. And it will come down to the overhead squats. I spoke to him this morning and he said his legs were pretty cooked from the thrusters. Bayside Black, Jesse Bellini over the line as Rob Watt anchors their leg. On their feet for these teams. Ruark, Dan Groot finishing up. Lucas O'Brien About to hit the barbell for underway. 7.5 minutes remain as EXF with Henry Carlisle. 100 points here. And they are in a great position to head to the CrossFit Games for the first time. Mancy, Fowler, Armistead. Watt, far right. Gardner, far right of screen from Ruark. Lucas O'Brien finishing off as Adam Mancy now chasing down EXF. A second place finish here is looking likely for Urban, and it will be enough. Selwyn, Ben Fowler, 100 doubles. 10 overhead squats as Lucas O'Brien finishes up for underway. And now, Henry Carlisle must control his emotion to get these 10 overhead squats.
It's going to be super important for him to keep his composure in these final set of overhead squats, something we've seen has been very hard for these athletes to do after all the work they've done this weekend.
Great couple of seconds, taking a deep breath and setting that midline. Hopefully the crowd is going to count down every rep. The crowd is excited to see one of the local affiliates here in Southeast Queensland head to the CrossFit Games, and 100 points here could well and truly do that. Carlisle. He is over the moon. Henry Carlisle and EXF with 100 points. And it looks as though they have booked their ticket as well. Selwyn, Urban now battling it out.
A squat jerk from Ben Fowler.
Ben Fowler repping these out 2-1 for Adam Mancy. Can he catch him? No, they can't. Urban. Qualifiers once again. Ben Fowler. He gets his done. They are on the plane. And CrossFit Selwyn as our top-ranked team will be heading to Madison, Wisconsin. Impressive performance from our side. Louis Foster in lane 1, not far away from +6'4" steel, but Armistead about to finish up. And the fatigue. He wasn't wrong about the leg fatigue.
Our side have given it their absolute all, left it all out there on the floor to try and punch that ticket to the games. But it just not enough.
Louis Foster from +6'4" steel just dropping that barbell as well. The mullet power leaving him when he needed it most. Foster now front of screen. Armistead finishes off the last rep. And just ahead. And I think they got ahead of our side. Louis Foster sliding in like a baseballer. But it matters not. Our side so close. "90 seconds is all that remains of the team competition for 2022. Bayside Black and Ruark. Rob Watt, Josh Gardner trying to get this done under time cap. Rob Watt. About to attack this barbell with under 60 seconds remaining. Another one of our very large Kiwis. We spoke about midline earlier, and that's when you saw a collapse right there.
Just underestimating the lack of stability left in the midline and the shoulders, but he's good now.
30 seconds now. Till our time cap hits. Rob Watt working hard. Benny Newland from underway on his double unders. Josh Gardner has got a couple of reps to go. Rob Watt, seconds ticking down, and Rob Watt will get done just under our time cap. And what an exciting finish we have had here for the team competition. And close coming in, even closer at the finish. And the crowd so appreciative of what they've seen.
Urban dominant all weekend, but EXF, it was theirs to lose, and they did not give it up.
Rough old event 5 this morning for EXF, and not the finish they wanted, but able to bring it home. And Rua getting better and better each year. Moses and Henry. The affiliate for EXF, only about 20 minutes south of where we are here at Pat Rafter Arena towards the Gold Coast. And you've got to feel the efforts of our side. Out to such a great lead with Laura and Holly, and just not able to bring it home. We always knew it was going to be tough with 4 top teams coming in. Great team competition, and standing by on the competition floor with Kayla Banfield is one of our new qualifiers to the CrossFit Games.
Thanks, Jeremy. EXF, guys, what a way to finish the weekend. The first event win. How does it feel?
Very good. Really, really good. Yeah.
And you're a local team and obviously have so much support from the crowd. What's it like performing on home turf?
100%. These Queenslanders, they know how to cheer. We're so happy to have them cheering us on in that last one. I think, I was just saying to Moses before, I think the crowd held the barbell up for us on those overhead squats. It was awesome.
I don't know if you can put words to this, Henry, but how did you feel being the last athlete to cross the line, knowing that you guys have probably done what it takes to make the CrossFit Games? What was going on in your head?
Mainly just keep my elbows locked out. And then the other guys did the work for me, really. Put me in a position to be able to win for the team in that last quarter. So, yeah, I was just happy and proud of them for their efforts.
Great job, guys. You're done now. What's the plan for the rest of the weekend?
Party.
Nice. See you guys at the after party? See you guys at the after party. Woo!
Thanks, Kayla, and a party they will. EXF and their supporters will probably be partying all weekend long as well. But a great result from the local affiliate here, EXF, and some outstanding individual performances right across with our road replay.
CrossFit our side in that 4th position that nobody wants to be in. Laura Clifton setting them up. Just absolutely everything losing from her body, but Urban just so dominant all weekend, proving why they're at the top at the end. But EXF, they wanted that ticket to the games, and unofficially it looks like they are going to get it. Just amazing performance to finish off a big weekend.
Moses Patolo super excited. Johan, he's had to do it before, this time last year, and does it again. And Henry, as he mentioned, all he had to do was lock those elbows out apparently, and that was it. I think he had more to do than that.
And the crowd held it up for him.
And such an exciting time for EXF. Urban back again. The married couples get to have another crack at possibly a podium finish over there in Madison, Wisconsin. And Selwyn, they were so good.
at the back end of the last 2 days of competition. Oh, need to take a breath right now. I think everyone in the crowd does as well. Marihaka, and wonderful respect for these athletes, and gives me chills.
Every time. We've had so much amazing New Zealand talent here over the weekend.
And so good to have so much support here in the Oceania region. And what a great team competition we have had. Feels like about a week of competition, not 3 days. Our Thorn Heat 3 results for the 6th and final event, EXF. What a great event win. The first of the weekend, as Kayla mentioned, 100 points. Urban Energy, they just had to finish within probably the top 10 to secure their spot, and Selwyn, that was the important one for them, maintain a top 3 position. Our side just outside, and unfortunately for them, they are going to miss out on a trip back to Madison, but no doubt we will see them back again here next year. Steele with a good result, and Bayside Black getting in. Rob Watt bringing it in just under that 24-minute time cap. And team competition now concluded here, day 2, or day 3, I should say, of the Torian Pro. And more action coming up with the individuals later on. And we'll be back here very soon with that action. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back, Pat Raft Arena, for the Torian Pro 2022.
Points, CrossFit Selwyn. And in 3rd place, on 535 points, finishing with an event win, CrossFit EXF. Congratulations to our top 3 teams who have earned their ticket to the 2022 Noble CrossFit Games.
Welcome back to Pat Rafter Arena. Torian Pro Day 3 and plenty of excitement in the team competition. Our 3 qualifiers have been decided. I'm now going to relive the qualifying announcement of those teams heading to Madison, Wisconsin for the CrossFit Games for 2022.
540 points, CrossFit Selwyn. And in 3rd place, on 535 points, finishing with an event win, CrossFit EXA. Congratulations to our top 3 teams who have earned their ticket to the 2022 Noble CrossFit Games.
And congratulations to our 3 top qualifying teams. CrossFit Urban Energy finishing on 575 points. CrossFit Selwyn making a move day 2 and 3, getting into 540 points. And EXF, an outstanding day 3 for them, getting in with a little bit of a buffer at the end, 535 points. And those 3 teams we will be seeing at the CrossFit Games in Madison, Wisconsin in the first week of August, and we can't wait to see them represent the Oceania region. We'll be back here with more action with the individuals later on this afternoon from Pat Rafter Arena. We'll see you then.
CrossFit Games semi-finals are proudly supported by Arosti, the official rapid recovery provider of CrossFit. Rogue, don't weaken. Monster Hydro, the official energy drink of the Noble CrossFit Games. Guaranteed Rate, the official mortgage company of the Noble CrossFit Games. And GoWOD, the official mobility partner of the Noble CrossFit Games. Welcome back to Pat Rafter Arena. The Torian Pro Day 3 underway. Team competition all done and dusted, and our 3 qualifying spots are now confirmed with CrossFit Urban, CrossFit Selwyn and CrossFit EXF all qualifying to the Noble CrossFit Games in Madison, Wisconsin later this year. My name is Jeremy Austin, alongside me Pip Malone, and on the competition floor Kayla Banfield will join us a little bit later on. We had to sort of settle down a little bit, Pip, after the exciting team final.
Oh, the teams did not disappoint. Absolutely amazing team final. We now know who our 3 teams from the Oceania region are. Going to Madison in August.
And an exciting event coming up. Event number 5 for the individuals, and those kettlebells you see in front of you are quite heavy. But a Noble overall standings after 4 events. And Tia Claire Toomey, the domination continues here on her return to Aussie shores with 4 wins from 4 events. Cara Saunders, pretty comfortable in second at the moment, but a fast finishing Ellie Turner yesterday throwing a bit of a spanner in the works. Jamie Simmons only 4 points back, and Maddie Sturt only 12 points back from Jamie Simmons. So our top 3 race at the end of today is going to get pretty hectic.
That 3rd spot is up for grabs, and Madeline Sturt, one person who knows how to be a comeback kid on a Sunday. I'm excited to see what she's going to do in this next event.
Still nice and cool here at Pat Rafter Arena. And for this time of the year, very uncommon, and our GoWOD lane assignments for heat number 1. And some athletes here that think might do okay. Jade Williams, one of those. Amy Alessi, with that short stature and not having to move or lift the weight as far, might do okay, and especially with some gymnastics movements coming up.
GoWOD Strongman Diane, event 5 for the individuals. For time, 21 strict deficit handstand push-ups, 180-foot Husafella bag carry, 15 strict deficit handstand push-ups, 180-foot kettlebell farmers carry, 9 strict deficit handstand push-ups, and a 90-foot yoke carry to finish. 11-minute time cap, not long at all to shift a lot of weight.
Katie Brock excited. Finish of her day coming up very soon.
And our weights on our equipment, the Husafell bag, 200 pounds for the guys, 150 pounds for the women right now. That's 68 kilos. The kettlebells.
Amy Alessi would be struggling to get over that in a body weight.
The kettlebells are 126 pounds each for the women. That's 57 kilos. And the yoke, 193 kilos, 425 pounds. That is some heavy equipment sitting out on that floor.
Underway for heat number 1 of the individual females. their second last event of the day, and the deficit handstand push-ups. The deficit they're looking at right now, the ladies, about 3 inches, equates to about 7.5 centimeters. And Pip, you're no stranger to doing deficit handstand push-ups, especially at the CrossFit Games, but this time they're strict.
Oh, look, when you're allowed to kip, it is very different, but these athletes have got to do these handstand push-ups strict. No kipping allowed, no help from the hips and the legs. It is all in the shoulders.
Now Georgia Otto, the Husafell stone. Now forgive my pronunciation of this, back old times, the Bia Helen, Icelandic name for a stone and an implement. It doesn't seem to be bothering Georgia Otto too much. The original Husafell stone back in Iceland weighed 186 kilos. It was used to keep pigs in. Alessi carrying hers.
And we can see the athletes squeezing that bag in close to their body, short, sharp steps, but I tell you what, it is hard to breathe when you're carrying a heavy implement out in front of you. Getting back onto those deficit handstand push-ups is going to hurt.
Amy always enjoys her time on the competition floor. This bag seems to be slipping down her body a fair bit.
You want to try and hold that bag up as high as you can so it doesn't affect the speed of your legs. Hard to do though when it's heavy, 68 kilos. That's over body weight for a lot of these athletes out on the floor.
Otto, the leader in heat number 1 so far, closely followed by Amy Alessi, and that is no surprise to see Amy Alessi there. Carrie Freestone will be next to pick up the Husafell bag. And a great challenging implement to see how these athletes can control the fatigue on their midline.
Carrie Freestone making easy work of this bag, hugging it with her biceps.
And obviously the closer you can get that bag to your center of mass, the easier it's going to be to shift.
That's right, squeezing it in tight with the arms. Uses a lot more shoulder and bicep energy than you want going into the handstands, but it'll help you move it quicker.
Natalia Jordan and Jade Williams both look like they're running down the field of play with his Husafell bag. Talia Jordan, and look at Jade Williams finishing strong here, but her grip failing her. Talia Jordan moving ahead of Carrie Freestone. We tick over the 3-minute mark of the second to last event. Now Amy Alessi and Georgia Otto both finished the second set of handstand push-ups and the farmer's carry, and this will be unforgiving on the midline.
These kettlebells are really heavy, 57 kilos each, 126 pounds. You can just see the athletes getting pulled down forward towards the ground by the weight, doing everything they can to keep their body upright.
Alessi. Now, one thing I'd advise Amy Alessi to do is to widen up her stance a little bit. You don't want to be walking along on a tightrope.
Georgia Otto is doing an excellent job as well of keeping a hammer grip over those kettlebells, wrists into her sides, not letting her elbows flail out to the sides.
Otto, an extended break. Alessi underway, your new leader in heat number 1.
Amy Alessi holding the kettlebells more towards the front of the handle. That tends to make them wobble around a bit more, which is what she's having a bit of trouble with in stabilizing them. But as we can see on screen, the handle is very thick. So these athletes have got to hold it where they can get their best grip.
Alessi now finishing up
Probably one of the hardest portions of this event, the heavy kettlebell carry, and she gets back to work with her strict deficit handstand push-ups. Otto, an extended break in the middle of the arena.
We know the gymnastics prowess of Amy Alessi over the years. No problem at all with any of the high-level gymnastics movements. She's just going to want to manage her fatigue on these and not blow out too early.
Alessi happy to chat with her judge, upside down. And finishing up her last 9 quite quickly, and we'll move now to the 90-foot yoke carriers. Katie Brock struggling to pick that Husafell bag up.
.193 kilos, 425 pounds on that yoke.
Katie Brock having no trouble with that Husafell bag once she got it up. Talia Jordan is struggling with that hunched over position with these kettlebells as Amy Alessi. Now, talk about midline and talk about walking tightropes. Exactly what you don't want to see with the yoke. You want to have a nice wide stance.
You do. You want to set up with your feet outside of your hips so that you get stability through your midline. Amy Alessi, she's doing a really great job at her small stature to even budge that thing. But she is walking on a tightrope. Wider stance would help her stabilize through the middle.
Athletes able to set the height of their yoke based upon their body height. And you want that height of the yoke to be about 4 to 6 inches above the ground. Any lower, it'll dig into the ground. Any higher, you have to do too much work getting it up and off the ground.
She's setting the yoke on her back, pushing her elbows behind her, squeeze that upper back on, but it's really her stance that's letting her down at the moment. Obviously, it is a lot of weight, 193 kilos.
425 pounds, that's a lot of weight as Georgia Otto grabs the yoke, carry Freestones on her kettlebells, and Jade Williams on hers as well. And wow, I don't think Georgia Otto realized how heavy that was.
This is a lot more weight than what these athletes could back squat, so even having it on their back is a lot.
Nervous system gets hit hard as well. There's a crowd urging Amy Alessi for this last surge. And I think that will be enough to carry her home. Yes, it is Amy Alessi. About 8:08. And 8:10 confirmed time for Amy Alessi. And it seems she went very well through everything else, and then the stop came on as soon as she grabbed the yoke.
She did really well to stagger all that weight down the competition floor. Georgia Otto going for the hands out wide on the yoke.
Now going out wide is going to cause issues with elbow position and rack, and your core will tend to buckle a little.
We are going to see some athletes go hands out wide. I personally find that it makes my midline buckle and wobble around too much. I like to have hands in more of a back squat position.
Now the toing and froing from Talia Jordan. You want to have a nice smooth run. She's just getting there at the end of that before she put it down, but the smoother you can go, the quicker you'll go. And Georgia Otto with a good surge just then.
They have 90 seconds left to get down the competition floor in under the time cap. Seems like a lot of time, but it is hard to move this amount of weight quickly.
Talia Jordan, very fast on the Husafell bag. Backed it up with the kettlebells and now the yoke. Talia Jordan, a single mum from WA, with that great wide stance. and battling with now 1 minute remaining. And Talia Jordan wants some love from this crowd. And Talia Jordan stoked to get a finish. Strongman Diane in heat number 1. No fuss, Talia Jordan, and a great result for her.
Now, I've done heavy yoke events before, and when you are out the back warming up and you get a feel of that yoke, when you're fresh, it's one thing, but after all this work, it would be feeling a lot worse than it probably did out the back.
I'm sure it would. Seconds remaining on heat number 1. For our second last event of the day here at the Torian Pro, Georgia Otto will not be moving the yoke any further. And tough going for some of these ladies, and it will continue that way right through the men's competition as well. Amy Alessi, Talia Jordan getting it finished. Georgia Otto next best. And the handstand push-up deficit proving very difficult for half of this heat. Our road replay.
But our deficit handstand, strict handstand push-up, I should say, no problem for Amy Alessi, and it worked in her favor. Georgia Otto as well, really fast off that set of 21 handstands. But if you can be fast through these handstand push-ups, then you're going to get more time for these heavy pieces of equipment. And as we saw at the end of this event, that yoke needs some time to move down the floor. Amy Alessi doing really well to get it finished in under the time cap.
We were thinking at about the 4 or 5 minute mark that 11 minutes was going to be too long, but it definitely wasn't. Our Go Wad Heat 1 results, Alessi in 8:10. That's going to be a great time, and she's got some great handstand push-ups, so that'll be competitive right across the heats. And Talia Jordan sneaking in just over that 10-minute mark. Single mum from Western Australia, as I did mention. Hillside CrossFit. And she's just a no-fuss girl. Gets in, gets it done.
It's great to see her enjoying herself this weekend. Time away from the kids.
Two completely separate events to punish these athletes on day 3 of the Torian Pro. Strongman Diane, and then the final, which is hopefully going to be as exciting as the team's final events. And great to see one of our new teams, CrossFit EXF, heading to the CrossFit Games in August this year. Half of CrossFit Selwyn already there last year, and Urban top 10 finish in Madison, and taking a sneaky win away from CrossFit Mayhem. Our Go Wad Heat 2 lane assignments. And I like the look of Beck Glenister and Grace Walton. Lanes 4 and 5. You want those athletes that are built fairly close to the ground, being able to shift those heavy loads up and down the floor. Now, taller athletes, and find like Jolene Neville, Castell Pridgeon, heading towards that 6 foot mark, might be a little tougher.
Jolene Neville in lane 2, so much experience over the years. She's a strong lady, so I'm excited to see what she can do with the yoke at the end of this event, if she can get there.
Hannaford yesterday seemed a little unfazed.
Now Go Wad Strongman Diane, event 5 for time, 21 strict deficit handstand push-ups, Husafel bag carry 180 feet, 15 strict deficit handstand push-ups, kettlebell farmer's carry 180 feet, 9 strict deficit handstand push-ups, finishing with a 90-foot yoke carry, 11-minute time cap to shift all that weight. Now, weight on the equipment, we've got 68 kilos or 150 pounds on the bag, 57 kilos per kettlebell or 126 pounds, and the yoke is 193 kilos, 425 pounds.
Lucy Clark. Looking forward to see what she can do. And Beck Glenister. Great day yesterday for Beck Glenister. I've just had a message through that all the ladies in Heat 1 came off the field of play saying that was really heavy. No kidding. Jolene Neville. Ladies getting ready. Chloe Gregory on centre. Excited to get cracking. Heat 2 underway. Strongman Diane, our 5th event. One more to come this afternoon. And the finalisation of the Torian Pro for 2022. Adrian Geary kicking up, kicking down. Minimising fatigue for those handstands.
That's right. Smaller sets on a strict deficit is going to make much more sense with all that heavy weight sitting out there to come after. And the deficit height for these women, 7.5 centimeters, so it doesn't sound that much, but when you're upside down, it's a lot.
About 3 inches of height. Chloe Gregory on the camera. Jolene Neville back, second athlete in.
Hannaford's fast off her 21 strict handstand push-up straight onto the Husafell bag. No problem at all. I love how high she's holding it up, giving her legs plenty of room to move them fast down the field.
So a lot better position than we saw from heat number 1, especially with Amy Alessi. Those legs hitting the bag. Hannaford doing well to keep it high.
But as the biceps start to blow out, we see that bag slip down the body. Lots of upper body involved in squeezing it tight to the body.
Now lane 1, Chloe Gregory has got it even higher above her hips and able to stride out a lot more, and she's made up a lot of distance on Hannaford.
She got her arm span around that bag and connected her hands, which really helped her squeeze it in and it didn't slip. Great tactic there.
So Gregory, no issue with the first set of 21 strict handstand push-ups.
Gregory's also doing a really great job of keeping her legs together, which we're seeing a few of the other athletes letting their legs go apart. They're doing that to minimize the bend in their back upside down. But if you've got the midline strength to keep your legs together, it's a much better technique to go with rather than a starfish.
Footage there of Castell Pridgeon just missing one of those handstand push-ups. She's got a bigger range of movement as Jolene Neville and Lucy Clark start progressing their Husafell bag down the arena floor. Bag weighing in about 68 kilos, 150 pounds. Lucy Clark winning the race with that Kabir Helen.
Jolene Neville just blowing hard on camera. When you're squeezing an external weight into your body, it is hard to breathe.
Hannaford off with the kettlebells. Shoulders coming forward a little and looking down. Want to see that chest up a little bit more. We're seeing a lot of tightrope walking. That line of the rubber up the floor is something you want to be focusing on, staying in the middle of your lane. So you're just not doing more work than you need to.
And she's opted to turn around without putting them down. Bold move. but that's going to be hard on her grip going into this next set of handstand push-ups.
Chloe Gregory has really impressed me with the way she is shifting this heavy weight. That bag was no issue. She has raced down the floor with these kettlebells, and if she keeps the same pace, she's going to overtake Joy Hannaford and take the lead coming into the final 9 handstand push-ups and the yoke carry.
She's not the biggest athlete out there either. She's just really working well with her technique on this equipment, keeping those kettlebells nice and tight to her body, not letting them wobble around too much.
Gregory finishing up. Great performance, Chloe Gregory. And she will hit these 9 handstand push-ups and getting through them fast. Hannaford about to finish off her last 10 metres or so. And down they go.
And now the upper body fatigue starts to set in. We're going to see lots of arching backs on these strict deficit handstand push-ups. They're arching their back because their midline is blowing out, trying to get their abs involved in these handstands.
And you know they're working hard when the delay of that head coming through.
When there's nothing left in the shoulders and arms, they're trying to go to the next thing down, which is the midline. And then when we see the legs apart, that's the next thing that they're going to try and bring in.
The stages of handstand push-up fatigue. You've heard it here first. Take note as Gregory finishes up her last 9 strict deficit handstand push-ups and starts to propel this 193 kilo, 425 pound yoke. And she looked like she started doing it pretty easy, but it's dug in at the fronts.
She's just dropped her chest a little bit too much. She stays upright and maybe just shifts those feet smaller distances, moves them outwards. She's going to be able to move for a further distance. Much better chest position this time.
Gregory propelling it down the floor. She's about halfway, if not just over halfway. And plenty of time left on this time cap for Chloe Gregory. Continues in this fashion. We are going to see her fastest time as Hannaford goes a little bit skew-if in her lane, but Gregory, can she hang on? The shallow breathing helping.
She's definitely shifting this yoke quicker than we have seen yet. But 193 kilos, 425 pounds. Not easy for 90 feet.
Gregory now, last 5 metres, is proving difficult. She'll have one last crack now as Jolene Neville heads back down the floor. Chloe Gregory, will she get the fastest time so far in the second heat? Yes, she will. And Chloe Gregory, 7:28 and impressive. Hannaford now over halfway and battling.
She's having a bit of trouble with her footing. She gets her feet out a bit wider. It would give her more stability up through her trunk underneath all that weight.
Hannaford off again. Position looks good. She's just got to be a little bit more patient and taking 2 bigger steps. She shortens her stride length. The yoke doesn't move around too much and doesn't fatigue your core as much. So just a bit of patience from Hannaford and she will get over that line quick, smart.
She's getting better as she goes along. Not far to go for her now. Can she get it in one hit this time?
Grace Walton walking past with her kettlebells. Grace looks like she's going to run out of time. 2.5 minutes left on our time cap. As Hannaford will be our next athlete to finish. We just have to wait until she does so. Hannaford, metre to go.
She's actually telling the crowd how far to go. It's a little bit over an inch, Julia, but it is close, you're right. Hannaford. Time just over 9 minutes. 9:04 in fact. It's Lucy Clark starting her trek down, and now Lucy Clark, short little steps and not a bad start.
Not a bad start at all. She's looking pretty solid in the upper body with this weight on her back. Keeping that chest tall, upper back tight. This is where having your hands on the crossbar and not out to the side can really help keeping that chest tall.
Lucy Clark, take a bow. Oh, come on. Crowd urging her to get there. Lucy Clark, what a walk. 10 on the dot for Lucy Clark. She looked good from the start, but then she picked up the second one and off she went.
And super mum Jolene Neville, I knew she was going to do some damage on this yoke. Walking 193 kilos down the competition floor like it's no one's business.
Jolene Neville, short, choppy steps, upright torso, exactly what you want to see. And happy with that finish. About 30 seconds to time cap.
So good, ladies.
A couple of athletes still on the floor. Grace Walton, Beck Glenister, Estelle Pritchard, Adrian Geary. As Walton picks up the yoke, and she's going to have to run this down the floor if she wants to get it completed in time.
She's also opted for the arms out wide, which is proving to not be the most ideal position for the women.
You've either got a weakness in your handstand or with the strong man implements we see on the competition floor. I'll tell you what, Chloe Gregory had neither, but Hannaford was great as well. And 2 heats down, and 2 to go with our road replay.
Heat 2 of the women, some really impressive performances amongst these ladies. Gregory just really good work on those strict deficit handstand push-ups, setting her up for the strongman implements. Hannaford, no problems on the bag and the kettlebells, but Gregory kept her lead because of this movement right here, the strict handstand push-up. Just showing overall really great strength.
Great balance for Gregory, and Hannaford took a little bit longer, but got off alone as well. Gregory in 7:28, Hannaford in 9:04. And our Go Wide result sees Lucy Clark and Jolene Neville 30 seconds apart. And a great result for Lucy Clark with that very long second walk with that yoke. And probably the only one who's been unfazed by it.
Yes, Lucy Clark and Jolene Neville making easy work of a very heavy piece of equipment.
Halfway through our individual female heats, 2 more to come. 3 qualifying spots on the line for our females and our males. And it is going to get exciting towards the back end of today. Tia pretty much wrapped up already. Cara in a really good position as well, but 3 spots up for grabs. Ellie Turner, Jamie Simmons, those 2 very tight, and Maddie Sturt. Never discount Maddie Sturt.
No, we have seen over the years that she can do some moving and shaking on a Sunday, but I'm excited to see what Ellie Turner is going to do with this strongman event.
So it'll come down to the handstand push-ups for a number of those top individual athletes. Now go wide lane assignments for heat number 3. And Olivia Kelly, she can get rid of those handstands quick. Look out, because she will be moving the yoke, the Husafell bag and the kettlebells down the floor pretty quickly. Emma Wright, no stranger to shifting that sort of heavy weight either. Ladies hitting the floor right now. And that lady in the center of the screen, Olivia Kelly. She's got a bit of a strut going on. Maybe she thinks, hey, this is my jam, come on.
She looks ready for this event. That's what we want to see.
And a massive thank you to our crew out on the floor. So many volunteers helping out this weekend. And thank you for joining us wherever you are right around the globe. I know there is a lot of CrossFit to take in when we do hit the semi-finals. We're very lucky to be the first one. And unfortunately, we're going to be nearly finished.
Go Wad, Strongman Diane is event 5 for the individuals. For time, 21 strict deficit handstand push-ups, 180-foot Husafell bag carry, 15 strict deficit handstand push-ups, kettlebell farmers carry 180-foot, 9 strict deficit handstand push-ups, and a 90-foot yoke carry to finish. They've got an 11-minute time cap, and we've got some pretty heavy weight out on that floor, as we've just seen in the previous heats. The bag is 68 kilos, 150 pounds. The kettlebells are 57 kilos each, 126 pounds. And the yoke is 193 kilos, 425 pounds.
Heat 3 underway. Strongman Diane. Well, we're seeing some very strong women take the floor. And the handstand push-ups was where Chloe Gregory in the previous heat made her move and got rid of those nice and quick. Now in this heat number 3, a lot of tall athletes, including Danielle Ford, also Ellie Hutchins and Georgia Welsman. Emily Atten's one of those as well in lane number 8. And going through this deficit of this handstand push-up will take a little bit more out of them.
It will, and our deficit is 7.5 centimeters, about 3 inches, which doesn't seem a lot, but it is when you're upside down and pressing your body weight strict. Georgia Pryor is our first athlete off the handstands. No surprise there.
She's been so good for 2 days, hasn't she? And so much composure for a new athlete coming in. Just having a run down the floor with his Husafell bag. Kavia Helen, as they call it in Icelandic, if I get that right. Apologies if I don't.
And that is how you move that bag, nice and quick, as little time on attention as possible.
CrossFit, large loads, long distances, quickly. There it is. Emma Wright, as expected. Happy to pick up heavy things and move them. A little bit slower, but I'm loving her fast feet turnover. Heel toe, exactly what you want to be doing. Nice wide base.
She's got that bag squeezed in tight in a good position on her body. You don't want to have it too low or it's going to get in the way of your legs.
Rachel To'omua, Famoina, bottom of screen. We're not putting her down. We're going back again. Emma Wright from CrossFit Thorndon in Wellington, New Zealand. Rachel To'omua, Famoina about to finish up. That's a quick carry from Rach as well. Georgia Welsman now, grabbing her bag.
Georgia Weldon working through.
As Rachel gets back to work on her second set of handstand push-ups. Georgia holding it a little bit low, but very upright.
She's moving that bag quickly, but I would have liked to have seen her pick it up a little bit higher up onto her chest, just to stop that lean back happening.
A lot less strain on that lower back, the way she's carrying, but seems to be slipping.
It's a lot of strain on the biceps as well when it starts to slip.
Olivia Kelly, oh, it's too easy. Big, long strides, but Ellie Hutchins is coming fast. Those white shoes have been like Roadrunner.
kilos, 150 pounds on the bag. That's over body weight or body weight for a lot of these women.
Georgia Pryor again back, this time with some heavy kettlebells.
Ford finishing her first round of handstand push-ups, getting to the sandbag.
Continuing with those short strides, which is helping. Danielle Ford. Emily Atten just got back as well with her bag. So most of these ladies already finished their first set of deficit strict handstand push-ups.
Georgia Pryor holding her kettlebells towards the front of the handles. It helps if you have smaller hands and you can't get them all the way around the handles, because on these heavy kettlebells, the handles are fatter. Holding in the middle is not always ideal.
Emma Wright coming at Georgia Pryor. Pryor, another good stretch with these heavy kettlebells. Great balance from Emma Wright. Great control. Georgia Pryor just setting them down with about 7 meters to go. And done exceptionally well with her handstands. Now, Rachel To'omua-Faumuina at the bottom of the screen will only have a short break here, and she'll turn around and come back. I think she might have a crack at these ladies on this last 9 handstand push-ups. And something like a yoke, some of these athletes don't train too often.
Now, a yoke is not the usual piece of equipment we see in all of our affiliates. For a lot of elite athletes, it's a pretty normal part of competition now, but in our everyday gyms, you might not see it very often. Georgia Pryor still looking great on these deficit strict handstand push-ups. Very minimal arching of her back. She's got great body weight to strength ratio through her shoulders.
3 ladies on their last set of 9. Georgia Pryor, one of those. Emma Wright in lane 6, the other. And Rachel To'omua-Faumuina in lane number 1. For Georgia Pryor, it's time for the yoke. Last couple of reps for Emma Wright as well. So if she gets some good balance here, she will be able to progress this down the floor.
Moment of truth when you get that weight up off the floor.
The message we got after heat number 1 was, this is really heavy. And you can see just how heavy it is. Georgia Pryor, she just needs to stay patient and don't get caught up with the other athletes. Emma Wright, we know she can shift heavy weight, and she set that crossbar way lower than everybody else to keep that yoke off the ground even higher.
Emma Wright going for the arms out wide. A technique that we're going to see more in the males than the females. A lot easier when you've got longer arm span, but Georgia Pryor, she is doing a really good job of shifting this. Is 193 kilos, 425 pounds.
Crowd getting behind Georgia Pryor now. Bit of a snake walk from Georgia Pryor as Ellie Hutchins wobbles down the competition floor with those heavy kettlebells, and Emma Wright, her second crack at getting this yoke down. Georgia Pryor about 1 metre ahead. But Emma getting back on quicker. Emma Wright. Crowd will urge her on.
She is having no problem with this weight. Short, sharp steps.
Rachel To'omua-Faumuina coming down in lane 1 as well. Don't discount her. Emma Wright, 3 metres away. And the struggle is real. But Emma Wright from Thorndon CrossFit in Wellington, New Zealand, gets over the line in 8:12.
Wow, how this event can turn just like that on this last movement.
Now keep your eyes on lane 1, bottom of screen for Rachel To'omua-Faumuina. Can Georgia Pryor get on quick enough? Does Rachel have the patience? Slow and steady will get you there, Georgia Pryor. We are going neck and neck. Georgia Pryor just ahead. And Georgia Pryor, oh, milliseconds in it to Rachel To'omua-Faumuina. And wow, what a finish we've got now. Emily Atten bringing it down in lane 8. Atten, start to finish. Can she get there? The crowd loving it. Yes, she can.
Unbroken on the yoke carry. But Emily Atten, she is one strong athlete. So impressive.
90 seconds left. Georgia Welsman, half a floor to go. Now, we don't want the crowd to get involved too early here, but they need to bring it home for about the last 5 metres.
She just needs a little bit of patience once she gets that weight on her back and stands it up. Patience, make sure your feet are in the right position before you start moving them. She's willing herself forward, but the weight just doesn't want to go as fast as she wants to.
Brain wants to comply, the body does not. Georgia Welsman, CrossFit Chocolate Box from Sydney. 45 seconds now. And the crowd, now you can get involved. Pat Rafter Arena and get Georgia Welsman home. Welsman, unsure if she got there or not. Georgia Welsman with about 30 seconds remaining. And that is all that is going to be finishing up unless Ellie Hutchins can run down the floor now.
She's going to try.
And time up for our third heat of 4 individual females. And impressive, and I thought she would do well because she loves shifting heavy weights. And Emma Wright from Thorndon CrossFit in Wellington.
And
outstanding.
This event proving that you don't need to be the best on the handstand push-ups. You do need to have a little bit of efficiency on them to give yourself time on the strongman event.
Our Rogue replay kicking things off with Rachel To'omua-Faumuina.
Great work on the handstands from these ladies, but Georgia Pryor just lightning fast, upside down. Emma Wright, Olivia Kelly making easy work of the bag and the kettlebells. Georgia Pryor just couldn't move that yoke fast enough to keep her lead in the heat. Emma Wright showing her strength, dominance. Taking it away from Georgia Pryor. Great finish for her. And Rachel, so close to taking second. She's going to come in third in the heat.
Our Go Wad Heat 3 results. Wright coming in at 8:16. Georgia Pryor off with that great lead, but not able to finish it off just under that 9-minute mark. And To'omua, 1 second, less than a second from Georgia Pryor. Emily Atten going the full length of Pat Rafter Arena with that yoke. And Welsman, final female athlete to get finished for heat number 3. An impressive performances so far, Pip. What are we going to see next?
I'm excited to see what the world's fittest woman can do with this event.
The most dominant CrossFit athlete of all time is about to hit our floors, and are we going to see our 5th event win from Tia-Clair Toomey?
She's 4 from 4. She would definitely be going for the 6th.
Back 2015, the first Taurian Pro, she went 6 from 6. She wants to back it up every opportunity right now. Doesn't mind a strict handstand push-up. And heavy implements definitely in her wheelhouse. But another couple of ladies have something to say about that. Jamie Simmons in particular with those handstand push-ups are going to be putting some serious heat on. Jamie really needs to start making a push today in her hopes of heading back to the CrossFit Games this year. Our overall standings after event number 4, thanks to Noble, 400 points, 4 from 4. Perfect record so far for the queen of CrossFit here in Australia and right around the world, in fact. Cara Saunders probably won't catch Tia, but maybe has done enough to get herself back to the games. The race for 3rd, those 3 qualifying spots important. Ellie Turner, Jamie Simmons, Maddie Sturt. Results here are going to matter.
They are. There is not much in it for that 3rd spot to the games.
We know handstand push-up strict in particular, not the friend of Cara Saunders and Ellie Turner, but they will do well with the yoke, bag and kettlebells. Jamie Simmons will do well in the handstand push-ups. Can she shift the weight quick enough? All these questions that I need answers to.
I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall in the warm-up area before this event. I know what the pressure can feel like out there.
The Go Wad lane assignments. Hoke lane 1, Sturt with a chance to go back to the games in 2. And the lane 3 through 6. Turner, Toomey, Saunders, Simmons. It's all going to be happening in the center of the arena. Bailey Rogers and Emily Drury, no doubt, will have something to say about that. And you mentioned the warm-up area, Pip. You've been there before at this level and at the CrossFit Games. You reckon there would have been silence?
Look, we know that these women are all friendly with each other, but when it's game day, they mean business. And they are after only 3 spots, and there is some great talent out there.
When you think about it, there's really only 2 spots available. And depending on results on event number 5 right now, that leaderboard could juggle again.
Now Go Wad Strongman Diane, event 5 for the individuals. For time, 21 strict deficit handstand push-ups, 180-foot Husafel bag carry, 15 strict deficit handstand push-ups, 180-foot kettlebell farmers carry, 9 strict deficit handstand push-ups, finishing with a 90-foot yoke carry, 11-minute time cap. And our weights on the equipment, the bag is 68 kilos, 150 pounds. The kettlebells are 57 kilos each. It's 126 pounds each. And the yoke is 193 kilos, 425 pounds. And that is where we have seen some athletes come unstuck in the previous heats. Our trifecta recipe for success in event 5, save your midline. You're going to need it for that 193 kilos on the yoke at the end. Manage your handstand push-up sets. No point blowing out the shoulders on those. And short rest. We only have an 11-minute time cap. You have to move fast.
Our fourth and final heat underway here. Are we going to see the 5-time CrossFit Games champion Tia-Clair Toomey go 5 from 5? Massive crowd here at Pat Rafter Arena have come in to see just that. Tia smashing out this first set. 21 required. Last 5 reps for Tia-Clair Toomey. Is she going to go unbroken with her first set? Yes, she is. Is there anything this lady cannot do? Tia-Clair Toomey. We were wondering if she could go 5 from 5. I did not expect that.
There is no doubt in my mind that she is out here to win all 6 events. She's not going to give it up easy.
Jamie Simmons is expected as well, fast off the handstands. She just needs to be patient with shifting the weight down the competition floor. But coming strong, Cara Saunders, Emily DeRoy.
Jamie Simmons doing an amazing job holding onto that bag. Great positioning, no problem at all for her.
Tia through 3 handstands, make that 4, make this 5. Tia is on a mission to destroy the field here at the Torium Pro. Can she go 15 unbroken? Can she do the entire thing unbroken? Having to break. Got a little bit of gap between her and her other competitors. Ellie Turner coming back and Maddie Sturt. The top 4. It's going to be a tight race as Tia comes back for her kettlebells.
Now Ellie Turner moved that bag really quick up and down that floor.
Heavy kettlebells. Tia, very used to shifting these down the competition floor. Is she going to turn around or is she going to just place and then just turn around quickly and go? It was option 2. You said short rest for our trifecta recipes to success. There was about 2 seconds of rest just then.
And if the world's fittest woman does it, then it must be right.
Tia-Clair Toomey. Is this the last time we will see her here on Australian soil competing at the Torium Pro for a spot at the CrossFit Games? We hope not. But everyone's come out to see her perform. Gemma Hoke on the turnaround on her Husafel bag. And Bailey Rogers doing the same. Tia, the fatigue starting to kick in. She's got enough of a lead though. Cara Saunders finishing up. Jamie Simmons, less than 5 reps on her second set. Cara's done extremely well.
Now Tia will just be managing her sets, making sure she doesn't go to failure. She just got a no rep on that last one, not fully extending at the top.
Cara, Emily DeRoy coming down the floor. Cara turning. That's what we want to see as Tia now grabs the yoke. We have only got a short distance to go. 90 feet. The queen of CrossFit, not just here but right around the world, will not only destroy the field now, but go 5 from 5. Tia-Clair Toomey, you are sensational. 3 minutes 42 seconds. And I'm absolutely gobsmacked with that performance.
That yoke carry was lightning fast, but we still have some important stuff going on the floor. Ellie Turner is back to her handstand push-ups.
Now, Ellie is level pegging with Jamie Simmons. Cara looks like she's got enough of a lead. Last 5 for Cara. Jamie about to get started. Ellie Turner. Maddie Sturt, level pegging. Fatigue and Jamie Simmons starting to creep in massively, as is Ellie Turner and Maddie Sturt.
Going to failure on these strict handstand push-ups could be crucial. You want to save a little bit of juice for the last yoke carry.
Cara Saunders went to chalk up, thought better of it. I'm just going to grab the yoke and walk it down the floor. And the two ladies that have dominated the competition floor are going to dominate the floor again, going 1 and 2 in event number 5 here at Victorian Pro. We'll talk about carry on thanks to Guaranteed Rate, our storyline of the day. We're going to carry that right on through to the finish line, Cara Saunders. Emily de Roy, not that far away. Great result from the 22-year-old from CrossFit Townsville. Now Maddie Sturt.
The comeback kid.
Oh my goodness me, what is this going to do to results? Maddie Sturt, she's currently sitting in 5th position. Here comes Ellie Turner. Jamie Simmons. The excitement here is off the charts. Can Jamie Simmons hang on? Can Ellie Turner? Ellie stops. Jamie Simmons stops. The crowd urging both these ladies to keep going. It's going to be Ellie Turner. Ellie Turner currently in 3rd. Does she stay in 3rd on the leaderboard? Simmons. Wowza. What an incredible performance.
I have no words. I feel like Tia finished that event a really long time ago, and it was a different event.
Oh, wow. Tia very quick. The crowd have lost their mind in here. It's Gemma Hoke, Bailey Rogers are still getting through their handstand push-ups. We've still got 4 minutes left on our time cap. Tia Claire Toomey, 3 minutes 45. That is ridiculous. And a clean sweep for the 5-time champ is dangling right in front of her. Hoke, couple of reps to go. Bailey Rogers. And that big arch.
Just using her midline to try and help her press it out at the shoulders. At this point, singles is the best option, but Bailey Rogers is on the yoke. She's moving fast.
She'll take this wire to wire. Bailey Rogers. You can see how hard her midline is working. What a carry. Bailey Rogers. Hoke now with 3 minutes to get this last couple of handstand push-ups done, and I have no doubts that Gemma Hoke's going to walk this yoke all the way down the floor. She is done now. Hoke sitting in 7th position, and still a very respectable time. A great positioning from Hoke.
She's just lost her belt, but foot positioning, who cares at this point, because she's almost down the end.
Great recovery from losing a belt halfway down. Hoke finishing up just under 9 minutes. What an electric heat that was. And the crowd so appreciative of just what she can do with events. These other athletes, they're elite as well.
The dominance is just ridiculous.
Look out, Madison, Wisconsin. I'll tell you what, we have got some Aussie excitement coming your way, because she doesn't want 5 titles, she wants 6.
Crowd just trying to take a breath currently. And down on the competition floor, Kayla Banfield.
Tia, from the outside, it really seems like you have no weaknesses. Now, I'm sure you probably disagree, but I think everyone can agree you dominate absolutely everything. How do you stay, a big round of applause, amazing work, Tia. How do you stay so consistent amongst all the ranging elements of CrossFit?
You know, just going to the gym every single day, putting in the work, but there's always something to work on and improve on, and, you know, I'm just trying to push the limits.
And what did you think of the programming this weekend? We've got some strongman in this event. How did you find that?
Yeah, it was fun, you know. I think that Mike and the team that run Torium Pro, they've done a really great job, and, you know, it's just another great competition that I was able to compete at.
Great job, Tia. Now, Cara, I want to chat to you about all the aspects of your life too. You're a businesswoman, you're a mum, you're a phenomenal athlete. How do you juggle all those things?
Firstly, you're too kind. Honestly, so when I had my daughter Scotty, I kind of wrote a list out, and it was the order of priorities in my life so that I could give a certain amount of me to each of those things. And the number one on my list from now and forever will be my daughter and future children. And my family, my marriage, my little team. I give that my everything. And then with the next in line, I've got my business. And you know, I've got an amazing team that carry me there. I'll definitely give them credit. They carry me every single day while I do this. And then with what I got left, I do this. And I get to come out here and just keep playing athlete for a little bit longer with people like Tia, just like crushing. Lets me have a little turn every now and again. But yeah, it's amazing. It's a juggle, but I wouldn't have it any other way. And I still do my best every time I come out here with whatever I got left after mum life.
And you do a great job. And it's a special someone's birthday today. Do we want to say happy birthday to a special someone?
I would love to say happy birthday to my little girl, Scotty. It's her 3rd birthday today. She's just up here. Can we sing happy birthday for her?
You guys want to sing happy birthday? Yeah? You want to lead it, Cara?
Do it. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Scotty. Happy birthday to you. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hooray! Thank you so much, everyone. That means so much. All she wanted for her birthday was for everyone to say happy birthday to her. So this is everything. Thank you.
Thanks, Cara. Great job, ladies. That was amazing.
Cuteness overload happening right here on Pat Rafter Arena. I'll tell you what.
Oh, that was too much.
That was too much.
Cuteness.
Someone just cutting some onions in here. Our road replay. And what a performance from our queen of CrossFit.
Oh, Tia Claire Toomey. She said in an interview she just goes in the gym every day and works on all these things, but just the dominance. Unbelievable. There are not many holes left in her game. Jamie Simmons, an important finish for her in this event, shaking things up on the overall standings for that 3rd position to the games.
Cara Saunders, we know handstand push-ups have been a weakness in the past, but not anymore. But Tia, and then happy to play it for the cameras on the way through. She had minutes to spare. She could have taken a break on the way down, but that's not what she's about. Cara doing the same, and she has cemented a spot back to the CrossFit Games once again. And that important 3rd qualifying spot, Maddie Stern, big jump from her. You called her the comeback kid. She's done it so many times. And the battle between Ellie Turner and Jamie Simmons was off the charts, with Ellie just getting home. And results, I'm not sure what that's going to do to it, but we're going to shake things up a little here. Now go wide, heat 4 results, 3:45. That's ridiculous. Cara, 5:17, and Emily DeRoy, the 22-year-old youngster, massive future ahead of her at 5:35.
She has been so impressive this weekend. Maddie Sturt, though, the comeback kid, making some moves in that that event. Ellie Turner sneaking in over Jamie Simmons. We're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen. Bailey Rogers, Gemma Hoke, rounding out our top 8. Great work from them as well with very respectable times, 8:04 and 8:57.
Absolutely. Emily DeRoy jumping in the middle of our top 6 seeds coming into competition. And individual female competition for event number 5. Done and dusted. We'll be back with more action live from Pat Rafter Arena with individual men soon. CrossFit Games semi-finals are proudly supported by Rosti, the official rapid recovery provider of CrossFit. Rogue, don't weaken. Monster Hydro, the official energy drink of the Noble CrossFit Games. Guaranteed Rate, the official mortgage company of the Noble CrossFit Games. And GoWOD, the official mobility partner of the Noble CrossFit Games. Welcome back to Pat Rafter Arena. I don't know what I've just witnessed, but I've had to sit down and take a deep breath. Tia Claire Toomey, 500 points, 5 wins. My question to you, Pip Malone, is when she gets to Madison, Wisconsin, is there anyone in the world that is going to beat her?
Look, I'm questioning it. I feel like when I'm watching her out there, she is in her own event, and then we're watching a separate event. And I mean no disrespect to the other athletes because they are amazing, but she really is in a league of her own this weekend.
Unbelievable performance from Tia, and the Noble overall standings for the men after 4 events. We're going to see something amazing coming up as well. Jay Crouch with that 4-point lead over Ricky Garrard after his 4-year absence, back on the floor. He's done the work and he's back with a chance to get to Madison. Three-way race, I should say, for that final qualifying spot. Bailey Martin, Royce Dunn and Baden Brown, very tight. Back to Matt McLeod. He might be a little bit out of contention. And those young guys we do see coming through, Reese Michelle, Matt Gilbin, and a couple of old heads as well. Costa Illick with that great result yesterday in event number 4.
Yes, his event 4 shot him up the leaderboard.
Our GoWOD, Elena Simons for event number 5, Strongman Diane. Local boy Evan Morris in lane number 2. Jack Thomas and Jake Souls. The CrossFit Wollongong stable, Thor Heinel. CrossFit Artax over in Western Australia, Mason Doherty seems to have shaken off that shoulder injury that he copped yesterday in event 4, and he's back on the floor. And Jack Fleming, he's in lane number 7. Evan Morris doesn't mind shifting a bit of tin around the place either.
Now GoWOD Strongman Diane, event 5 for time, 21 strict deficit handstand push-ups, 180-foot Husafel bag carry, 15 strict deficit handstand push-ups, 180-foot kettlebell farmers carry, 9 strict deficit handstand push-ups, and a 90-foot yoke carry to finish. They have an 11-minute time cap, and the weights for the men, 90 kilos or 200 pounds on the bag, 80 kilos each on the kettlebell. It's 176 pounds per kettlebell, and 275 kilos, 605 pounds on the yoke.
Whoa.
That's heavy.
A little bit spicy.
underway. Heat number 1, individual men, second last event of the Torian Pro for 2022. We're going to find out soon who is going to be qualifying to the CrossFit Games.
Mason Doherty making quick work of his handstand push-ups to start. The deficit that they are performing these on, 11.5 centimeters for the guys, that's about 4.5 inches. Doesn't seem like much, but when you're putting your body weight through your shoulders with no help from the rest of your body, it gets spicy. We're seeing these athletes break up the reps early on, which is a smart tactic. You want to save some shoulders for those heavy pieces of equipment waiting out on the floor.
Evan Morris, lane 2, last couple of reps for him on the deficit handstand push-up. Mason Doherty in the red shirt, off to a fast start. Apologies, Jack Souls in the red. Mason's in lane 6 next door. But Evan Morris, no trouble with that. 180 feet ahead for Evan Morris, with the 200-pound, 90-kilo Husafel bag.
Now we're going to see a few different techniques on this strongman equipment from the men, simply because they generally will have a longer arm span than the women to be able to get their arms around the equipment. Souls and Morris out on the floor with the bag, heading back to their handstand push-up set of 15.
Doherty carrying the Kvia Helen, Icelandic word for Husafel stone, down the competition floor. The original one, 186 kilos. This one, thank goodness, not as heavy, coming in about half that weight. Morris onto his second set of handstand push-ups, far left in the black and the purple. Souls back for his 15 in the red shirt.
Evan Morris, not really any trouble on his handstand push-ups, but he's managing his fatigue. It's one of those movements where if you start failing them, they are hard to get back.
Zach Thomas coming down the floor now with his Husafel bag as Morris now nearly finished his second set, 15 reps, nearly done.
Jake Souls in the red shirt, doing a really good job of keeping his torso and legs nice and straight in his handstand. We're getting minimal back bend from him, saving the midline.
Now Jack Fleming now, very high position with that Husafel bag.
He's got plenty of room for his legs to move fast, and he has linked his hands, which is allowing him to squeeze it in tighter, move those legs quick.
Fleming not mucking around with there. Thor Heinel, an interesting carry for him as well. Depends on your arm span as well, if you can get your arms interlocked to get around the object.
It really does. It seems unfair for some athletes if they can't get their arms into a better position, or if they've got small hands or big hands. That's just how the cookie crumbles.
As Evan Morris heads down, this is a great carry from Evan Morris. Now, hence a problem dropping them like that, because they fall over. Then you've got to spend the time setting them back up again. Precious seconds you could be spending carrying them back down the floor.
Definitely preferable to deadlift them down so you don't have to move them more than necessary.
Souls on his way back down. He's carried the bag down. Now he's carrying the kettlebells as Evan Morris extended his rest a little bit. And Souls placing them down and then adjusting them. Clever work from Jake Souls. Evan Morris
Done with the second implement. 9 handstand push-ups with a strict deficit. And a yoke carry to finish. This yoke, super heavy.
Yes, this yoke coming up is 275 kilos, 605 pounds.
Doherty down, kettlebells. And the strain. Doherty's going to just fly by young Jake Soles. And a hop, skip and a jump into his set of 9 handstand push-ups.
Evan Morris.
Not sure if you saw the judge just then, but he yelled out 7. So Evan Morris, 2 reps to go.
And he's not going to rush them because you don't want to do any more than you have to of these. They're a lot of effort.
Thank God I'm a good lip reader. As Evan Morris, now we saw a number of athletes from the female division carry this down the competition floor. Is Evan Morris going to be the first male athlete to do so?
He's good with a heavy barbell. Let's see how he goes with a heavy yoke.
A very heavy squat, Evan Morris. And Evan Morris, I don't think anyone is going to stop him coming down the floor. Evan Morris, wide stance, short steps. May have run out of breath more than anything else.
He had great momentum forward. Great upright torso.
Morris, last 5 meters. Evan Morris, great result from Evan Morris coming in about 7:22. Official time of 7:23. For CrossFit 505's Evan Morris and the Brisbane boy. Happy to get that done and sit back now and watch everything else unfold. Now, a very chilly breeze has come straight through Pat Rafter Arena and it feels quite arctic as Jack Fleming is halfway through his kettlebell carry. These deficit handstands proving quite difficult. Thor Heinl comes down the floor and he's in a rush. Look at those feet go.
Now Soles is on the yoke. One of our smaller stature athletes out there.
And didn't move it far.
It looked as though he needed to get his feet a bit wider, give his midline a better chance at stabilizing under all that weight. But bear in mind, it's 275 kilos, 605 pounds. Well above what these guys are back squatting.
Doherty clips his kettlebell on the way past. That's his own fault, leaving his kettlebells there. And he looked back to blame somebody, but it was his own fault that he left them there. And now Zach Thomas, and he just found out how heavy it was as well. Thomas looking better than Doherty. Speed-wise, can Zach Thomas bring it home? Look at the stance, widen up now.
Zach Thomas with a great stance. That long arm span around the sides of the yoke.
Now, Mason Doherty underway. He's looking to his right to see what Zach Thomas is doing. But Zach Thomas is going to leave him in his wake. Zach Thomas, CrossFit Wollongong youngster, finishes up. And not much left in the tank for Zach Thomas.
A great finish for him. The handstand push-ups were proving to be difficult, but the yoke didn't.
Now, the small steps from Mason Doherty.
I'm liking the patience he's using. He's not rushing. If you can get into a good position and have short steps, the loading on your midline lessons. Mason Doherty will get done under our time cap. Doherty over the line, and didn't seem to be any dramas with that shoulder that he copped, shoulder injury that he copped yesterday, especially with those handstands. And Jake Souls now 30 seconds to get down the floor. And this is very heavy. He'd be weighing in at about 185 pound, 84 kilos. And you can see how hard he's working just to get it off the floor.
He's doing a great job at getting it set, but as soon as those feet move, just losing it through his middle.
Evan Morris, Heat 1 winner. I'm out of here, I'm gonna go recover. Get ready for event number 6. Mason Doherty, Zach Thomas doing very well. For Heinl, once he moved those kettlebells, would have loved to see what he could do with the yoke. But the handstand push-ups proving difficult with our road replay.
Evan Morris, this event had his name all over it. Just really efficient with his strict deficit handstand push-ups from the first set, breaking them up, managing the fatigue. And then, of course, we knew he could do some damage with this yoke. He's no stranger to heavy weight. Taking an easy heat win in event number 5. Strongman Diane. Zach Thomas, not as good on the handstands as Evan Morris, but wow, he moved that yoke fast.
Now go wad. Heat 1 results for event number 5. Evan Morris, 7:23. Zach Thomas and Mason Doherty sneaking in with about 30 seconds left on the time cap of 11 minutes. 3 more heats to come. And are we going to see something Tia-esque when the top heat of males hits the floor in about 40 minutes time? The team competition concluded this morning, and the first of our 2 events for the individuals. The females are done, they're out recovering and waiting for our final event, and 3 heats of our males to come. And what a great event to test these athletes. Tell you what, you need to make sure the test is legit if you're sending athletes to the CrossFit Games.
These events have been so well-rounded.
Our go wide lane assignments for heat number 2. Ash Rusendahl, a little bit sore after yesterday dropping that barbell on himself, but he said it was only a bit of a hand injury. We'll see how that goes with these movements. Mitchell Case and Kieran Power, very large in stature, but keep your eye on Curtis Jackson, because I think these handstand push-ups are going to fly by.
Joel Molinia, CrossFit Wollongong, one of our smallest athletes out on the field, but I think we're going to see some fast handstand push-ups from him as well. Very efficient on bodyweight movements. He can also shift some weight. We saw some great lifting from him yesterday, but his body weight against these heavy pieces of equipment, we're going to see how they go.
Athletes from heat number 2 hitting the floor. There's Ash Rusendahl there, getting ready for Strongman Diane, the Go Wide event number 5.
For time, 21 strict deficit handstand push-ups, 180-foot Husafel bag carry, 15 strict deficit handstand push-ups, 180-foot kettlebell farmer's carry, 9 strict deficit handstand push-ups, and a 90-foot yoke carry to finish. They've got 11-minute time cap, and the weights on our equipment, 90 kilos or 200 pounds on the bag, 80 kilos per kettlebell. It's 176 pounds per kettlebell. And the yoke is 275 kilos, 605 pounds to shift down the competition floor at the end of this event.
Jake Souls at the end of the previous heat found out just exactly how heavy that yoke is. Evan Morris having no trouble shifting it down the floor. But it's all about strengths and weaknesses. And athletes in heat number 2 definitely have bits of both. Curtis Jackson, lane number 6, his deficit handstand push-ups are going to be speedy.
And our deficit for the males is 11.5 centimeters. That's about 4.5 inches. Just enough to really load those shoulders up.
Heat 2 underway. And Curtis Jackson, no surprise, in lane 6. He's wearing black and green.
Joel Molina off to a flying start, but breaking them up tactfully.
Jackson, I reckon, will go close to getting all 21 unbroken. He's got 5 now remaining in lane 6. Curtis Jackson off already, grabbing the bag in under 30 seconds.
Curtis Jackson picking it straight up off the floor. Didn't even bring it to his legs first. Really strong upper body, squeezing it in tight with those biceps. Fast with his legs.
Millennia, as you mentioned, Pip, off already. Ash Rusendahl as well. That hand doesn't seem to be bothering him at all. Millennia, great position.
Millennia can move weight so well, so I'm not surprised, even for a smaller athlete, that he can shift this bag.
Peter Ellis in hot pursuit, and Ash Rusendahl as Curtis Jackson gets back to work on the handstand push-ups, and Millennia, the position you mentioned, it's like fists rather than grabbing the bag. Mitch Clark, lane 2, on his way down the floor, racing with Riley Martin. Here comes Mitchell Case in lane 5 as well. A great foot race between Clark and Martin. Jackson not too far away from finishing his set of 15 strict handstand push-ups.
Joel Molina in lane 3, making easy work of these strict deficit handstand push-ups. He's really fast out of the bottom, minimizing that time under tension in the handstand, breaking up the reps, giving himself enough left in the tank to lift the heavy equipment. He's starting to lose his midline now, pushing that chest out.
He needs some of that Luc de Jong hair to bounce off at the bottom. Curtis Jackson now halfway through his farmer's carry. He's just going to have a break at the end. Millennia coming at affiliate member Curtis Jackson, both from CrossFit Wollongong. Jackson just finding the weight of these kettlebells pretty heavy.
Jackson just getting a bit of a sway side to side.
Peter Ellis, lead
We're going to try and stay in a nice straight line. It's going to use up more energy if you're having to straighten yourself up the whole way down the floor.
Millennia on the return leg, overtaking Curtis Jackson as our new heat leader. Peter Ellis down the floor with half of his kettlebells done, and Millennia just ahead of Curtis Jackson. 9 reps to go. Pip, how do you break this up?
Knowing
to remain on the wall until the arms have fully extended, which gives Curtis Jackson a chance to regain the lead. Mitch Clark halfway through his kettlebell carry with Ash Rusendahl in lanes 1 and 2. Curtis Jackson has finished his 9. Millennia, he's done as well, having to do an extra rep. Now the walk down the floor, important. Jackson off to a steady start and gets about a metre in and having to put it down. And this weight is going to test these athletes.
it messes with your head as well when you pick it up and you can only move it a metre or two. They've got 90 feet down the floor to move it. You want to try and get momentum.
Now, Millennia just needs to be a little bit more patient here. He's trying to rush it down the floor and causing his midline to collapse. Jackson taking his time and looking a lot better. A guaranteed rate storyline of the day. Carry on exactly what these athletes are required to do. Carry some stuff down the floor and carry it on past the finish line. Jackson halfway, Millennia halfway.
Jackson just getting a bit of movement in his upper body that is sending him too far forward. If he could just stay a little more upright under that yoke. There you go, that's better.
Jackson back in the lead. Oh, found his groove. It dug in at the end though. So can Millennia take back the lead? These two from CrossFit Wollongong. Bit of a swipe from Millennia. Jackson. Can't get that last meter. Yes, he can. Jackson starts to finish. And wow.
That's a small man's game.
6:37 for Curtis Jackson. That thick poppy accent coming out. Oh, Millennia a lot better on that carry then.
Oh, Millennia, the grit. Just unreal work from Joel Millennia this weekend. What do they feed them at CrossFit Wollongong?
I don't know, but Mitch Clark from CrossFit Active in Sydney, no trouble whatsoever with this carry. That has been a remarkable carry from Mitch Clark. Rusendahl coming. Pete Ellis, center of the arena. Steady for Ellis. He only moves at about 2 though. Rusendahl recovering sufficiently because he only wants one big effort on this last carry.
Ellis looking great under that weight. He just needs to move his feet a bit quicker.
Rusendahl doing just that. Fast foot turnover. Ash Rusendahl, no issue. And clever. Rests sufficiently to get the job done.
Ellis just needs to be patient here. Not try and rush back onto this yoke until he's ready to stabilize it.
Ellis will have one more crack. Mitchell Case, he's halfway down the floor. He's in the red shirt in the background, Pete Ellis. Oh, you talk about grit. Oh. And that first step after putting the yoke down seems to be the most difficult.
It's hard to have patience when you can see the finish line just ahead of you.
So close yet so far, Mitchell Case. Steady as she goes. One last carry coming up from Mitchell Case. 2 minutes on our clock. Kieran Power
struggling to get those handstands done. When we talk about strengths and weaknesses, we know these two boys can shift weight, but those handstands proving difficult. Riley Martin starts his trek down the floor and looks pretty good doing it. You can almost see the taxing fatigue on the midline.
You can see the sway backwards and forwards and side to side. Just takes so much midline and core stability to carry the yoke when it is this heavy. 275 kilos, 605 pounds. Powers grinding out his last handstand push-ups.
Riley Martin, his last big crack at chewing up some distance. Kieran Power done. Now, Kieran Power, he loads up. He could come down the floor in 30 seconds because we've seen it before. Oh, Kieran Power, can he spur Riley Martin on enough? Can the boys get done? They got 10 seconds to get over the line. Riley Martin, you gotta hang on. He's going the wrong way. And Kieran Power, so close.
That was a monster effort from Kieran Power on that yoke after struggling on the handstand push-ups.
And Riley Martin getting spat out the back of the yoke.
But how about the young guys from CrossFit Wollongong dominating that heat?
Curtis Jackson and also Joel Molinia, both here on the competition floor last year. And you can see why they do so well in the CrossFit Open and in the quarterfinals. They can move their own body weight, but also shift external weight. Our rogue highlights for heat number 2.
The CrossFit Wollongong boys, Jackson and Molinia, proving their prowess on the gymnastics and the heavy strongman equipment. Coming into this, we would have thought that their heavier hitters were going to do better, but having that efficiency on the strict deficit handstand push-ups really set these guys out in front, but then they can also shift heavy weight. Really impressive stuff from these two athletes from CrossFit Wollongong. Jackson is getting the win over his teammate Molinia.
I saw a small man's game.
I don't know what came out of that Pommy accent then. We'll have to decipher as our GOWOD Heat 2 results. The guy just on screen, Curtis Jackson. It seemed a lot closer than 16 seconds, but getting the jump on his CrossFit Wollongong teammates, Molinia. Mitch Clark had a great yoke carry, which propelled him down the floor and up the standings. Roosendahl, Ellis, Case and Martin all getting done. Kieran Power, our lone competitor, about 5 meters away from finishing. Times getting faster. And 2 heats left to go for our individual men. The strongman, Diane. And the 2 guys in yellow, they're from CrossFit Wollongong as well. They're hanging with Zach Thomas in the crowd there. And we're missing Luke De Jong. Now, you can't miss Luke De Jong. He's got a yellow jacket on as well, but he's got the massive afro. And this crowd was absolutely electric watching Tia Claire Toomey rock down the floor once again.
Oh, rock down the floor, she did. She lifts the roof off this place when she steps out there.
So Tia goes to the game, she gets 6 titles. Does she go for 7 and really assert her dominance? I'm just thinking for this Torian Pro crowd, are they going to see Tia Claire Toomey on the competition floor again?
That is the million-dollar question, isn't it?
I reckon there's probably only two people that can answer that. One will be Tia Claire Toomey and one will be husband Shane. We would love to see her back here at the Torian Pro. The crowd absolutely loves it. We did have a chat to her Friday night, and she said she shouldn't have come back so early because she's missed the place so much. Our go-wide lane assignments for Heat 3. And you mentioned heavy hitters before, Pip. We've got some in here, and Costa Illich, who did well yesterday. Some heavy stuff going on, and he propelled himself into the top heats for event number 4, but he's in the middle in lane number 5. John Champion, we just know how determined John Champion is all the time, and such a true competitor.
John Champion, he brings such a great vibe out onto the competition floor.
Doesn't he? And Liam Ford as well. He has really impressed me this weekend. He's in the dark blue shirt just behind James Newbury there. And there's John Champion with the power beard.
Go-wide strongman Diane, event 5 for time, 21 strict deficit handstand push-ups, 180 foot Husafel bag carry, 15 strict deficit handstand push-ups, 180 foot kettlebell farmers carry, 9 strict deficit handstand push-ups, and a 90 foot yoke carry to finish, 11-minute time cap. And our weights, 90 kilos or 200 pounds on the bag, 80 kilos per kettlebell, it's 176 pounds. And the yoke is 275 kilos, 605 pounds. Now, you don't necessarily have to be the greatest on the handstand push-ups for this event, as we have seen with all the athletes, female and male so far, but you do need a bit of efficiency to be able to manage your fatigue.
Management of fatigue, the order of the day. Athletes knowing full well that they have one more fast event coming up in event 6, but they can't leave anything in the tank. Standen ready to roll. And Curtis Jackson setting the standard on how to get through handstand push-ups, and that's doing them strict. Now we've got a deficit as well, and Standen ripping through these quick.
Standen's cycle rate on these handstands, very fast out of the bottom. Legs nice and wide, trying to keep that midline straight, minimize the bending through the middle. You're gonna need that midline stability when you get to the yoke at the end.
Standen done already. A little bit slower than Jackson, but he will be shifting this bag down the floor quick. And anyone who can shift the amount of weight on a barbell that Standen can knows that these 3 loaded implements won't be a problem.
A bit of crossover. The guys that lift really well on the bar with sound technique, it's crossing over onto the strongman equipment as well.
As Darcy Hancock finishes off his Husafel carry, Jake Standen in the far left of screen was about to dump his bag right in front of his yoke, thought better of it, stepped over his kettlebells and then dumped it.
That's right, the athletes are in charge of where they place their equipment down. You cannot get your judge to move it for you.
They haven't been advised as such that they are in charge of the equipment. Jack Clark, Liam Ford, Costa Illich, and Matty Gilpin. Good 4-way battle. Newbury still battling the first set of deficit strict handstand push-ups.
Standen is copping a no rep on his first one. You've got to make sure the elbows and hips all locked out at the top. The body cannot be on that perspex, just the heels.
And now James Newbury down the floor. Great couple of days of competition for Newbury. And 4.5 inches, 11.5 centimetre deficit for these handstands. It's really been the decider, as well as that heavy loading on that yoke. It's a Husafel bag, and kettlebells haven't worried these athletes too much.
Standen onto his kettlebells, picking them up, no problem. Is he going to go unbroken or put them down at the end? We've seen the women do it unbroken.
Cara Saunders happy to just pivot on the spot, but a little bit of extra loading. Standen taking a breath, looking back, seeing where the competition is. And where is Jake Standen gonna pick these handles up from?
He's picking them up at the front. Bit easier on the grip to hold them towards the front where they arch, rather than right smack bang in the middle where it's straight.
A little bit different to some Farmers handles as Darcy Hancock finishes off his first length of the Farmers carry. Standen back for his 9 strict deficit handstand push-ups. Liam Ford coming home strong. And I reckon if you're a little bit stubborn, you can hang on for a little bit longer.
You could, but it would hurt the next set of handstand push-ups, that's for sure. You need your forearms to push through those deficit blocks.
Hancock cleverly moving his kettlebells out of the way prior to going to the wall as Gilpin comes down the floor with Illick. Ford on his way back, and Standen dropping off the wall with less than 5 to go. Now Darcy Hancock, can he sneak in? He's looking a lot better on his handstand than Standen is. Clark finishes his carry as Gilpin heads back. Far left, Darcy Hancock, he's in lane 8. He's trying to catch Jake Standen in lane 1 and doing a good job of it. Standen trying to shake the arms out. There's not much left in there. Hancock, not sure what the judge said there, if it was 3 or 2. And no rep. And it was a slow rep.
A lot of wasted energy put into that no rep.
And now 90 feet is all that stands in the way of Jake Standen. And that weight, once he got the feel of it, he was off and racing, and he's going to go all the way, Jake Standen, or is he? Newbury on the carry. Jake Standen.
He's got that long arm span. He's able to wrap his hands all the way around the outsides of the yoke, helping him stabilize it into an upright position.
Hancock coming now, but too late. It will be Jake Standen getting finished at 6:15. Hancock's at halfway and not looking as stable as Standen, as Standen runs around to add some encouragement. Oh, Darcy Hancock doing the snake walk, but not long to go. 4 meters as Liam Ford starts his yoke walk. He's all over the shop as well. Darcy Hancock will get this done under 7 minutes as champion. About to finish off his halfway point of the Farmers carry.
We have Liam Ford making his way down the floor. Staggering. He's got to get those feet out just a bit wider. You do not want a tightrope walk with this much weight on your back.
Jack Clark coming strong. Jack Clark is a big crowd guy. He loves it. Liam Ford, he's going to have one last crack. He's getting straight on. Short rest was the order of the day. Ford, can he get there? Yes, he can. Well done, Liam Ford. Jack Clark. 3 meters for Jack Clark from CrossFit Underway. And he's done just over 8. Illick, Gilpin, 2 athletes left on the yoke. Champion and Newbury left on the handstands.
Costa Illick just needs to look up at that finish line. It's going to help him get his chest up that bit higher.
Costa just taking a break, as is Matty Gilpin. 10 meters never seemed so far. Costa Illick working so hard. And those legs just aren't working for Costa.
Matty Gilpin in lane 5. Having a breather, but James Newbury, we know he can move a yoke.
Newbury is James Newbury, one of our greatest ever. Going to overtake Costa Illick and bring it home. Costa's trying, but he hasn't got enough in the tank. James Newbury, you are a champion.
And that is the James Newbury we know.
Oh, what a great carry from James Newbury. Costa's walking in mud. Costa Illick struggling to stand up. We won't repeat that. But Matty Gilpin's now got 1 minute to try and get this yoke halfway down the floor. It might be too much. Pat Rafter really needs to get behind him. This very vocal Torian Pro crowd.
Now John Champion, he's struggling a bit on his deficit strict handstand push-ups, but he pre-chalked his shoulders for the yoke. Something tells me he's confident about that if he can get these handstands finished.
Gilpin needs the help and support of this crowd. And now the roar will start. 20 seconds, straight back on Gilpin at John Champion. Here he comes.
That's why he chalked.
John Champion, come on. You've got 10 seconds. Gilpin's going to get there as well. Or is he? John Champion. Oh, yes, sir! Ah, that's what we want to see here in the Torian Pro.
That's the John Champion we know and love. What a yoke carry.
John Champion chalking up his shoulders and giving himself 15 seconds to get down the floor. That's confidence for you. But standing, feels like he finished so long ago. Our rogue replay.
Standen so efficient on his deficit strict handstand push-ups. No problem at all with the bag and the kettlebells. So much weight shifted in such a short period of time for these athletes. But Standen made easy work of that yoke.
Hancock. A little bit of a wobble down the floor, but got the job done. Teammates as well from CrossFit CQ in Rockhampton, those two. And getting set. I'll tell you what, if that was a finish to heat number 3, can't wait to see what's coming up next. Neither can this very vocal Torian Pro crowd. Not too many spare seats in the house today or all weekend for that matter.
No, it has been a full house since Friday.
Just been so loud. Now Go Wad Heat 3 results 6:15. That was fast from Standen. Gussie Hancock doing well, going sub-7 as well. John Champion down the bottom. Do you want to go any closer to your time cap than that? Less than a second. John Champion getting done, still awaiting a couple of results. So please check games.crossfit.com for all your official results. Our Noble overall standings after 4 events. Start of day 3 competition. Jay Crouch, Mr. Consistent, as I mentioned at the top of today. No event wins, but everything 3 and above. And that's why he is on top of the leaderboard. You don't need to win every event, you just need to finish top 3. Gerard back 4 points. Bailey Martin, Royce Dunn and Baden Brown sitting on that cusp of a potential game spot. 3 only going to the games. Who is it going to be, Pip Malone?
Well, Baden Brown sitting in 5th. He is a dangerous man to have chasing you. As we saw yesterday, he can come out and win an event out of nowhere. Matt McLeod sitting in 6th, maybe a little far back, but so much competition experience in him as well.
Our Go Wad Heat 4 lane assignments. We know Jay Crouch is going to go quick on his handstands. We know Royce Dunn can shift load, as can Baden Brown. Jake Douglas in that boat as well. We'll throw Matt McLeod in the handstand push-up basket. But Reese Michelle and Bailey Martin, what can they do? They are very well-balanced athletes. So if Baden Brown can minimise the damage on these handstand push-ups.
Our Go Wad Strongman Diane, event 5 for time, 21 strict deficit handstand push-ups, 180-foot Husafel bag carry, 15 strict deficit handstand push-ups, 180-foot kettlebell farmers carry, 9 strict deficit handstand push-ups, 90-foot yoke carry, 11-minute time cap, and our weights on the equipment, 90 kilos for the bag, that's 200 pounds, 80 kilos per kettlebell, that's 176 pounds, and the yoke is 275 kilos, 605 pounds.
Bailey Martin, are we going to see him on the podium this afternoon?
Our trifecta recipe for success in event 5, save your midline. As we've seen with the women and the previous men, you need it for that yoke carry at the end. Manage your handstand push-up sets, don't blow out the shoulders early on, and short rest, because 11 minutes is not a lot of time to get this finished.
Big Royce, the champion here last year, needs 2 big events to head back to the CrossFit Games. Has the big unit got it in him? Underway in our 4th and final heat of event number 5, Strongman Diane.
Tip of the hat to our benchmark workout, Diane, which is 21:15, 9 handstand push-up and deadlift. This one, a little bit more difficult and starting off with a deficit strict handstand push-up.
That's right, and our deficit blocks are 11.5 centimetres or 4.5 inches for the men. Just really loading up the shoulders with no kipping to help propel you up.
McLeod, I put him in the basket early, and Jay Crouch, and off they go. Go Wad, mobilise like pro athletes, 14-day free trial. Download the app now. Crouch to turn first, 1 metre ahead of McLeod, 2 metres ahead of Jake Douglas. Garrard on his way down, and Royce Dunn with some work to do. Now Jake Douglas, lane 8, has been impressive on his handstands. Reese Michelle, Baden Brown coming down the floor. Jake Douglas, slow and steady, but Matt McLeod, short and fast.
Matt McLeod just having that really short range of motion. One of the shortest athletes out there, but it really is going to help him out on these strict deficit handstand push-ups.
Baden Brown needs to get a good result here. Bailey Martin heading back to the wall. Bailey Martin will be our last athlete on the wall for the second set. McLeod will probably be first off. And the fatigue now kicking in for Matt McLeod. Ricky Garrard in that same boat. McLeod now finished and will pick up his kettlebells. Jay Crouch, couple of reps left. McLeod, some breathing space, but how much? Jay Crouch has finished. And can Jay Crouch make up some time and distance to Matt McLeod? I'd have to say Jay Crouch looking a lot stronger in the farmer's position. McLeod putting him down, but having a look back, McLeod may be out of contention for a games position in the top 3. Douglas, can he throw a spanner in the works as he comes past Matt McLeod? Douglas so strong. Here comes Jay Crouch down the middle of the Torian Pro floor. And clever for Jay Crouch, moving them to the side to let his yoke come through. Matt McLeod has not done that and may clip the kettlebell on the way past.
Here comes Ricky Garrard. No problem, he's smooth with these kettlebells. Fast feet, no wobbles in the upper body.
Crouch back to his last 9 strict handstand push-ups. McLeod on his. Michelle back. Baden Brown catching up a heap of time. And we know Baden Brown can carry a yoke. If Beto can get through this quick set, we are in for a race down the floor. McLeod done. The yoke to finish for Matt McLeod. 100 points here would do wonders for him.
275 kilos, 605 pounds. That's heavy for Matt McLeod.
And McLeod, as expected, clipped his kettlebell on the way through, which knocked him off balance. Crouch. Can he walk it down the floor? No event wins for Jay Crouch as yet. And Jay Crouch wants one. And I think we're staring down the barrel of one right here. Jay Crouch, this will cement a spot as a qualifier to the CrossFit Games. If he can get over this line right now. Crouch, yes! Now, Baden Brown. Baden Brown, lane 2. He is coming hard. Baden Brown, oh my goodness me. This is incredible.
his way down the floor. Here comes Reece Michelle.
Oh, gee whiz, Pip. Michelle, impressive. Now Douglas is coming. Did McLeod go a little bit too quick? Garrard, important results. Royce Dunn coming. Jake Douglas, can he hang on? Royce goes down. The crowd urging all these athletes to finish. Douglas in. Ricky will be next. Ricky Garrard. These results are shaking up with Royce finishing. Bailey Martin, not the result he wanted or needed. But Matt McLeod, still with so much time to finish. Matt McLeod, great effort and a great carry with a lot of heavy weight for him.
Massive upset for Matt McLeod. He had so much time ahead of the other guys, but just could not move his feet quick enough.
Bailey Martin now. 90 feet. And has got the time to get it done, but that midline, you spoke about it, Pip. It has been decimated with these heavy carries and strict deficit handstand push-ups.
He still has plenty of time left in this 11-minute cap. But he needs to get cracking on this yoke. Even short, sharp attempts is going to put a dent in the distance. He's keeping those feet ticking over.
Oh, the determination, Bailey Martin. But you mentioned it, once he got that little bit of flow going on with those steps, he was able to shift it a fair way. He's got about half the distance. Still got halfway to go.
The feet say yes, but the midline says no.
Polar opposites, your body and brain. And there's that foot position you were looking for, Pip. But the midline collapsing.
It's written all over his face. Midline carnage. He's just patient and sets first. Gets some stability before that yoke gets moving.
Martin, 7 minutes, 7 meters away.
If he just takes a little bit extra rest here, gives himself a little bit more time, he can get this last leg done in one go.
2 minutes remaining on our time cap. Lado asking the Torian Pro crowd to come alive and help Bailey Martin over the line. Oh, the injection of energy. And what do you call that? A quarter of a meter. Done. Bailey Martin in. And that one hurts. Jay Crouch, what do you say?
We know he's good, but I did not expect him to take that out that easily.
Baden Brown came from nowhere. He was coming 7th after the round of 21 and the Husafeld bag carry. What is that going to do to results? We're going to have to wait and see. I'm excited to see what's happening. But Jake Douglas also very impressive on his handstands for such a big guy. And down on the competition floor, guys looking to get one of those top 3 qualifying spots are with Kayla Banfield.
Jay, First event win, so first of all, congratulations. You didn't come out in that event in the lead, but you took it at the end. How do you approach these workouts and stay confident that you know you can get it at the end without going out too hard?
Yeah, I was happy to finally get my event win. I've been waiting for that all weekend, so that was epic. Yeah, honestly, I think it was being smart on the handstand push-ups so they didn't fall apart, because you can waste a lot of time there. And then, yeah, obviously you just need to be consistent with this strongman stuff. But yeah, honestly, it was just good breaking it up, and yeah, we got there in the end.
And what's it like training under one of Australia's best, Rob Fort?
Yeah, honestly, it's everything. I've got to give it up to him for sure. Yeah, without him, I wouldn't be here for sure. So it's definitely everything.
Thanks, Jay. Baden, you came from behind as well. How did you strategize that workout?
I was just smart. I was like, oh, well, I'm not going to go to full fatigue. I've seen some boys do it in the previous heats, and I was just like, nah, be smart. I knew that I'd catch up a bit of time on the obstacles, knew I could hold on there, so yeah, that was pretty much it, so it was good.
And a training question for you. The workouts get released roughly a week or two beforehand. How do you prepare for the unknown and the unknowable?
Do everything. Yeah, just stick to a program. Mayhem athlete. Yeah, there's a shout out.
Seems to be working for you. Great job, guys, and good luck for the last event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kayla. And our rogue replay and strategy was so important in this final heat.
Oh, the way this event started, it ended so differently. Matt McLeod out of the gate so fast on his handstands. Those pieces of equipment really heavy for him, but he held on. Jay Crouch just chipping away at him the whole way through. But Matt McLeod could not move fast enough with that yoke. Jay Crouch overtaking him, and then one by one athlete at a time overtaking him. There's some massive upset on that leaderboard about to come, but Jay Crouch getting his first event win of the weekend.
Baden Brown, just outstanding, composed as always. And you heard it from him first, just do everything. So if you're going to train everything, you're going to be good at everything. Reece Michelle, I knew he'd have a very balanced event as well, but 5.5 minutes, he was even impressed with that. Now go wide, Heat 4 results 4:52. Great work from Jay Crouch. Baden coming in second at 5:09 and Michelle in third, 5:31. But important results all the way down the page with Ricky Garrard in fifth, Royce Dunn in sixth, and Bailey Martin, who's one of those top 5 coming in, getting in 8th place in this heat. Official results will be coming soon, and our top 3 qualifiers, well, we pretty much know Jay Crouch is going to be one of those. Now who the other 2 are is going to come down to the 6th and final event.
And we love a finish to the weekend like that.
We've had so many of them.
The athletes don't. The crowd loves it. Adds that extra pressure.
Oh, and the athletes just lap it up. The louder the crowd gets, the more exciting it is. We've seen Khan Porter do that for many years at the regional level. Missing Khan Porter this year, but he's having a great show over at the Lowlands Throwdown in Amsterdam, doing very well with his team, CrossFit Reykjavik. Another event going on, Syndicate Crown over in Knoxville, Tennessee, going ahead as well. Scott Panchik doing very well, sitting in 4th after 2 days of competition. Are we going to see him back, come out of retirement? We've got plenty of action still here. The rain is falling again. Probably the most miserable conditions we've had at the Torian Pro since inception. Hasn't dampened the spirits of the crowd though.
Not one bit. This crowd has been unreal all weekend. The Aussies and Kiwis, we know how to have a good time down here.
Speaking of good time, I think there's going to be a lot of good times had tonight at the after party. Time for the athletes. Let their hair down. And just a note, I've just received a note that Panchik unfortunately has had to withdraw. What a shame for Scott Panchik. We've had our heads buried in Torian Pro action all day. Maybe noble overall standings after 5 events now. Look at the shake-up on the leaderboard. Jay Crouch extending the lead. Ricky Garrard not too bad with 4:48. Clayton Brown jumping into 3rd. Royce 11 back. Bailey Martin dropping into 5th. I have no words for that. Every time we see something like that hit our floors, just takes your breath away.
Goosebumps.
Oh, just awesome. And the crowd appreciates it as well. And the top sections of Pat Rafter Arena, you can see some umbrellas inside. It's not an optical illusion. It's an open-air stadium here, and the rain started to sweep in horizontally. So people have bought their umbrellas, even though they're sitting inside. Floor is set. What sort of finish are we going to have? It's going to be an exciting one, I'll tell you what, Pip. Favourite highlight of the weekend so far?
Oh, I can't even pick one. There's just been so many.
Well, we thought Tia, okay, 1, boom, done. Then she goes 2 and 3 and 4, then 5.
Oh, her dominance obviously is a highlight. Watching that unfold is just unreal.
And then the return of Ricky Garrard, and he falls in a heap over the line in event 1, picks himself up and wins event 2.
Very dramatic on day 1 from the men.
Some crazy stuff happening right throughout 2.5 days of competition here at the Torium Pro. CrossFit Games semi-finals, proudly supported by Noble, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. Orosti, the official rapid recovery provider of CrossFit. O2, the official recovery drink of the Noble CrossFit Games. And US Army, know your army. Our Noble overall standings after 5 events. Tia, clean slate, 100 points from every win, sitting at the top. Cara, 464, probably safe for that top 3. Ellie Turner jumping into 420 points, now with only an 8-point gap back to Jamie Simmons and Maddie Sturt at 408. So the results of the final event are going to reflect who goes to the CrossFit Games this year. Tia and Cara almost in a position to guarantee the spot. Tia definitely, barring anything crazy happening with Cara, you'd think she's going to finish top 3 in this event, because this is really going to suit her.
Oh yeah, we have a very Cara Saunders-esque event coming up, but first we've got heat 1 of the women.
Thorne, Elena Simons, Jade Williams, Talia Jordan, Castell Pritchard, Georgia Otto, Katie Brock, and Carrie Freestone. And our MCX final. It's not going to be a long one. And very similar to the ones completed by our teams earlier on today. However, we've swapped the overhead squat for a deadlift.
Now Thorne, MCX event 6 for the individuals for time, 1,000 meter row, 100 double unders. 10 deadlifts. And it is deadlifts. 7-minute time cap. Our teams did a similar event with overhead squats, but our individuals are doing deadlifts, and the weight for the deadlifts for the women, 125 kilos or 185 pounds.
Freestone ready to roll. The legs straight, arms behind the back. Great standard to start a rowing event. Underway. Heat 1, our final event of the day of the Torian Pro. I'll tell you what, these athletes are going to be pretty exhausted by the end of this.
It's only a 7-minute time cap to get all this work done. Now 1,000 meters on the rower for a female. I would say a pretty respectable fast row for a female is under 4 minutes. But then you've got 100 double unders and 10 heavy deadlifts to finish. So do you blow out and go for a PB on the row, or do you save it up so that you can get those deadlifts done unbroken?
It's all going to come down to how fast they row, how quick they can recover through the double unders. The double unders have got to be a recovery movement here. They don't have a choice, and 100 double unders for these athletes should be child's play.
It should be, but with the heart rate high after a 1,000-meter row, easy to make mistakes on the rope.
Talia Jordan, she has really impressed me this weekend. When I say weekend, we include the Friday within that. Jade Williams, no stranger to competition here at the Torian Pro either. Steel Coast CrossFit.
She's getting that big lean back and pull on her rower. Using lots of energy. We want to have powerful, strong pulls. Push with the legs, finish the pull with the arms.
.220 down, so you'd think these ladies should be finishing in roughly a minute or so, obviously depending on their rate.
Jeez, that's a fast 1,000-meter row, Jeremy.
Hey, we're not mucking around here. This is it, the last event. Katie having a sneaky look, see what's going on next door. She's looking at Carrie Freestone's display just to see what someone else is rowing at.
Katie Brock, very, very strong on the barbell, so she would be looking around, wanting to give herself enough time, because I don't think that 125 kilos or 185 pounds is going to be much trouble for her at all. And it is Pridgeon, no surprise there. Her hand is up in the air first. She is one of our tallest female athletes out on the floor, being rewarded with her height on the rower.
Jade Williams and Katie Brock keeping pace with her as well. So great work from Jade Williams, Katie Brock. Pridgeon now goes long strides to the double under. Now talk to me about stature and double under speed, considering that the rope has to pass further for taller athletes.
Look, Pridgeon is having absolutely no trouble. She's keeping her jump down nice and low. Not overdoing it on the height of the jump. She's moving about the same pace as Jade Williams, who is a lot shorter than her.
Williams moving very fast. That rope looks a lot shorter. There's only about a foot of distance between the top of her head and the rope coming around. So maybe getting her rope a little bit shorter for a faster speed on her doubles.
All athletes are going to have a different preference with the height of their rope. It is better to have a bit of a shorter rope so you can keep your hands down low by your sides. Minimal fatigue through the shoulders.
Pridgeon now starting the deadlifts. No rep, but they've got to be careful with the bounce of the deadlift off the floor. You can get sucked into doing that.
That's right, they are not allowed to bounce the bar with their biceps, and by bounce we mean by pushing the bar down into the ground with their arms. A bit of back bounce is okay, but doing it intentionally is not allowed.
Jade Williams having no trouble lane 2, cycling these reps easily. Otto moving to the bar. She's got one, but she needs some chalk. She grabs it from her best friend, Pridgeon, next door. Jordan, the WA Brigade in lanes 3, 4, and 5. Jade Williams. Last couple of reps for a number of these ladies, including Katie Brock as well. Williams, Steel Coast CrossFits. Great finish to competition for her. Katie Brock, is it? No, it's Georgia Otto. Otto over the line. She's had some impressive results this weekend.
The Legion girls have been really good. We've got a foot race.
Pridgeon, it's going to be Brock first.
But Pridgeon and Otto from Legion over in WA. Very impressive stuff going on over there.
Freestone and Jordan, they've got about 40 seconds, if not less, to get these reps completed. Freestone will be next in lane number 7. And finally, Talia Jordan. Looks like she's having the best time out on the competition floor. Freestone. Now, the older generation, and I'll throw Tia in that as well. They've been around a while, Kara's been around a while. They're going to be moving on soon. They're not going to be hanging around forever. The youngsters coming through, I'm excited about.
We've got some great talent down here in the Oceania region. This weekend just proving it. They're breeding them well over in Western Australia. Otto and Pridgeon.
The Rogue replay going to show just that. Plenty of WA athletes in the centre of the arena. Starting things off, Jade Williams on the road. She went fairly hard, but didn't empty the tank. Pridgeon out to a very quick lead.
That's right, but Jade just looked that bit stronger on the barbell. Also not getting any no reps, which means she didn't do any extra reps. Great finish to the weekend for her.
The female athletes' faces once they got to the deadlift and decided to pick it up, and they went, oh, this is a little bit heavier than I thought it was going to be. So accumulation of fatigue over the weekend will make that bar feel a lot heavier.
But also the combination of rowing and deadlift. You're using very similar muscles on the rower as you are on the deadlift. Legs, hammies, glutes, lower back. You need all of those to deadlift.
The whole kit and caboodle. And the crowd has been outstanding, cheering these athletes on with our Thorn Lane assignments for Heat 2. And athletes that you think are going to do well end up maybe biting off more than they can chew in this row. Like to see what Grace Walton can do. Chloe Gregory was very impressive in event number 5. And Jolene Neville loves a heavy deadlift.
It's going to be great to see what Jolene Neville can do in this one, but Julia Hannaford in the middle, lane number 5, she has been impressive all weekend. She can move a heavy bar.
Beck Lannister, CrossFit More, getting ready for the MCX final individual event number 6.
For time, 1,000-meter row, 100 double unders, 10 deadlifts at 265 pounds. That's 125 kilos for our women. They've got a 7-minute time cap. And as we just saw the previous heat, those deadlifts, 125 kilos might not usually be a heavy deadlift for these athletes, but after 1,000 meters in a row and 100 double unders, it looked like it felt a lot heavier.
Chloe Gregory in the black and the green, center of the arena. Impressive with the handstands and the weighted stuff. Alessi. How many more years are we going to see Amy on the floor? I hope a lot more. Grace Walton to the right. Now center screen, one of our young up-and-comers. And no doubt we're going to see more of her.
Lucy Clark, she's had some impressive performances this weekend.
Adrian Geary. Game face on. Our heat underway now. And a splattering of different statures right across this heat. Walton Gregory pulling very strong early.
Hannaford is looking nice and composed, not doing anything crazy with her body on this rower, really smooth, pushing hard with her legs, finishing the pull with her arms. She's not ripping at it, keeping that chain nice and smooth.
But we might see something special from Hannaford. She seems to have recovered quicker during the events. Don't stop me now. Yesterday when we did event number 4, she recovered very quickly in that 2 minutes, so she's got a lot of capacity.
Glenister on the screen now, very efficient rowing technique. She's got beautiful timing with her legs and arms. Keeping that chain tight and not flopping around helps tick over the meters quicker.
And the closer the seat gets to your heels on the way in, the more you're using your quadricep muscles instead of your posterior chain, your glutes and your hamstrings. And Beck Lannister was doing just that. Neville as well, not bringing that seat all the way into the feet. Similar pulling movement to a deadlift. And this is the lightest deadlift they're going to be doing in the next 7 minutes. Now, damper setting, talk me through that. As an elite athlete, you rode half a marathon at the CrossFit Games.
That I did. I try and forget about it, it was horrible, but everyone's going to be different. It depends on the distance of the row. For a 1,000-meter row, I would have it at about a 6. You don't want it too high because that would require you to pull a lot harder. It makes the chain feel heavier.
The stronger rower you are, the higher the damper setting will chew through the meters quicker.
Correct. And we're going to see most of these athletes with their damper in about the middle. 5, maybe 6. That's usually where we see our female athletes. Happy medium.
Alessi looks like she's right in the middle, about 5 on the damper setting. If not, probably a little bit high, 5.5, which is probably perfect for her size, stature. She looks like she's in a great rhythm though. You do notice she is bringing that seat all the way into her heels. Beck Glenister. Got about a foot distance between her heel and the seat.
Beck Glenister just keeping her lower back that bit straighter than Amy Alessi, just rounding out a little bit. That might hurt her coming up onto the deadlift with fatigue.
Geary, Clark, Walton with the first three past 900 metres. Walton off. Straight to work with the 100 double unders. Lucy Clark, Adrian Geary in lanes 7 and 8. Almost in sync. Neville now. Chloe Gregory and Beck Glenister. Julia Hannaford still on the road with Amy Alessi. But Hannaford probably will make up some time once she gets to the deadlift.
All of these athletes doing a really good job of minimizing the movement through the middle of their body on the double under. Amy Alessi staying nice and straight in lane 2. Grace Walton looks like that fatigue from the row is starting to hit, just losing it a bit, punching down, but she's finished.
Unfazed by this level of competition at such a young age, and a young training age, hitting CrossFit 19 months ago.
She's doing amazing, and I think she's going to do some damage on this deadlift.
She looks so composed when she's doing movement. Having to break. Chloe Gregory joining Geary, Clark, Glenister and Neville. Can Jolene Neville go unbroken for 10? She's in lane 6 in the red and black. Clark trying to get there. Neville looking the best of the lot. Jolene Neville, Walton, enough of a lead to finish up.
Jolene Neville's going unbroken. Supermum and veteran out here on the floor. Lucy Clark closely follows, as does Geary.
Neville, we knew that was going to happen once she got to the deadlift. She just needed to get there. Chloe Gregory finishing up now. Hannaford struggling a little on the deadlifts as Beck Glenister comes over the line. Alessi, lane 2. Hannaford, lane 5. And that bar, 125 kilos. 275 pounds, nothing to sneeze at.
Amy Alessi, she's going singles. This is a heavy weight for her. She's just having a bit of trouble keeping her posterior chain tight when she gets it off the floor, losing it in the midline.
Not sure if Jolene Neville was telling her to go touch and go then or not. Coming up, 10 seconds to go. Alessi will finish, Hannaford will not. And Hannaford just running out of gas as our time cap hits for our second heat of the individual female. An impressive from Grace Walton, and coming back onto the competition floor, Jolene Neville. The only one to go unbroken on her deadlifts.
Well, we knew she was going to do something great with that bar when she got to it. 10 unbroken at 125 kilos. But Grace Walton, straight as that timer started, went to work on the rower. 100 unbroken double unders.
And our rope replay showing exactly what Grace Walton did. Getting to the bar with just enough time before Supermum Jolene Neville came storming home.
So great to see some of these athletes that have been around for years kicking it with this new blood coming through. Jolene Neville, Lucy Clark. Great finish to the weekend for Lucy Clark.
Our Thorn Heat 2 results of the MCX final. Bolton in 5:25. Neville, a little bit quicker on that row, and she could have given Grace a bit of a shake there. Lucy Clark not too far behind Jolene Neville either. And 3 seconds back to Adrian Geary, so pretty tight there. Gregory Glenister and Alessi all getting done underneath the 7-minute time cap. 2 heats down, 2 remain of the individual females. We're going to find out soon who the top 3 competitors are heading to the CrossFit Games later this year. I'm excited to find out. We definitely know Tia-Clair Toomey's going to be one of them. And our Thorn lane assignments for Heat 3 as they step onto the competition floor. Welsman has impressed me this weekend, as has Georgia Pryor. Danielle Ford's probably going to be one to watch on this row with the extra height she has got, as well as Emily Atten.
Olivia Kelly, she has proven she can move a heavy bar this weekend. Emma Wright, so impressive on the last event with that yoke. But our Thorn MCX final, event 6 for time, 1,000-meter row, 100 double unders and 10 deadlifts at 265 pounds, 125 kilos.
It's like everything's going great guns on the row, everything's flowing very well. Get to the doubles, everything's good. They get to the deadlift, and it's like pulling it out of mud.
That's right, we are seeing some strong athletes pick up that weight and slow right down.
Rachel To'omua Famuina in the right of screen, and Georgia Welsman. Georgia's been very good. Heat number 3 getting started here at Pat Rafter Arena. The second last heat to get underway before we conclude proceedings here at the Torian Pro. And some great rowing. Danielle Ford, lots of power. Emma Wright looking very good in lane 3.
I'm going to make an early prediction and say Danielle Ford is going to be off this rower first if Friday's events were anything to go off. She has an engine.
Pryor sitting in 4th after day 1 of competition. Danielle Ford with that really strong pull at the back end, letting her legs do the work with the chain and then just getting a little bit more out of it at the back end.
So much power in the back end, but so composed on the way back in. She's not expending any excess energy that she doesn't need to.
Push back in with the handle before the knees bend, all important, keeping that chain straight. And composure from these ladies on the floor has been exceptional the last couple of days. Pryor focused, job at hand. Olivia Kelly leaning back a little, probably a little bit too far, and not making full use of that posterior chain.
Yeah, she's just doing a little bit too much leaning back there. If she took that energy she's putting into the lean back and put it into her legs, it would be much more efficient.
Our guaranteed rate storyline of the day, time to send it. Once the athletes are off the row, it is time to go. 100 doubles, 10 deadlifts, Not a lot of work if you look at it from that perspective. Most of these athletes using the row as a warm-up, but then it is time to go. Jolene Neville just did it, 10 unbroken, and reaped the rewards.
And we're just seeing on Welsman's screen, they're over halfway through their row, coming up on the 700-meter mark, making pretty good time.
So just rowing over that 2-minute split. So if you convert that, it's just going to be over 4 minutes for Georgia Welsman to finish. She's hitting that 2-minute split per 500. She'll be finishing 4 minutes on the dot. Hutchins. One of the first athletes, including Emily Atten, to have the judge's hand in the air. So great row from both these ladies. Kelly will be first off. And we know this deadlift won't be an issue for Olivia Kelly.
Look, we said her rowing technique was inefficient, but she got the job done, and she got it done quick. It's all that matters in the final.
Atten, Hutchins getting to the rope at the same time. Now it is time to put the foot down. Pryor now and Emma Wright. Welsman. She's off the road to the rope, as is To'omua Famoina.
Georgia Pryor is moving very fast through those double unders in the purple shorts, just barely leaving the ground, ticking over those reps. No movement in her body whatsoever except for the jumping, which is what you want. Hands are staying nice and even.
And Hutchins, Kelly deadlifting at the same time. Hutchins underway. Kelly pulled it off the floor quicker. And this is going to be a great race. No reps will be crucial. Kelly dropping. Hutchins dropping. Atten getting to the bar now. Kelly looks like she's powering on the brakes again. It's going to be Hutchins. With one less break, back to Olivia Kelly. Ford looking good on her deadlifts. She's going to go unbroken. Atten will be next over the line in lane 8.
Danielle Ford closely behind Atten. The relief that it's over.
Emma Wright's done. Great finish from the girls and Pryor. Great weekend from Pryor. Coming up to 30 seconds left. Georgia Welsman and Rachel To'omua Famoina. And this is heavy for Welsman. Rachel in the green, Georgia in the black. 15 seconds remaining. And that bar just didn't move that time.
Georgia Welsman just getting pinned, popping that butt up a bit too early.
Oh, and Rachel running out of seconds there. But a great job from Ellie Hutchins from Mesomorph CrossFit in South Australia. very good as well. Rachel To'omua Faumuina as athletes leaving the floor. And 3 hectic heats gone. We got one more coming. Hey, standing by on the competition floor is Kayla Banfield.
Ellie, another little old Adelaide girl like myself, and a heat win. What a great way to end the weekend. Your first semi-final, what was the whole experience like?
It's an amazing experience, honestly. Like, so surreal to be out here with all those girls, being Tia, Cara, Ellie Turner, some of the really strong, fit girls. It's been amazing to be out here with them, yeah.
And you're still a very young athlete, 23 years old. What are your aspirations in the sport of CrossFit?
I'd love to make it up with those girls, make it to the games one day. But first, yeah, this year, so just taking it all in and trying to gain that comp experience.
Great job. Olivia, amazing job this weekend. How did you find the whole experience?
I think every time you come, it's a different experience, but it's always so much fun out here with the girls.
And now that you're done, what are the plans?
I have to go home to my kids.
A good mum. Well, congratulations, ladies. Well done, and go rest up and look after those kids.
Our road replay was a pretty level pegging on the row. Olivia Kelly, though, pushing that bit harder on the row to get out in front. Super mum. Beth Hutchins, some of the new blood we were talking about, 23 years old. Stealing that heat win from Olivia Kelly. First time out here on the floor at the semi-final, and as she said, gaining experience. Now Thorn results for Heat 3, 5:38.52 for Hutchins, very respectable time. Closely followed by Olivia Kelly. Emily Atten, 5:49. She's been really consistent all weekend.
Women's competition finishing up, men not too far away.
Coming up shortly, we're going to see the men attack this MCX final.
I'm excited, Pip. This is going to be awesome. Don't go anywhere. We have got plenty more action coming your way from Pat Rafter Arena. We'll be back soon. Noble overall standings after 5 events. Jade Crouch, a little bit of a buffer back to Ricky Garrard. Baden Brown making a jump in that last event into 3rd. Royce Dunn, a little bit of work to do. And our MCX final proving very good challenge, our Thorn Lane assignments. Who do you like, Pip?
Zach Thomas, he has been impressive all weekend in lane 6. Evan Morris, we know he can move some weight. Lane number number 2. And Thor Heinl, CrossFit Artax. Our New Zealander in Heat 1.
Thor Heinl, interesting character. Full-time Tyler. Trains a little bit in his spare time. Obviously does quite well with it. Crowd buzzing. They know what's coming. They could be witness to something spectacular. Plenty of smiles out there as well. Been a big, long 3 days for the spectators, but there's been plenty of support for athletes.
Evan Morris.
Now Thorn, MCX final, event 6 for time, 1,000-meter row, 100 double unders, 10 deadlifts at 405 pounds. That's 185 kilos, and they have a 7-minute time cap to do it. As we saw with the women, 7 minutes, not a lot of time. Plenty of them getting it finished, but that deadlift is a lot heavier at the end of the row and double unders.
Two old heads, Evan Morris, Mason Doherty. Two of the guys have been looking to, they've got the experience on the floor. They've been around the traps for many years, and there's the experience right now on the competition floor. Pre-chalking the deadlift bar. Thor Heinl seeing what they were doing and doing the same thing now, but he's running out of time before they start. Underway, Heat 1, individual men, MCX final, 1,000-meter row. We've spoken about it all weekend, Pip. Risk versus reward. Do you put the hammer down on the row, recover on the doubles, and then try your hardest to go 10 unbroken deadlifts?
We saw a couple of female athletes go fairly hard on the row. I wouldn't say that they were maxing out, but it definitely hurt them on the deadlift because no one who pushed really hard on the row did their deadlifts unbroken. But we know the men do like to send a final.
Doherty, comfortable. Morris, look at the breathing, air in, air out. Liking Evan Morris's technique a lot.
You know someone's moving efficiently on a rower when the timing at the end of the pull is all in unison. The pull, the extension of the knees, the seat moving back.
Zach Thomas, two athletes in, just going a little bit around his knees on the way back in. He has got long levers, however. Just see that handle traveling over his knees on the way back in. A little bit of play in that chain.
Yeah, if he separated his knees, he'd probably get a little less wobble through the chain, making those meters tick over just that bit more efficiently. I don't have long levers though, so I cannot relate to the tall people problems.
Heinl, same issue with those knees coming forward early. Athletes will be finishing in roughly a minute from now.
Morris, far left in the light blue shirt. His position has not changed from stroke one to now. A guaranteed rate storyline of the day. Make sure you're sending it on the 6th and final event. There's nothing but rest ahead of you, and you don't want to leave anything out on the competition floor. Fleming, Thomas, Doherty. Our top three about to finish up. Mason looks so pained when he's doing stuff, but it's all a facade.
He's getting it done, pain face or not.
Doherty, Zach Thomas, and now Jack Fleming. Evan Morris finishing up lane 2. Thor Heinel in 4. And Jake Souls, our last athlete, in lane 5.
Zach Thomas doing 2 double unders to Mason Doherty's 1. Just chopping that jump down that bit shorter to tick over the reps quicker.
Athletes will be looking down the arena floor, and all they're going to be seeing is large blue weight plates sitting on that barbell and wondering how heavy is it going to feel.
The weight on the bar, 185 kilos for the men, 407 pounds. But Mason Doherty, he's going to be on it first, closely followed by Zach Thomas.
Doherty, no rep, bouncing. That's a heavy load for 10. And unbroken is the challenge set by program director Mike Towner. Fleming looking good over there in lane 7. He's looking really good. Wow, Jack Fleming. But it's going to be Doherty with that lead coming in. And a heat win. .459, just under that 5-minute mark. Fleming over the line, Thor Heinel. Morris, Souls. Jake Souls, this has got to be a heavy deadlift for him. He's not a big guy. But he's pretty fit. Evan Morris has got to be close. Yes, he is. Evan Morris done. Now just over 1 minute left for heat 1 of our individual men.
Now, Zach Thomas, for some reason, isn't picking up his deadlift bar. He's just going to cheer on his teammate.
Souls. It's a struggle. It's a heavy load.
Just that slow extension of the hips at the top. Extra time under tension. The quicker you can pick that up and lock your hips out, the better it is. Easier said than done, though, at the end of a long weekend.
Oh, absolutely. And 30 seconds remaining now for Jake Souls. Mason Doherty bringing the vibe. Oh, good set here from Jake Souls. Can he get the last one? Oh, standing up. Jake Souls, he'll finish over the line, but it will be out of time. And, oh, wowza, nearly a bit loosen up after that one.
That last grind out of that last rep smokes the lower back.
We're going to smoke the entire body. Fleming looks so good on those deadlifts late. Doherty doing what he needed to do, just under that 5-minute mark to get the job done. Another good competition from Evan Morris. CrossFit 505. Souvenirs for the crowd as well. I don't know if a sweaty athlete shirt's going to be that good, but...
The Queensland fans, they're a great bunch.
Our road replay of heat number 1 for the men.
Evan Morris, cool, calm and collected from the beginning. But Mason Doherty getting off that rower first. Popping that no rep, having to do an extra deadlift. They're not allowed to bounce the bar with their arms, but it didn't bother him. He gets over the finish line and ends his weekend.
Jake Souls getting urged on. Needs some recovery time after that one. And our Thorn results from heat 1 of the individual men's competition. Doherty finishing up just under 5 minutes, as I mentioned. Fleming 5:11, Thor Heinel 5:14, and Evan Morris 5:47. Zach Thomas, Jake Souls not getting over the line. Zach Thomas by choice, of course. Maybe just looking after that back, maybe that weight of 185 kilos or 407 pounds. Not that enticing.
Not at all. Not after all the work they've done the last 3 days.
Couple of heats to go of the men, 3 in fact, 1 of the women. We're going to find out who our top 3 qualifiers are. They're going to head to the CrossFit Games in the first week of August in Madison, Wisconsin. Our Thorn lane assignments for heat number 2. And a lot of the guys we have seen in event number 5 just previously. I can't actually tell you who's going to come through with the goods, but I'm just going to pick John Champion because he's such a good guy.
Well, I was just going to say the same thing. I can't pick in this heat who's going to get over the finish line first, but of course John Champion, he's a favourite on the Torium Pro floor.
Mitch Clark's impressed me this weekend. Just chipping away, doing what he needs to do. One of our taller athletes at 6'2". So this row is going to suit him down to the ground, but a few taller athletes coming out as well. Costa Illich, Ash Rusendal as well, and Kieran Power.
Now Thorn MCX final, event 6 for time, 1,000-meter row, 100 double unders and 10 deadlifts at 405 pounds, 185 kilos, 7-minute time cap. Now fastest time from the previous heat was just sub 5 minutes. Mason Doherty.
Doherty doing pretty well. Rode a little bit harder, got into the doubles quick. This 100 double unders really just a little bit of a speed bump before they head to the deadlift. One athlete does it, the rest do it as well, chalking up those bars. The volunteers must be hating it because they've just wiped them down. Champion by name, champion by nature. Legion athletes from Perth, Western Australia. And another one, CrossFit Dignus, is Costa Illich. Great to see him back here competing once again. Big first couple of pulls from Costa Illich to get things started for heat number 2. Riley Martin grabbing the handle quickly as well in the blue shirt front of screen. And I like the look of Mitch Clark already green hat on backwards and the grey shirt.
Very efficient on his pulls. Really pulling it in tight and powerfully at the end, right above his belly button. Not overdoing it with the arms, making sure that those legs are being used as well.
Focus, Mitch Clark, and the breathing, all important. Now, you did the half marathon row at the CrossFit Games. Breathing, recovery, stroke rate, all that stuff came into play.
It did, but because it was such a long row, it was very up, down, up, down. With a 1,000-meter row, consistency throughout is key to a fast finish time. And they need a fast finish time on this, not necessarily fast as in PB fast, but they need to be off the rower, not too far behind their competitors, because 100 double unders can be done very quickly, not enough time to catch up.
John Champion, eyes on the prize, and the prize is getting through the row, the doubles and the deadlift, and finishing off a weekend in a very strong position. Kieran Power, bottom of screen, and Ash Roosendahl, second athlete in. Mitchell Case in the blue shirt, third athlete in. All have had good weekends as well.
We've got sitting at about that 140 pace, John Champion. He looks like he picked up speed. And to give the viewers an idea, the women were sitting at about a 2-minute pace. John Champion's monitor just said about 140.
Hoof. That's hoofing. But still looking very good. We know he's got a massive engine and he can get on the 100 doubles and spend maybe a minute, minute 10 recovering while he gets through those reps before he hits a deadlift. Mitchell Case, Champion, Illich, Roosendahl. Shout out to all those people right across the globe watching, especially those guys over in New Zealand, cheering on so many of their athletes right now as John Champion from WA gets onto the rope. Oh, and so casual, John Champion. Look at the body position. He's all in black there, white shoes, and just so relaxed.
Relaxed but fast and efficient. Seeing minimal movement in his arms. Mitchell Case just jumping that bit higher, a bit more movement through the arms. That's going to hurt him when he picks the barbell up. That bit of extra fatigue in the arms.
Mitch Clark, look at the jump from him. It's only about an inch or two off the ground every time. He does what I do, focus on something else other than what's happening. So he's looking into the crowd and focusing one particular point to keep his body position really neutral and staying in the same spot.
That's right, focusing on something during double unders helps keep the torso in a straight line.
Gilpin finished. John Champion now. The speed of the row's paid off. Now, can he get the reward with the 10 deadlifts? Mitch Clark, guy I thought would do well, picks the bar up. Gilpin, ripping through 3 already. Illich, no rep. Clark found his groove now. Mitchell Case, but it's going to be the champion from WA getting over the line. Mitch Clark just after in second. Matty Gilpin sprinting home ahead of Mitchell Case. And gotta love a John Champion heat win.
His deadlifts were so smooth, no strain at all.
Illich. Ash Roosendahl. Oh, Ash threw the foot out. Riley Martin, Kieran Power, our two athletes left on the floor. I don't think Costa knows what to say. Kieran Power now. Great finish to his weekend. Now Riley Martin with a touch over a minute to finish up.
Martin just having a bit of trouble getting his barbell moving. He doesn't look like he's in a hurry.
I don't think so either. Righto, let's have a crack at this and see what happens. 185 kilo, 407 pound on the bar. 10 reps required. And I like that shift from the knee, bringing that hip to the bar. Oh, what was he waiting for? You're kidding me, buddy. Maybe just wanted all the attention of this Victorian Pro crowd on him, because he's got it. And Riley Martin does a Brandon Swan and throws his belt away. And just left enough time before the time cap hits. But nice work from our second heat of our men's division. And John Champion, the gift that keeps on giving every year. Autographs to everybody. So many fans here and meeting their heroes.
So much cuteness in the crowd this weekend.
So much.
Just adorable.
Ben Rolls earlier this morning from Wolfton in the team competition with his two youngsters. Oh, yeah.
Oh, too cute.
But wonderful to see the interaction.
And not just for our top heat athletes as well. All the athletes getting some love from the crowd.
Our Rogue replay.
This was a fast heat. But John Champion, that composure, he just looks so confident. Just no fuss, goes about his business and goes about it so well. Made easy work of those 10 deadlifts.
Oh, just unbothered by everything. Some Thorn. Heat 2 results, and John Champion 451. Look at the split back to Mitch Clark. A lot closer than I thought it was. Matty Gilpin sprinting over the line. And seconds count in this game. Mitchell Case under 5 minutes. Roosendahl, Illich, Power, and then Riley Martin. God, he could have waited another 30 seconds. He had heaps of time. Heat 2 in the books now. 3 heats remain. 2 for our men, 1 for our women. Those top 3 qualifying spots. I am absolutely pumped to find out who is going to represent the Oceania region from the Torian Pro this year. Tell you what, it never gets old.
No, it doesn't. And we seem to be at this position every year where it's the last event that is going to decide who's going to the games. But that's what makes it exciting.
It certainly does. And our Thorn lane assignments for heat number 3. I'm liking the way Jake Stanton has approached day 3. All guns blazing, we're going to get work done. And this workout will probably suit him a fair bit, considering there's a very heavy barbell involved.
We've also seen some great things from the CrossFit Wollongong boys. But our Thorn MCX final, event 6 for time, 1,000 meter row, 100 double unders and 10 deadlifts at 405 pounds. 85 kilos. They have a 7-minute cap. None of the athletes in the previous heat having any issues making that time cap.
Pedrelis. Now, foot position on rowers. How important do you find that?
For a 1,000-meter row, not as important as if you're on the row for a half marathon, that's for sure. But it really comes down to comfort, I think. Where do you want the pressure through your toes with that strap? And you also, on the competition floor, you need to be able to get on and off fast.
Stand and one to watch in the red shirt, lane 4, not to be confused with Darcy Hancock in the red shirt in lane 3. Both from CrossFit CQ in Rockhampton. And training partners as well, so this is going to be a very interesting race between the two of those. Newbury gets us underway, lane number 1. Another one of those athletes. How many more years are we going to see James Newbury hit the competition floor? Many more, I hope.
We know he loves a row and some deadlifts.
Now, chatting to him on Friday afternoon and trying to work out which direction life's going to go for James Newbury. He goes, look, I'm not sure if I'll qualify or not for the games, but he threw it out there and said, I'd love to be on the demo team. So if anyone's listening, James Newbury for demo team, there's your vote. So James Newbury's done a lot of endurance training in the past with his Ironman triathlons and very hefty endurance base for the first part of this event. Been doing a very big deadlifting program too recently, so unless he's forgotten how to do double unders, he's going to do pretty well in this event.
He doesn't look like he's taking this row particularly easy. He's putting a lot of power on the back of that pool, but keeping his composure.
Oh, Jake Standard 1:39. That is quick for a 1,000-meter row. Almost at the halfway point at 1:36. So Standard, as I hoped he would, sending it a little. Doesn't look like he's rowing at 1:39.
No, he doesn't.
And when I say 1:39, I mean for 500 meters, he'll be getting that done in 1 minute and 39 seconds. The display on the Concept 2 rower, basing everything off a 500-meter pace.
It really looks like he's getting a lot of bang for his buck on his pool. Minimal effort required. Just great technique.
Liam Ford, he's been impressive as well, and that's great technique. Look where that seat is coming into in relation to his feet. So making sure he's using that posterior chain to pull instead of using his quads. I'm really interested to see what happens with these judges' hands and which one will go up first. So 2:42, we'd be thinking these athletes will be getting off at around 3:15, 3:20. If the pace continues the way it has. Darcy Hancock first. Wow. Standing shortly after. Liam Ford. All judges' hands up, barring Curtis Jackson, lane number 7. And now it's up. So Darcy Hancock was the first to get done, and he'll be the first to the double under rope. This is going to be a great battle. The boys from Rocky. Liam Ford coming. Newbury should do well, and I know his doubles are quick as well. Lane number 1, the far left of screen. Efficiency right in front of us right now. Just the wrist moving, the arm same position, torso not moving. That six-pack not moving either.
Consistent height of his jump as well, not trying to bound too high. Just doing enough to get that rope underneath his feet.
Darcy Hancock now with a little bit of a crease in that hip and coming forward. The jump seems to get higher and higher. Darcy Hancock about to finish up. Molinia has been quick in lane 2. Hancock. And here comes Ford. I knew Ford would do well. Who can hang on to this deadlift bar? Ford looks great in lane 5. Darcy Hancock, though, has the lead. Standen is coming. Can Hancock hang on? Darcy Hancock, race with Liam Ford. Oh, milliseconds in it. Standen, third. Quick time. Newbury. Got to be one left. And it was one. James Newbury. Great weekend. Jack Clark done as well. Peter Ellis finishes his campaign in lane 8. Curtis Jackson, Joel Molinia, the boys from Wollongong. No rep for bouncing for Jackson. Molinia. Come on, crowd. We need some love. And the Touring Pro crowd delivers.
Just copping a no rep for bouncing, as Jackson did earlier. They're not allowed to push the bar into the ground with bent elbows.
Unsuccessful with that set then. Jackson continuing on. And Jackson, another great Taurian Pro in the books for him. Molinia. Oh, that load is heavy. Single reps is probably going to be it for him till he finishes. He's only got 10 seconds, so he's only probably got one left.
Single reps are so hard under fatigue because there's no momentum to help.
This will be his last lift. And 2 remaining for Joel Molinia. And again, the boys from Wollongong have impressed. Some great results, a great chase. And down on the competition floor, one of our Aussie bests with Kayla Banfield.
James, we're not used to seeing you in the second to last heat. Normally you're in the last heat, oftentimes on the podium. What was the plan coming into this weekend?
I think this year my plan was just to come in and have a really good time and, you know, be around the community, get around the atmosphere and just get out and have as much fun as I possibly could with it.
And have you had fun?
I've had a blast. Everyone's been so good. I appreciate all the cheers. Even though, like, in comparison to years past, it's not exactly, you know, where I saw myself. This time around, it was more about, you know, getting out and doing as much variety this year in training as possible. And whilst it hasn't been, say, in the gym CrossFit specific, I still have been getting around doing a lot of running and swimming and adventure races and stuff, and that's been a blast. And then to still come out and to move some weight around, even though it's not as much as all the boys in the top heat, it's been fantastic.
Well, no matter where you place, everyone still loves you. Great job, James. Well done.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Thank you, James Newbury. Thank you, Kayla. Our road replay.
Standen. We knew he was going to do well in this event. The boys from Rockhampton proving they can move some weight this weekend.
Tell you what, Pip, we've had some great finishes and some great races this weekend. And there's another one, Liam Ford and Darcy Hancock. We'll see how close it was after we get to our Noble overall standings after 5 events. Jay Crouch on 468 points. Garrard 20 back on 448. Baden Brown, what an event 5 he had. And can he hold off a fast finishing Royce Dunn and Bailey Martin to wrap things up for a top 3 spot to the CrossFit Games in August this year? Our Thorn lane assignments for heat number 4.
In lane 6, Royce Dunn. Lane 7, Reese Mitchell. And to close it out for your final heat, in lane 8, Matt McLeod.
An exciting top 8 hitting the floor. Our final heat of the men's competition.
Thorn MCX final, event 6 for time, 1,000 meter row, 100 double unders, 10 deadlifts at 405 pounds, 185 kilos, 7-minute time cap. Look, I can't pick it for this heat. This is anyone's game. Who wants it bad enough?
I reckon one Mr. Baden Brown wants it bad enough.
And our trifecta recipe for success in event 6, full send final. Well, that's a given. We know these men can send it in the final event. Unbroken double unders, unbroken deadlifts from our fastest time so far. So that is what is required.
Anticipation, 3 qualifying spots on the line. Who wants them? And this is what we have been waiting for 3 long days of competition at the Torian Pro. The final heat, the final event. 3 qualifying spots to the Noble CrossFit Games in Madison, Wisconsin in August this year on the line. As you mentioned, Pip, who wants it bad enough? Jay Crouch, nothing lower than 3rd so far. Baden Brown just seems to pull out an event win when he needs it most. And Ricky Garrard, he has been training for 4 years during his suspension for this chance to go back. Thorn, create an account and get 25% off supplements from Thorn. Visit thorn.com/u/CrossFit. Crouch looking very composed. Garrard the same. Baden Brown just having a look around. See what is happening in front of him. Point split. Jay Crouch, 20-point lead over Ricky Garrard. 69-point lead over Baden Brown. You would think Jay Crouch has definitely got one of these qualifying spots wrapped up. Royce Dunn, only 11 points back from Baden Brown, and Bailey Martin, 300 points.
So an event win here for Royce Dunn could really shake up that third spot.
And you know, I think Royce knows that. The row's going to be kind to him, the deadlift will be kind to him. So long as he can maintain position on these double unders, Royce Dunn's every chance of getting this done and 100 points in the bank. Ricky had a rough old start in event 1. Anxiety levels through the roof. Was able to compose, get that out of his system and come back strong and win event 2. I think that was the thing that spurred him on the most. He's still capable of winning events.
As he said, he was really feeling the pressure of coming back to the competition floor, but the fact that he could shake that and come out here and be where he is now.
Brown, Martin, Douglas, and now Garrard. Now Royce Dunn. Baden Brown, 3 event wins last year. Can he make it 3 this year? And grab another spot to Madison, Wisconsin. We are about to find out. Double under time. It's time to relax and recover from the row. Garrard, look at the speed of those doubles.
Wow, he's not moving, just on the spot.
His cycle rate of that rope is faster than Jay Crouch, Baden Brown and Royce Dunn, who has just tripped. Don't be surprised to see Ricky Garrard get to that deadlift bar first.
Douglas over here in lane 1 is also looking very fast.
Ricky Garrard making up some ground with Baden Brown and Jake Douglas coming now. Who wants it more? Baden Brown, an event win here will send him to the games. Likewise, Ricky Garrard. Douglas is a very strong individual as Jay Crouch gets onto the barbell. Garrard, can he go back? It's going to be Baden Brown and Jake Douglas. Baden Brown looks as though he's done enough. Ricky Garrard, has he booked his tickets? Jay Crouch definitely has. And what a finish with the Jake Douglas and Baden Brown.
Bailey Martin's over the finish line, as is Royce Dunn, Reese Michelle. Matt McLeod finishing up his last reps. Matt McLeod is done. We knew it was going to be fast.
Jake Douglas, 4:38.69. Baden Brown, 4:38.91. Wow. That was close. And Baden Brown. Whew. Oh, this leaderboard. What is going to happen?
Jake Douglas rattled the cage.
Oh, hasn't he? What? Welcome back to competition, Jake Douglas. Jay always looks like he's done nothing after he just empties the tank. Bailey Martin, what a great competition he's had. And down to competition floor is Kayla Banfield.
Baden, once again, amazing job this weekend. How was the overall experience?
It's been awesome. The athletes are awesome. It's great to catch up with all the guys down here at Torian. The crowd's been legit. Yeah, it's been really good. Really good weekend. As usual, I start awesome in the first workout, and then the second workout kicks me in the balls. Then I got to sort of try and climb my way back up, but it's been awesome.
What's with that?
I have no clue. yeah, I'd like it to be the other way. That'd be nice.
Just Baden things. You mentioned that you wanted to say special thanks to someone, so I'm going to hand you the mic to do that.
Just my family. So my family's up in the box. My missus, Kylie. I don't call her Kylie, but you know. Anyway. And then my 3 kids as well, Mitch, Ella, and little Boston. Yeah, they make everything so much easier. Yeah, it's been awesome. And we've got another one due in July, so about to get fucking hectic.
Amazing job, Baden. And Jake, what a great way to finish the weekend. How was the whole experience for you?
Yeah, it was great. I'm just grateful to be here. Stellar crowd. It's just great atmosphere.
You're done now. What's the plans for the rest of the day?
Look, I'm going to lay down for quite some time. See some family.
Sounds great. Well done, guys. Go and enjoy yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Kayla. And more onions being cut in Pat Rafter Arena. Our rogue replay as Baden Brown sucks on a beer.
What a final event. Baden Brown pulls it out of the bag when he needs to. Ricky Garrard with an impressive return to competition, but Jay Crouch just Mr. Consistency all weekend. Jake Douglas, though, the cat amongst the pigeons in this men's final.
Ricky, I was so impressed with the speed of those double unders. And Baden Brown had a look, his legs not working, and the slide in from Douglas gives him the win. Jake Crouch in, Ricky Garrard in the background as well.
10 rows deep. As Brandon gets it up the back row. We have just a few shirts remaining. You've got to make some noise if you want a shirt. Come on, make some noise. Whoever Brandon here is, that's where he'll throw the shirts. Ready, set, go. 1 shirt remaining. Who's got the loudest crowd? And of course, it's CrossFit underway.
The top 8 men getting together, reflecting on what's been a great weekend. The crowd really getting into it now. Our Thorn Heat 4 results, and like at that split time at the top, nothing in it. Baden Brown, I think he may have done enough. Garrard in 3rd, Crouch in 4th. He's a certainty. Bailey Martin in 5th. Royce Dunn potentially doesn't get a spot. We'll have to wait till the official results come out. Michelle and McLeod. So a very fast heat pip.
Super fast. I think Jake Douglas was far enough back for it to not affect Baden's position in that 3rd spot, but we're going to have to wait and see.
Absolutely electric final for the men. Women coming up. And if that's our warm-up, what have we got for our workout? Crowd being thoroughly entertained. Athletes taking their shirts off, throwing them in the crowd. And why not? It's a party atmosphere at Pat Rafter Arena Sunday afternoon. Spectators are nearly as exhausted as the athletes. And Lethea Boone on the competition floor as well, and Brandon Swan, two of the OGs of the Oceania region. Ricky waiting. Does he know what's coming? What is the emotion going to be like if Ricky Garrard gets the chance for redemption and head back to Madison, Wisconsin again? And I'll tell you what, Pip, our 3 qualifiers are going to go, but our last chance qualifier is coming for our spots. And our top 6 is going to be outstanding. So result for Jake Douglas, important for that.
For the final results of Torian Pro 2022. In first place with 556 points, Jay Crouch. In second place with 540 points, Ricky Garrard. And in third place, punching his ticket to Madison with 495 points, Baden Brown. And those are your 3 men moving on to the CrossFit Games in Madison, Wisconsin. Make some noise for your top 3 men.
Garrard, redemption, the relief. It is over 4 years in the wilderness. And 3 Aussie contenders, Baden Brown, Ricky Garrard, and Jay Crouch, all going back to Madison, Wisconsin once again. I'm excited to see what is going to happen in the first week of August over there in the men's division. But what a great men's competition we've had.
It's been absolutely epic all weekend.
Our noble standings after event 5 for the ladies now. Tia Claire Toomey. Do we dare to dream that a clean sweep is coming? Cara Saunders, her chance. One of the only athletes to qualify 10 years at the CrossFit Games is right in front of her. Ellie Turner, Jamie Simmons and Maddie Sturt are in for a dogfight in this final event to find out which of those 3 will go to the CrossFit Games. Our Thorn Lane assignments, it's all going to happen right in front of us. Lanes 4 and 5 for Cara and Tia. For 2 and 3, Maddie and Ellie right next to each other. Jamie Simmons in 6. So Jamie's got some good pacing partners going on right next to her as well. Bailey Rogers and Gemma Hoke. Don't discount them in this event either. And Emily DeRoy, lane 1, the youngster from CrossFit Townsville, has had an absolutely sensational week.
We are about to bring out the elite women onto the floor. Let's make some noise as we call them out onto the Torian Pro Arena. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your top heat going into the final events. Here we go. In lane 1, Emily DeRoy. In lane 2, Maddie Stout. In lane 3, Ellie Turner. In lane 5, Cara Saunders. In lane 6, Jamie Simmons. In lane 7, Bailey Rogers. In lane 8, Jenna Hawk. And with 5 event wins from 5 events, your CrossFit Games champion in lane 4, Tia Claire Toomey.
The 5-time champion with every chance to make it 6. Tia Claire Toomey. 7 minutes, we will know if a clean sweep has occurred here at the Torian Pro. An exciting finish to men's competition a couple of minutes back, and the 6th and final events of the competition.
Thorn MCX final for time, 1,000-meter row, 100 double unders and 10 deadlifts at 265 pounds. It's 125 kilos. 7-minute time cap, and we are not going to need that time cap for this heat.
Pressure way off Tia, but I am 100% sure she wants to finish strong.
Now trifecta recipe for success. Full set final, empty the tank, unbroken double unders and unbroken deadlifts. That's what the fastest men have done in this event.
And is history about to be made here at Pat Rafter Arena? The 4th and final heats of the individual females. The 3rd and final day of the Torian Pro, when we will decide who is going to the CrossFit Games from the Oceania region. 7 minutes or less will be deciding that. And 1,000-meter road to get through first. Cara Saunders, she will become just the 4th individual to qualify for the CrossFit Games as an individual 10 times or more. Annie Torres-Donna, Ben Smith and Becca Boyd-Miller are the other 3 on that list. Thorn, create an account and get 25% off supplements from Thorn. Visit thorn.com.u/CrossFit. Another 2 athletes competing this weekend, Katrin Davis-Dodder and Sam Briggs, could join the list with Cara and make it back to 10 CrossFit Games, should they qualify. Remembering our last chance qualify for qualifying spots 4 through 6, so ranking very important. And our top 6 coming in could well be rattled by Emily DeRoy, just like Jake Douglas has done for the men.
Tia Claire Toomey does not look like she is pacing this row.
Now what Tia has done pretty much in the last couple of days is absolutely extraordinary. A clean sweep of an event of semi-final proportions is unheard of. Her rowing, 144. That's ridiculous.
The men were holding a 140 for context.
2:44 for Tia, which means we're looking at a sub 3-minute 30 1,000-metre row, which means we've got less than a minute now. And Tia's judge's hand goes up for the 100 metres to go. This Pat Rafter crowd is going to go off chops. DeRoy, red and black, front and centre. Sturt rowing well, as is Turner. Simmons needs something big here. And there's the cheer I was talking about. Turner staying with her. Cara with her as well. And any mistakes on these doubles is going to be costly and will cost spots on the leaderboard. Tia finishing up. She'll be off first with Ellie Turner. And look over the other side, it's Bailey Rogers as well. Cara is there, as is Emily DeRoy. Simmons still on the rower.
Simmons and Sturt in our 4th and 5th spots back. Just falling a little behind on the double unders. They need good finishes if they want to knock Ellie Turner out of that 3rd position.
Turner won't have any trouble with this deadlift once she gets there. Tia in line to go 6 from 6. Clean sweep at a regional level hasn't been seen since 2009. And current times, that is absolutely unheard of. Turner, a rep ahead. Cara's ahead. Tia's not even talking. Straight to the bar. She's going. Tia Claire Toomey. 3 reps. Cara going a little bit slower. Ellie Turner looking like she's going to be booking her spot on the plane to Madison. But it is all down now to Tia Claire Toomey. And the greatest CrossFit athlete of all time has crossed the line with a clean sweep of the Torian Chrome. Tia Claire Toomey, you are an absolute legend. DeRoy in after Saunders.
But while all that was going on, Maddie Sturt snuck in before Ellie Turner. Jamie Simmons still out on the floor, finishing her deadlifts. This is going to shake things up.
Big time on the leaderboard. Sturt in 5th on 408 points. Simmons looks like she is going to miss out, but she will grab one of those last chance qualifier spots. Cara going back 10 CrossFit Games. Absolutely amazing. Has Ellie Turner done enough? What a final. What a competition. What an absolute superstar you are, Tia Claire Toomey. She has annihilated her competition here. And I fear for those heading to Madison, Wisconsin with this sort of arsenal that she's got.
Pure dominance.
Unrelenting dominance. No holes in her game. Still, after 5 CrossFit Game titles, she just continues on and on. And how long can we see Tia Claire Toomey stay at the top of this wonderful sport? Emily DeRoy was wonderful this weekend as well.
Background if you want to move it.
And birthday for Scotty, 3 years. Seems like only yesterday. But Mum going back to the CrossFit Games again. And 2 of our 3 qualifiers are definitely in the bag, I think. And athletes, the crowd are shell-shocked with the performance they have just seen from Tia-Clair Toomey. And we're now going to head down to Kayla Banfield on the competition floor.
Jeremy, it's all happening down here. We've got unicorn heads, we've got sparkles, we've got a birthday girl. I'm just going to start off the interview by saying, happy birthday, Scotty. What have you got in your mouth?
You want to blow it? Go.
Yay! Scotty, can you say, my mum is so fit?
My mom's so fit.
Yeah! Very cute. Tia, that was actually quite a close heat in the end there. What was the game plan going into that event?
Just go hard. It's the last one, and you know, we're in front of a great crowd, and I knew these girls weren't going to give up. So, yeah, if I wanted it, I needed to take it.
And thoughts on the entire weekend?
Oh, it's a huge success. I'm just so glad that, you know, as much of an inconvenience it is to come all the way down to Australia, I'm just so happy to actually be here. And, you know, I wish we had 5 spots, but, you know, it's really awesome to be home. You know, there's no place like home. And just to be with these girls, I think we have one of the strongest regions, so I'm really proud of that.
Thanks, Tia. Ellie, phenomenal job this weekend. You've obviously got a lot of support out there. How was the weekend for you?
Oh, it was incredible. I mean, I love sharing the floor with these girls, and as I said last night, like, I got into the sport because of them. So to be out here and just having a lot of fun is all I could have asked for. So
great job, Ellie. And Cara, you're done now. What are your thoughts on the weekend? I mean, you're juggling mum life and athlete life like an absolute pro.
It was great. Maddie and I were talking a lot, and we were like having these girls here, like especially getting to compete with Tia again after so long was really great preparation for me. I get stuck in my like little Steady Sue bubble training in my gym a lot, like in my garage, and so it's really good for me to like come out here and be like, no girl, you need to hustle. If anyone saw me get chalk on that workout, you bloody idiot. Oh my God. I'll smack myself for days for that. But yeah, it was amazing. It was great to have these girls. It was an epic competition, it always is. And yeah, we're stoked for the next one.
We love you guys so much. Well done. Congratulations.
Our rogue replay of the final heat of the final events.
The Queen, Tia-Clair Toomey, did not disappoint. She said if she wanted it, she had to take it, and take it she did. The 6th win of the weekend for a clean sweep. 6 for 6 event wins. We're going to have to wait and see the final overall standings to see if Ellie Turner did enough. But it was all about this woman right here.
Tia-Clair Toomey, the girl on fire. And it couldn't have got any hotter in here at Pat Rafter Arena. Ellie Turner looking over and seeing the dread that Maddie Stern had finished ahead of her. So that'll shake things up in the rankings a little. And our Thorn results for our final heat. Maddie Sturt jumping into 3rd with Emily DeRoy in the middle.
Oh, that's going to be close.
It is going to be
Maddie
close.
Sturt and Ellie Turner for that 3rd ticket to the games.
Jamie Simmons down there in 8th spot, but she may have done enough to get a last chance qualifying spot. Spots 4 through 6 get that opportunity. But it is party atmosphere in here right now. And a lot of people have witnessed something that they may not witness ever again. Tia-Clair Toomey, 6 from 6, a clean sweep. And will she be back down here at the Torian Pro next year? We are going to have to wait and see. Garrard on the way back.
All right. We are about to announce your 3 women that will make it through to the Noble CrossFit Games 2022. And just before I do, let's all put your hands together for all our judges and volunteers that make the weekend such an amazing event. It is no surprise that in first place, with 6 wins from 6 events, Tia Claire Toomey. In second place, on 560 points, Cara Saunders. And in third place, by just 4 points, on 504 points, punching her ticket to the CrossFit Games, Ali Turner.
Ali Turner by just 4 points. You won't get a tighter race than that. Maddie Sturt doing all but everything she could in that last event to get herself in the top 3. But no surprise with Tia getting 600 points. Cara on her way to her 10th CrossFit Games. That is just an incredible achievement. And Ellie Turner proving last year no fluke and getting back by, the skin that was on the barbell after those last 10 lifts.
Just amazing seeing how bad these women wanted it. Maddie Sturt, far out, that was close.
You got
what a performance.
Got a feel for her as well. Partner Jay heading in as a #1 qualifier. But Cara, 10 years. Annie, Ben Smith, and Becca Voigt-Miller, the only other 3 to nail down 10 CrossFit Games appearances. And now we have our first from the Oceania region.
Well, it was as Tia Claire Toomey did say, it is one of the strongest regions out there.
It seems like a bit of a lull with the athletes. Maddie Sturt, absolutely devastated. She was so close. But Ellie Turner, she needed to turn it on in the last 3 events of the Torian Pro, and she did just that. So 1 placing over the weekend would have got Maddie Sturt the ticket. Ricky Garrard, he's heading back to Madison. Ellie Turner. The sport down here is in very good hands. And so many fans have just witnessed something incredible down here in Brisbane. I don't think we're going to see that ever again anywhere in the world. At any semi-final event, a clean sweep. Reykjavik and Mayhem may do it this weekend in the team competition, but individually, it's just an outstanding feat. Bailey Rogers, has she done enough with Jamie Simmons to grab one of those last chance qualifier spots? Rankings 4 through 6. It's important. Bailey Martin, bottom of screen as well. He's in the running for one of those last chance qualifier spots as well. Royce will definitely get one. The team athletes now coming back on the floor. Luke Fowler from Selwyn, the EXF team.
We are just moments away from your official presentation, so make sure you don't leave the arena just yet and stick around and watch the fittest in Oceania be crowned here at the Torian Pro. Make some noise if you've had a great weekend. I thought so.
Little Boston Brown on the competition floor. He sat behind us all weekend, giving us high fives through the glass. And Dad making him very proud. Baden Brown, I've seen comebacks. He did it the easy way last year, and he's done it the hard way this year. Crazy stuff from Baden Brown.
Well, even he's not sure why or how that keeps happening, but it does, but it paid off. He's going to be going to the games.
I think Tia's going to be here all night signing autographs and taking selfies with just about everybody in Pat Rafter Arena.
She has very proud Oceania fans down here.
Being a Queensland girl, and she has loved her time back here. Little Scotty found a playmate on the floor. And that's how easily you make friends. You just find someone and sit down and just do stuff on the floor. Oh, there's little Boston. He's not really sure what's going on. But very proud dad, Baden Brown. Another trip back to the games. And the vibe in here, it feels like the party's already started. A lot of people very happy with what's played out over the last 3 days. Tia now get some security involved.
Torian Pro, we are about to do the official presentation for your top 3 teams that have punched their ticket to the 2022 Noble CrossFit Games. In epic style, taking out the final event, in 3rd place, CrossFit EXF. Put your hands together for CrossFit EXF. In 2nd place on 540 points, CrossFit Selwyn. Selwyn. And now, to your champions of Victorian Pro. Put your hands together, make some noise for CrossFit Urban Energy. Ladies and gentlemen, Torian Pro, put your hands together for your top 3 elite teams at the Torian Pro. To the men. For the men, in 3rd place, Baden Brown. Your Torian Pro champion for 2022, your winner, Jay Crouch. Men who will be moving on to the 2022 Mobile CrossFit Games. All right, next up we have the elite women. In 3rd place, Ellie Turner. In 2nd place for the Torian Pro, for your elite women, Cara Saunders. And Scotty. 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21 CrossFit Games champion, your 2022 Torian Pro champ, Tia-Clair Toomey.
Absolutely outstanding. The quality of athlete coming out of the Oceania region. Pip, I am so excited to see not just what the girls and boys are going to be doing over there in Madison, but our 3 elite teams as well.
There is some amazing talent going to be heading out to Madison from down here in the Oceania region. Look out, August.
The redemption of Ricky Garrard, the quest for 6 for Tia-Clair Toomey. Baden Brown, another opportunity. Jay Crouch, the same opportunity. Cara Saunders, her 10th year at the CrossFit Games. That is remarkable. And youngster Ellie Turner, the future of the sport down here in the Oceania region. EXF, a young, exciting team. Urban, one of our top 10 teams last year at the CrossFit Games. And CrossFit Selwyn, one of our New Zealand teams. Our overall standings for the teams. Urban Energy 575 with a fairly big buffer over Selwyn. And pretty tight towards the end. 2nd and 3rd back to EXF. EXF finishing very quick on event number 6. Our side a little bit back in 4th position. Underway, well, very good for rounding out that top 5.
We love to leave it till the last event down here to take that ticket to the games. Makes it exciting, the crowd love it.
Our men's standings, Jay Crouch, he was just so consistent the entire 3 days. Ricky Garrard, a little bit of a glitch in event 1, but after that, solid as a rock. And Baden Brown, the comeback king, the king of the North, going back for his 4th CrossFit Games. And the females, Tia, absolutely outstanding.
6 for 6, 600 points. Clean sweep of the whole weekend. Cara Saunders going for her 10th CrossFit Games. Absolutely amazing.
Ellie Turner going back for her 2nd. And the party is already getting started here at Pat Rafter Arena. And by the look of that face from Ricky Garrard, I think it's just sunk in what's happened. An amazing competition down here at Pat Rafter Arena. Some great programming from Mike Towner and John O'Snape. And people here have witnessed something quite extraordinary. Three days of epic competition and awesome performances. Day 3 action now concludes here at the Torian Pro. We probably couldn't go on any better, but Tia, the quest for 6 titles starts now, and we'll see her on our TV screens in Madison, Wisconsin, with the rest of our qualifiers. And on behalf of Pip Malone, Kayla Banfield, and the entire crew here at the Torian Pro, I'm Jeremy Austin. We'll see you next time.